Amen. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Merci beaucoup, Henri. Tabling of documents. Yes, the Honourable tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Not just a speaker, but a member of Parliament from Nova Scotia, and of whom we are tremendously proud. And I speak on behalf of all Nova Scotians when I say that, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages, on behalf of 83 departments and agencies, the departmental plans for 2017 and 2018.
I thank my fellow native. I thank my fellow native of Hants County for his kind words. Introduction of government bills. Statements by members. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, entitled Family Reunification. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a response to this report.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party will be attaching a dissenting report to this report because we felt that the report was deficient. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm going to be setting a record today for the number of reports from one committee in 1 week. Conformément au mandat qui...
Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning changes to membership of standing committees. I have the intention of proposing the adoption of this report later today.
Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report on the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2016-17, votes 1C and 5C under Veterans Affairs. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Main Estimates 2017-18, votes 1 and 5 under Veterans Affairs and votes 1 under Veterans Review and Appeals Board. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security concerning Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences in relation to conveyances, and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
And pursuant to Standing Order 97.1, recommends that the House of Commons not proceed further with the bill.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you'll find the agreement for the following motion: that a take-note debate on the subject of the Operation Unifier take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Monday, March the 20th, 2017, and that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, any member rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that he or she will be dividing his or her time with another member, and B, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, good news continues, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I believe that you would find agreement for the following motion: that notwithstanding the order made February 23, 2017, to refer votes 1 and 5 of the main estimates for the year 2017-18 of PPP Canada Inc. To the Standing Committee on Finance, the said votes 1 and 5 be withdrawn from the committee and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, tabled today in the House, be adopted. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? All right, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion: that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March the 21st, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. I trust that will conclude all the agreement for the day, but we'll see. We wouldn't want to have too much of that kind of thing going on here. Goodness. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Holiday Beach Campground in Whitefish, Ontario, located in the riding of Sudbury. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, newcomer engagement and participation in society has been shown to be an important pillar for upholding our democracy and creating social capital. Now, I proudly present a number of petitions forwarded to me by the Multicultural Society Partnership, led by the Okanagan Chinese Canadian Association, calling on Parliament and the government to support and improve settlement services for newcomers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today and present a petition spearheaded by Results Canada and, of course, signed by dozens of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, which challenges our government to allocate 0.7% of gross national income towards official development assistance by the year 2020.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from constituents from Richmond and around the Lower Mainland who are opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. They are upset that the Liberals broke their promise in the last election and have now approved this pipeline despite saying they wouldn't do so. Mr. Speaker, this petition is also accompanied by a pile of letters from elementary students at the Chaffee Burke Elementary School who also support the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to table a petition from citizens of the municipality of Lac-Drolet who are disappointed that a first petition was not receivable in the House of Commons. However, they've done their homework and they have a new petition calling on the Government of Canada to create a legislature on cell coverage to ensure that all regions have the same coverage as major centres in Canada.
Commemorative medals have been issued by the Government of Canada on significant milestones in the country's history to recognize the contributions of everyday Canadians to their communities, contributions that mean so much to so many, but too often go unnoticed and unacknowledged. A medal was issued for our Confederation in 1867, the Diamond Jubilee of Confederation in 1927, the Centennial in 1967, and the 125th anniversary in 1992. But as part of the Liberal War on History, there will be no medal honouring the country-building contributions of Canadians on the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Tradition is being ignored, and community-leading Canadians are being forgotten. The petitioners from Wilkie, Saskatchewan and Saskatoon, Saskatchewan call upon the government to respect tradition and recognize deserving Canadians and reverse its decision to cancel the commemorative medal for the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Business of supply, opposition motion, Canadian Forces tax benefit in the name of Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the House call on the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arifjan, whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1, 2016. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to be sharing my time this morning with my friend and colleague, the member from Charlesbourg, Oot St. Charles. And before I get into my comments, I want to first of all extend condolences to the friends, family, and service members who work as our SAR techs, or search and rescue technicians, for the loss yesterday of the accident that happened to Master Corporal Alfred Barr. He's a member of the 435 Squadron based out of 17 Wing in Winnipeg. They were on a training exercise out by Yorkton, Saskatchewan yesterday, and there was an accident, and it's going to be investigated. But again, our sincerest condolences to the friends and family. And just so that all Canada knows just how important role our SARTECs play, they epitomize the bravery of our first responders as they go out and rescue Canadians, all over the country, whether it's at sea, whether it's on the land, in our lakes, or in the high Arctic. The 435 Squadron out of Winnipeg goes anywhere and everywhere to save those who need their assistance. And so it is an unfortunate accident, and one that we are very saddened by. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you mentioned, Madam Speaker, as you mentioned in the opening motion, it came to light to the opposition back in September that members of the Canadian Armed Forces are part of Operation Impact. These are troops that are stationed in Kuwait that are part of the fight against ISIS, the terrible terrorist organization who's wreaking havoc across the Middle East and are a threat to us here at home. And these soldiers had their danger pay taken away from them. As you know, there's hardship allowances and danger pay benefits that are given to our troops when they are deployed and are in operation. And we know that not only are they in theater, not only are they putting their lives on the line, even for those in the Air Force, they're out there flying over enemy territory. Logistic officers are supporting that. And if it wasn't for the ground crews to get those planes in the air, whether they're doing reconnaissance missions or refueling missions, or that they're out there with our Auroras, seeing where the action is and feeding that intelligence into the overall operation, we wouldn't be able to do the job that they are doing on the ground. So it is important that we support those troops. They're there, even if it's in Kuwait. There's nothing saying that ISIS terrorists cannot walk across the line from Iraq and target Canadians, Americans, or other allies who are stationed in Kuwait. We know for a fact that as the fight in Mosul continues and as ISIS is pushed out by Iraqi security forces, the Kurdish Peshmerga, with the support of Canadian Special Operation Forces, as well as with the support of other allies, that they are on the run. And as those ISIS rats are fleeing from their holes in Mosul, they're trying to find other places of refuge. And so Kuwait becomes an optimum target for them. And of course, we have over 300 Canadian Forces members that are stationed there. Now, it is important that Canadians understand that that hardship risk and allowance pay that they get, the tax-free income that they're allowed to receive and bumped up in pay, is not just about the risks that they face by being deployed and sitting in operations of theatre. It's also to take in consideration the extra hardship that is placed upon their families back home, whether it's their parents, whether it's their spouses, whether it's their partners and their kids. They need to have the support because of the extra costs associated with not having their loved one there, because they're gone 6, 7, 8 months at a time, and there's extra costs associated with yard maintenance, house upkeep, running around to hockey games with the kids, extra babysitting costs. There's extra fees that are involved here that usually don't exist because of one of the spouses being deployed offshore. So it is important that this is about fairness. This is important about making sure we have the benefits there to support the families who are at home. And without that family support, without that resource for the families, it's harder to find Canadians who want to serve and be deployed for the very reasons that we're talking about today. Now, you got to ask the question. Yesterday in the House, and this is the second time the minister has done this, the minister was asking a question from the member from Lethbridge, who brought up whether or not there would be retroactive pay for those 15 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are stationed at Camp Afrijan in Kuwait. And he said, and I'll quote the minister, and this is right out of Hansard, Madam Speaker, and says, I'd like to correct the member in terms of the previous government's actions on this. It actually sent troops into Kuwait without the tax-free allowance, something we had taken up. That's the second time that the minister has said this, and it's actually in contradiction to what the minister has actually told me in the past in answering questions on the order paper. Questions on the order paper that the minister himself has signed, and it said, we have documents signed and tabled by the minister, and it says, all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations received tax relief effective from the 5th of October 2014, when we put our troops there, right to the 1st of September 2016, when he took that away from them. So the fact is, Madam Speaker, that tax relief was in place for the entire time that we were government. Peter MacKay, who was one of our former ministers of defense, said that this had come up on a couple of occasions in the past when we had troops in Afghanistan. And even though that the hardship relief panel, which is made up of civil servants from Foreign Affairs, from Treasury Board, from National Defense, they go out there and they assess whether or not there's the risk or the hardship, living conditions that they should receive the benefit for troops that are deployed. And on the two occasions that came up to the attention of Peter MacKay, he said no. He showed leadership. He said troops, they may not be down in Kandahar, but if they're up at Kabul, they're still in harm's way. And they're still supporting operations for our troops that are on the ground. So that's leadership, when you just say no. It's a recommendation. It may be a policy decision by the civil service, but the minister always has the ministerial authority to say no. We're going to pay our troops equitably, fairly, and recognize their danger that they're in operations, and recognize the hardship that their families are facing at home. Now, just to go, so this decision took effect after our troops were already deployed. So they went over there on the promise that they were going to receive the tax breaks, that they were going to receive the danger pay. And it amounts up to over $1,500 a month, as high as $1,800 a month that they lost after they deployed. They got there halfway through the deployment, bang. Government makes a decision, the minister doesn't stop it, and they take the money right out of their pockets, even though they were under the impression they were going to receive danger pay when they were at Camp Afrijan. So family members started reaching out to us on September 2nd. That's when we first brought us to our attention. And I got to say this. This one family member wrote this, and it says, finally, this treatment of our servicemen and women is embarrassing. Military life is exceptionally challenging. My husband makes far less money as a civil engineer in the Army than he could if he was in the private sector. Our lifestyle is very unstable as we move often, and he's regularly away for months at a time. My ability to build a career has been sacrificed because we were rarely in the same city for more than 3 years, and our ability to start a family had been inhibited again and again by the fact that my partner is away for extended periods of time. She goes on, we choose this lifestyle anyways because we are passionate about Canada. This is a country worth working for, worth continuing to strengthen and build, and worth sacrifice. Wow. To have someone pass a policy that impacts our family in such an essential manner without taking into consideration the implications of the families who readily sacrifice is shocking and disconcerting. So that was the first time that we had outreach. Then more family members started reaching out to us in November because it hadn't been repeated, it hadn't been repealed, and they had reached out to Liberal members of Parliament and were getting no replies, no action. And so they continued to express their concern that they were out of pocket, they were not getting what was promised to them when they deployed, and they just say, one family member was told by their MP, go ahead, complain, nobody in Canada cares about you. That is disgusting. So I guess that was through one of the local newspapers. So I got to say that these soldiers in Kuwait, in Camp Afghan, deserve to be paid, not just reinstate the danger pay, but to be retroactively reinstated right till September 1st when they were promised they'd receive that pay when they were deployed. Then November 10th, I actually wrote a letter to the minister. I tried to go the appropriate routes to see if he would address it. And Madam Speaker, and I can tell you that I got no reply back from the minister. Then I raised it with the Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance, when we were sitting at committee on November 15th. Raised it with the minister at committee on December 1st, and still no reply, Madam Speaker. And here we are today debating it, no action by the government, and I demand that they reinstate retroactively all the danger pay for all our troops in Kuwait before they make this even a bigger problem by taking away danger pay to all of the 300 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are stationed in Kuwait today.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to add my comments to the members across the way when you made reference to the passing of Alfred Barr. Actually, 435 Search and Rescue Squadron was the squadron that I belonged to when I served in the Canadian Forces, and I'm very much familiar with the sense of commitment that particular squadron does in terms of the need for training and to serve Canada as well as they do. So I express on behalf of the government our condolences to the family and friends and to the family of 435 Squadron. Understand what it is that the member across the way is saying. And, this is a government that genuinely cares about the Canadian forces. We've seen significant investments in trying to do upgrades to provide the things that our forces need in modern day exercises, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, would he not at least acknowledge that there is a sense of obligation that we have with our current Minister of Defence, even with his history, many members of this caucus, and he made a comment specifically saying that someone had complained to a member of Parliament, and the response from the member of Parliament was, go ahead, and complain, no one really cares about it. I don't believe...
I just want to remind members that there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments, so if members could keep their questions short, because we have to allow other people to also ask questions. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I just want to say to the member from Winnipeg North that it could have been a paraphrase in a paper based upon discussions with local MPs, but at the same time, if this government cares about the men and women who are serving in the armed forces, support them and their families with proper pay. It's unbelievable that there's members that sit on the other side in the government who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces and aren't out there advocating and trying to correct this wrong. Every member who serves, especially when they're deployed in operations, deserve to have the full suite of benefits that's provided to them as hardship pay and allowances. And that danger pay is necessary, not just for their own personal well-being, but it's necessary in recognition of the sacrifice and the danger that they're facing, but it's in support of the military families who are at home that are the enablers for their men and women in uniform. So I have to say this, Madam Speaker, that the member should do the right thing, and that is put his mouth to the ear of the Minister of Treasury Board, to the Minister of Defence, the Minister of Finance, and reverse this terrible decision, support our troops, because they are in harm's way because of the high terrorist threat activity that exists in Kuwait.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saint-Suit.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm always concerned when we get to a point where we're politicizing the treatment of people and troops, and I'm sure, despite the differences that are being expressed, all members of this House believe that we need to provide the troops with the support they need, the training and the equipment to do the difficult and dangerous work we ask them to do every day on our behalf. But I have to say, I always take a bit of pleasure when you see Liberals and Conservatives debating who did the worst job on this. And the point has to be not who did the worst job, but are we going to actually provide not just supports, not just danger pay in the field, but the support the troops need when they get back, supports that the families need when people return home with PTSD, and the support that our veterans deserve, and support in making that transition to civilian life. So while the Conservatives may call out the Liberals on this particular point, there's a lot for all of us to answer for in the way that we treat the members of the Canadian Armed Forces who serve us so well.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from the NDP. We serve together on the Defence Committee and do a lot of TV panels together, and he's used that line before, you know, who actually did the worst job. I can tell you that when the Conservatives were in power, we never let this happen. When the Conservatives were in power, every single member who was deployed, whether it was in Afghanistan, whether it was an Operation Impact, whether they're serving in operations anywhere else in the world that have the danger associated with them, they received their full suite of benefits. They got the tax reductions. They got the increased salaries. You know, $1,500 to $1,800 a month in their pockets for their families. And that, Madam Speaker, is leadership. That's something that I'm proud of that we did as a government, and it's something that's lacking from the government.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlevoix-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. He's not only an expert in matters of defence, he's also a reference for parliamentary procedure for newer MPs like me, as well as a colleague that I admire a great deal. I would like to remind everyone who doesn't yet know that I spent most of my working life in the Canadian Forces. I served in the reserves for 22 years, and I commanded the Chaudière Regiment. I was deployed to Cyprus as part of UN mission, and I was deployed for a NATO mission. I taught at the Paris Military School, and so I know the Canadian Forces well. I grew up in it. I saw the sacrifices made by men and women, by soldiers who have their heart in the right place, and who put their lives in service to Canada to protect us and defend our values. I am one of them. I am a veteran. One thing that is not well known by those outside of the forces is that soldiers don't have a great deal to say in the decision-making process. When the orders arrive, you don't have a choice. You listen, you have nothing to say. You're not unionized. You don't have a right to reply. It's take it or leave it. It's all or nothing, as we say back home. If they're being deployed in Operation Impact to fight the Islamic State in the Middle East, for example, you have to say, yes, we're going. You don't have a choice. That's how it works. In many cases, the military is the main source of household income. Soldiers are often transferred from one base to the next all over the country, and it's very difficult for the spouses to have a job that actually uses their talents. Furthermore, when our soldiers are deployed abroad, it is Canadian households that have to operate with one less resource, and that's a significant challenge. I would like to thank the spouses of our soldiers who are deployed abroad. It is not just soldiers, but their spouses who make the ultimate sacrifice. Spouses are separated for months, and they don't know if their partner is going to come back from a mission. Now they have an additional stress. Are they going to be able to make ends meet? When we add this cut to the higher cost of electricity in certain provinces, I can tell you that I completely share the stress of my brothers in arms and my sisters in arms and their spouses. It is by considering all of these elements that we understand the current resentment and disdain of soldiers deployed abroad to fight the Islamic State. Those who want to see the end of the world as we know it. And to have our soldiers' pay cut by as much as $1,800 a month. That is a knife in the back to our soldiers. You see, the Liberals waited for the deployment to the Middle East to be done before announcing that benefits would not be granted. And even worse, by repatriating our CIF 18s, when fighting the terrorist threat represented by the Islamic State and increasing the land-based aspect of the mission, the Liberals increased risks to our troops. I would also like to talk about our partners in the alliance who share the same types of facilities as our soldiers in many cases. And those soldiers have every right to their financial advantages. Those have not been cut. The mission is dangerous for an American soldier, but not a Canadian soldier. That is a double standard that demonstrates the love that this Liberal government has for our men and women in uniform. Furthermore, I would like to recall, or rather remind everyone, that we raised this issue several times. My colleague for Selkirk Interlake Eastman wrote to the minister last November to talk about the consequences of this decision. There was also the matter raised in committee when the minister was testifying about the supplementary estimates. We didn't get an answer from the chief of the defense staff. For the minister, dealing with soldiers and looking after their welfare, it's up to somebody more junior in the chain of command to look after that. And how do the Liberals think they've solved this problem? By cutting the benefits to our soldiers that have been deployed. We see the weight that the Minister of Defense has at the table of ministers. It is such a significant weight that no soldiers will have any right to their benefits that are linked to the risks of their job. And he had so much weight that he wasn't able to reverse the decision to cut in last September $1,800 a month for the conditions of our soldiers deployed in Camp Arifujan. It is shameful. I'm ashamed of the situation. When we were in power, we made sure to simplify the process to establish the benefits that our soldiers could have access to before being deployed. Deployed soldiers who were fighting the Islamic State had advantages that, or rather, benefits linked to danger pay, with the exception of our base in Qatar. Our soldiers all benefited from the benefits linked to risk from the beginning of the mission. The Liberals may not believe me, but they'll have to believe their own minister because he confirmed his answer in writing to question 600. He said all the members of the armed forces deployed in one location or another for Operation Impact in Kuwait had a tax cut as of October 5th, 2014 to September 1st, 2016, or rather a tax break. Most of the soldiers deployed in Iraq have this benefit. When the minister is misleading this House when he says that there is no danger pay for soldiers deployed in Kuwait as of the beginning of the mission, he's trying to cover up his incompetence or that of his colleagues. These decisions and explanations still leave us with questions. Who in this government is satisfied with cutting the benefits of our soldiers? This decision benefits somebody. If it was a problem, well, it would have been resolved relatively quickly, but that's not the case. It has been months now that the minister has mandated the chief of the defense staff to study the question, and it has been months as soldiers are deployed and will lose their benefits. So I come back to my initial question. Who in the government is satisfied with this decision? Who? Is it the Prime Minister? He hasn't said much about this. After all, the welfare, or rather the well-being of our soldiers seems to be his very last concern. He seems to prefer to fly in Italian helicopters that are owned by the Aga Khan rather than to look after our soldiers and make sure that they have access to fair treatment that they have a right to. It says a lot about his priorities. Is it the Minister of Finance? Our millionaire Minister of Finance. This man who seems to be favoring eternal deficits. He has money, and yet he doesn't really, because he's borrowing on the backs of future generations and is spending it on priorities except for those that have to do with our armed forces. Once again, I can't get over how this government can accept to behave so badly towards Canadians that are fighting the Islamic State. As Brian already said about apartheid, the Liberals are on the bad side of history on this, and they will eventually be judged for this lack of respect. But let's go on. Who's responsible for this lack of respect? Who thinks it's a good decision to cut the benefits to our soldiers deployed fighting ISIS? Is it the Minister of Public Services and Procurement who seems to like that our troops are who seems to like our troops so much that she's bleeding them dry by acquiring Super Hornets that the Royal Canadian Air Force doesn't need and that will bleed resources for decades. Doing less with more seems to be the motto of this government. And what we're seeing from this government is disdain for our men and women in uniform. They are all responsible for this situation. They are all responsible for this unacceptable situation. Don't look too far as to why our Canadian forces have so many recruitment problems. Who would want to work for an employer who, once they've sent them to the other end of the planet, they get a pay cut? That's the Liberal government for you. But thanks to this precedent troops deployed in the Middle East, with the exception of Qatar, we're able to get a tax break before their deployment. What the Liberals have done to the children of Canada, if this is the best they have to offer, eventually they're going to have to explain themselves. I sympathize with our troops, and that I hope that spouses who now have to leave with a cut in their income, and I'm thinking of the spouses who have to deal with this cut. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, this is an area he's very familiar with. It's an honor to hear him share that with him. Of course, he's right. We can't change the working conditions of somebody who's in a danger zone like this. We agree with him there, of course, but we must also remember that it is his government. I agree he wasn't a member of Parliament then, but it was his government that misled us by saying this is not a dangerous mission. They're just doing support and training. But that was a major error. There was a lack of funding. So I'd like to hear his views on that. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Even though I wasn't an MP at the time, indeed, there was no doubt that it wasn't a dangerous mission. It was a combat mission. We sent fighter planes. And special forces were deployed there, and yes, it was a training and monitoring situation, but they were in an operational theater. To our minds, it was always considered a theater of war and combat. There was no question that it wasn't dangerous, and they got danger pay from the outset. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague, my distinguished colleague, has a unique perspective in that he had been a reservist in Canada's armed forces. I'm wondering if he would share with this House the additional burdens that are borne by reservists who not only leave their families, but their regular, often better-paying jobs in order to serve our country.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, thank you. I thank my colleague for his question. Whether you're in the regular forces or a reservist, once you're on a mission, the people who stay behind, the family, already are under stress. The Canadian Forces can give them some help, but being separated from your family for 6 months or more is enormous stress. So it can also have a financial impact. We're talking about people who don't have huge salaries like we do in the House, people who earn maybe $50,000, $60,000, or maybe $70,000 a year. They have fewer financial advantages. They can't say, well, we'll have a treat here. As I said in my speech, often the spouses staying behind can't have a job because the military staffer is often deployed everywhere in Canada, so they don't have a good second income. This is something that doesn't cost the government much, but has a lot of impact on the mental health of the military troops. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I too would like to pass on my condolences to Metro Bar's family and of 435 Search and Rescue Squadron. In fact, I actually visited them not too long ago, and this is actually a second loss for them within 2 years of Sergeant Mark Celeste, who I actually had personally served with in the same regiment as well. And as other members have mentioned about the work that our search and rescue technicians do, I can assure this House and Canadians that our SARTECs are the special forces of the search and rescue community, and it takes only a few that ever get selected to play that role. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to address the honourable member's motion for debate about hardship and risk allowance for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. I want to reassure Canadians that the safety and welfare of our women and men in uniform is among the government's top priority. This is why I made this a priority in the Defence Policy Review. And we do everything in our power to keep our personnel safe here at home and overseas. As someone who has served in theatre of operations, I can attest the extraordinary work of our personnel. I care about our members serving in Kuwait, and after visiting them, it was clear that we needed to ensure that they are well cared for and compensated for the work that they do. And I just want to make it clear again, Madam Speaker, during my visit, literally within about approximately a month of me becoming the Minister of National Defence into Kuwait, our troops who were there at Al Islam Air Base were not on tax-free status. It was only in February 2016 that when I came back, we were able to work together with my colleagues who also care about making sure our troops are well cared for, and had the approval in February 2016 to get the tax-free allowance at that time. So I want to be able to correct some of the members that our troops were not sent there in tax-free when they were actually deployed on that operation. It was in February 2016 after my visit to Kuwait. And to my surprise, there's an interdepartmental committee based on rules that were set out and changed back in 2014 that had decreased some of the risk allowance. And as I told the members in a letter dated February 8th, that not only that we shared the concerns, the actions that we were looking at taking, but also happy to discuss this in person as well. So that was dated February 8th in 2017, and I have a copy of the letter here with me, Madam Speaker. And so this is why, Madam Speaker, I have been very much engaged on this related issue and personally engaged on this today's motion. So, Madam Speaker, we support the motion related to Canadian Forces members in RF John who were deployed with the risk levels that were adjusted. Furthermore, our government is working towards the effective compensation of all our troops on deployed missions. That's why I've asked the Chief of Defence Staff to review our approach to risk assessments on the way those payments are implemented, and will provide details to our members when they are available. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to also underline how proud we are of the operational excellence of our military. Canada service men and women have a long and proud tradition of performing valiantly when duty calls. Our soldiers forged their reputation as formidable fighters on the Western Front during World War I. Canadian troops took part in most of the major battles waged in April 1915 to November 1918, helping to secure Allies' victory. They repeated this valor in the Second World War, which saw more than 1 million Canadians and Newfoundlanders serve in the military. Over 45,000 gave their lives and another 55,000 were wounded. For a country of just 11 million people at that time, Canada's contribution was remarkable. Most recently, Canadian troops proved their mettle in the First Gulf War, another important chapter in Canada's history. More than 4,000 Canadian Armed Forces personnel served in the Persian Gulf as part of the international coalition of countries that forced the invading forces out of Iraq from neighboring Kuwait. Our brave servicemen and women also made their mark this century, battling terrorism and helping to bring democracy to Afghanistan. The mission involved over 40,000 of our personnel, the largest deployment since the Second World War. The Canadian Forces' critical role in various wars has put Canada on the world stage, earning the respect and admiration of our allies and opposing forces alike. So, too, has our unwavering determination to keep the peace. More than 26,000 Canadians answered the call of a newly formed United Nations newly formed United Nations to help maintain international peace and security in Korea in the early 1950s. Canadians have taken part in repeated peacekeeping missions ever since, from the Suez Canal to the Sinai and Cyprus to Bosnia and Somalia. Time and again, Canadian Armed Forces members have been willing to put their lives at risk, whether courageously defending our country's values or contributing to international peace and security. Madam Speaker, this proud heritage carries on today as the world community continues to look to the Canadian Armed Forces in times of need. Our current operations around the globe reinforce the Canadian Armed Forces does not let countries in a crisis down. I can point to our personnel's work in the Middle East. This includes Operation Artemis, our counterterrorism maritime security operations across Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, the Gulf of Oman, and the Indian Ocean. And for Operation Impact, Canada's contribution to the Middle East Stabilization Force, the multinational coalition to degrade and ultimately defeat Daesh. The Canadian Armed Forces has deployed some 830 highly skilled personnel to conduct air operations, provide training, assistance to Iraqi security forces, increase the capabilities of regional forces, and provide medical services to the coalition forces. As of March 6, 2017, the Aurora has surveyed some 5,300 points of interest, while the Polaris aircraft had delivered some 40.5 million pounds of fuel to coalition aircraft. This is one of our Canadian Armed Forces personnel contribute. Then there's Operation Frequency in the Sahel region. The Royal Canadian Air Force has a C-17 Globemaster that provides strategic airlift support to France and an important ally to us. It moves personnel and equipment from France to West Africa and the Sahel region to combat Daesh. The Canadian Armed Forces conducted its third flight under Operation Frequency late last month. And of course, there is Canada's commitment to Operation Reassurance in Eastern Europe. The Canadian Armed Forces has about 450 deployed personnel and a Navy frigate in Central and Eastern Europe as part of NATO assurance and deterrence measures. This month, about 200 members of the Operation Reassurance Land Task Force are participating in a multinational exercise, Allied Spirit 6, in Germany. Canadian troops will train closely with our NATO allies and partners to enhance the ability of military forces in Europe to work together. In addition to an infantry company, the LTF is providing logistics and medical support to this exercise. And earlier this week, along with my colleague from Foreign Affairs, I announced the extension of Operation Unifier, our military training mission to the Ukraine until the end of March 2019. Just about 200 Canadian Armed Forces members will continue to support the professional development of the Ukrainian Armed Forces through a range of training activities. We also will enhance strategic institutional reform of Ukraine's defense establishment. So it is clear that our outstanding Canadian troops can be counted on to do their part wherever called on and whatever the risk. So, Madam Speaker, generation after generation of Canadians have tackled missions facing great risk. Risk is an inherent part of the important jobs that our forces members do on behalf of Canada and Canadians. So risk assessment is not a process we take lightly. As I previously stated, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance, directed him to launch a comprehensive review of the rules around tax-free relief for military personnel. It will make recommendations about when and how best to administer the hardship allowance and risk allowance when we send our troops abroad. Madam Speaker, the highly political approach that the opposition has taken to this issue may give Canadians the false impression that our Canadian men and women are demanding more money in exchange. But this is not the case. Our women and men chose to sacrifice a great deal in order to serve their country. We want to honor that spirit of sacrifice to ensure we have a fair, transparent, compensating system for them. These are the problems that the member opposite had not fixed for the last 10 years. They had an opportunity to do so, but they did not. No less than 15 times in 2013 did the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, Chris Alexander, and Peter MacKay promise to fix this problem, and here we are today cleaning up this mess. So for 10 years, the Conservatives' lack of investment in the Canadian Armed Forces has left us in this problem. And Madam Speaker, that's one of the reasons why, as part of the Defense Policy Review, we looked at this. And I have asked my colleagues on the opposite side to work together on this so we can come up with ideas. Any ideas that we may have not thought of, would be able to work together. And I've been always open to do so. But this is, and Michael, I'll always continue to do so. So I asked the members to continue to work together, and this hasn't been the case. So, Madam Speaker, the hardship and risk for all operations must be reviewed, not just one. We want to make sure that it's reviewed for all operations. They must reflect the actual conditions and dangers personnel are exposed to in a specific geographical region and on a specific operation. These levels fluctuate as the risk and hardship associated with members' roles change over time. These distinctions that can alter a member's pay and associated tax implications. Madam Speaker, the safety and security of our men and women on operations is part of a much bigger picture. When we talk about assessing risk, what we are really talking about is how we care for our military family. That includes members' support networks, their families, and their friends who look after them. Members of the military can only perform well if they know their families are supported in their communities while they are away. The family's welfare is critical to a soldier's peace of mind as they take on overseas assignments, and I can attest to this myself, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Armed Forces recognize the many contributions of the military families and their vital role in sustaining our personnel. That's why the Military Family Services Program and our Joint Personnel Support Unit are there to keep families strong and resilient. The tools and services they offer address the various dimensions of the military family's life: physical, mental, emotional, and financial. The Canadian Armed Forces also provides access to a broad range of social support networks and professional counseling to aid families of ill, injured, or fallen. Because we want families to be in the best possible position to support serving members and each other. Madam Speaker, it is difficult for people outside the forces to understand the strain on a military family. One of the biggest issues they deal with are the frequent moves. The government tries to offset financial hardship that comes with moving under the Canadian Armed Forces Integrated Relocation Program. It provides multiple benefits to military families to pay for their relocation. As well, cost of living adjustment that reflect the realities of financial life in a new location helps families when our members are on operations. Another challenge many family members face is receiving health care as they move across the country. Families of active military members do not receive medical care through the Canadian Armed Forces. Only Canadian Armed Forces members receive that. So their families depend on services provided by provincial and territorial healthcare systems. They count on family physicians to make space for them in their practices, freeing up a spot when one military family is posted to make way for another. Madam Speaker, I have been overwhelmed by the outpouring of interest and support by community leaders anxious to rally behind our serving members and their families. The Canadian Armed Forces Military Family Services team benefits from the backing of groups like the College of Family Physicians of Canada, the Military and Veterans Families Leadership Cycle, the Vanier Institute Family, and the Canadian Institute for Military and Veterans Research. And I'd like to also state is my wife is a family doctor, and she too has been part of this to making sure that she educates other doctors to the challenges of military families so they can take more military families into their practice. The Canadian Armed Forces has joined forces with these organizations to develop educational tools for health practitioners across the country. For instance, I recently helped to launch the Family Physicians Working with Military Families Physician Guide. It was developed to give physicians insight into the challenges facing military families to help doctors provide compassionate and patient-centered care. This will go a long way to ensuring members' families receive the support and services they need. Equally important is caring for loved ones returning from military missions. Transitioning back to civilian life is often difficult, especially when a member is ill or injured. The Canadian Armed Forces works with Veterans Affairs to improve services for ill and injured military members, veterans, and their families. We are currently looking at what more needs to be done as part of the Defense Policy Review. The Canadian Armed Forces also provides leadership in the area of mental health. we've made significant investments to help people at risk for mental health problems to provide them the assistance that they need. So, Madam Speaker, there is no question that we live in a challenging and risk-filled times, just as there can be no doubt about the bravery, commitment, and sacrifice of members of the Canadian Armed Forces who take those challenges on. There is also no doubt that those who dedicate their lives to keeping our values and sovereignty secure deserve the best services, the best care, and best support possible to help them do their jobs. Madam Speaker, our government response to the motion before us today reinforces that we all agree that the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces deserve the best. Neither can there be any debate that this government is committed to supporting our troops, aviators, sailors, both here at home and wherever they are deployed around the world. Care for forces members is a priority for our government, our Prime Minister, and for me. We work to keep our service personnel and their families safe and secure wherever their job takes them. I urge all parties to join us as we support our women and men in uniform wherever they serve and wherever the operations might take them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Listen, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And one of the points I agree with the Defence Minister is the outstanding record of Canada's armed forces. And indeed, I would argue over the last 200 years, nobody has had a better record of standing up for what's right in this world than the people of the Canadian Armed Forces. Madam Speaker, and this is why it is so important to not just talk about, supporting them or support the spirit of our armed forces. We have to do something about it. So I want to ask the Defence Minister this question. First of all, I would like him to correct what he said yesterday, that what we generally refer to as the danger pay for troops in Kuwait were not in place under the previous administration. In fact, they were, and this was pointed out by my colleague, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman or something. So I wish he would correct that, and I would ask him to do that. The other thing is that doesn't he understand, and wouldn't he agree with me, that it is within the jurisdiction, it's within the ability of the Defence Minister to make this decision to reinstate danger pay for the people in Kuwait. They deserve it. That's part of that support that we give to our members of our armed forces. And he says he wants to have a comprehensive review. Well, skip the comprehensive review. Why don't we just do it? Let's do the right thing for them.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, I can't change the reality of when it comes to when I visited the troops, they did not have tax-free allowance. When I came back, it wasn't a political issue. It was an issue that I realized. We came back. We got all the process in place. It hadn't gone through the process, and that's when I came back, spoke with my colleagues, the Finance Minister, and we were able to get it approved in February 2016. And which is a good thing to making sure that our troops. But there was an interdepartmental committee with rules that were set, revised in 2014, that had every year the risk allowance is assessed. Once the assessment was made, a determination was made to reduce these benefits. When I was informed of this, I immediately took action to have this policy reviewed. So not only that we look at supporting our members in the Canadian Armed Forces who are serving in Kuwait, but we actually take a broader view so that we don't have to get into the same situation again, Madam Speaker, so that we can look at it for all for everything that we do. And that's what the Defence Policy Review has taken. So Madam Speaker, so yes, we are working towards fixing this for Kuwait, but also we are looking at a much broader as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments today. I'm tempted, now that we have agreement on this motion, to ask us to see the clock at 5:30. But I think there are some other things we could discuss on this important topic of support to our troops. Or we could perhaps at some point in this Parliament be talking about the new defence strategy. Will it be presented to Parliament? Will we get a chance to debate that? But what I'm going to ask the Minister about is something that came up at a Veterans Forum that was hosted on March 2nd at the Royal Canadian Branch number 91 in Langford by the member for Cowichan, Malhat Langford, and myself, and it was attended by our veterans critic, for the member for London Fanshawe. And this was the transition. After people come home they've been on dangerous missions abroad, they decide to leave the forces. The big gap that happens between leaving the forces and actually being able to collect their pensions, and it leaves many members of our forces with no income for months, literally months on end. And so I'm hoping in the upcoming budget, the minister has made provisions for adequate staffing so we can end problems like this that occur when members have come home after serving their country so well and end up in a situation where they have no income while they wait for their pensions.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree with the member opposite anymore. It is we need to make sure that we have enough personnel to look at we have enough folks that are actually processing this information, so when our members choose to retire, that they can actually get their pensions in a reasonable manner. We've actually had surge people in to reduce this amount within the last year, and we have actually done that significantly, but it's still not enough. And that's one of the reasons why I have people in my office looking at when we need emergency situations. And we've actually turned around at times when somebody needed a pension check within 17 hours. But this is a much bigger issue, and that's part of the Defense Policy Review, Madam Speaker. We have looked at this, not just for pensions, but how do we look at, not just for looking after once they're injured, how do we help them actually retire healthy as well? And Madam Speaker, I look forward to discussing and announcing this once the final decision on the defense policy is made. Good consultation has been made with experts and also with members opposite, and I look forward to discussing that further. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for taking the time to be in the House today to talk about this serious situation and about getting it rectified. I also want to thank the Minister, or the member from Niagara Falls, who is a former Minister of National Defence and who understands the ministerial authority that the Minister has in actually stopping these types of decisions from happening. And, you know, again, I'd ask the Minister if he'd correct the record based upon question period yesterday, and it's twice now in the House that he has risen and said that, you know, this happened when we were in government. Well, I have here the question on the order paper, question 600, which was signed by the Minister and tabled in here to answer my question that I raised about Operation Impact and where tax relief was at. And he said, under his pen, and it says, all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations received tax relief effective October 5th, 2014, the date at which the original risk scores became effective, to September 1st, 2016. And then as of September 1st, 2016, now he's Minister, new assigned risk levels of Section 1.782 came into effect for the El Jabbar and Arefjan locations. And therefore, as of that date, these two locations lost their tax relief status. So the question to the Minister is, can he go right now, reverse it, make it retroactive, reinstate all danger pay, all tax relief for all our troops that are in Kuwait, and ensure that this doesn't happen again? I understand you're doing that the Minister is doing the policy review, Madam Speaker, but will he make sure that everyone that is deployed in support in the fight against ISIS get the pay and benefits they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, as I told the member opposite, when we had the in February 2016, when I was able to get the tax-free allowance approved, once the Finance Minister had signed off on it, I too was surprised when the decision was made by Inter-Departmental Committee to change the risk assessment was changed. And the assessment was made some time ago. Now that I've learned about this, I have taken direct action to direct the Chief of Defence Staff to look at this, and to not just look at for Kuwait, for fixing this problem, but also in a much wider form as well. So we are committed to looking at for Operation Impact and even broader, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm glad to see the Minister taking action on this question. I'm glad to see that we can agree on the obvious here, that Canadian troops need support when they're doing difficult and dangerous work. But again, I'd like to see us at some point in this House grapple with those larger issues. So I have a specific question for the Minister about the Defence Policy Review, which he says will tackle some of these questions. Will that review be presented either to the House of Commons Defence Committee or to this House for debate?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, once, as with anything we do in government, once the It's going through the government process, the cabinet process now for final approval, and decision is made how this will be discussed with parliamentarians and also Canadians at large, because we did very thorough consultations, and we need to make sure that that we demonstrate to Canadians that they were heard, that all the experts that provide, and also from the various parties that provided input as well. So there will be ample opportunity, and I look forward to actually discussing this personally with my critics as well, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what we've seen, unfortunately, sometimes is a pattern from this government where they point to comprehensive reviews that are happening really as a way of excusing a lack of action on individual areas. Yes. There was certainly at times a need for comprehensive review, but that doesn't exclude actually taking the action immediately in the case that's required. We've seen this on the justice file. We're seeing it on the defense file. Can the minister commit to, in the midst of that review, taking action right now on something with particular urgency that can be addressed immediately?
Honourable Minister of National Defence, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, talk about when it comes to taking action. After a month being named Minister of National Defence, I visited our troops. And in a town hall, I found out that our troops that were sitting there doing that great work didn't have tax-free status. By the time I made a phone call, came back, spoke to the Chief of Defence Staff, we had the Finance Minister sign off the approval in February 2016 to get the tax-free allowance for them. That we did. And so, but we also need to do a comprehensive review so that we'll come into these situations again. It is important to look at the longer-term picture, and that's what we are committed to do, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from North Island, Powell River. In the course of debate so far this morning, I've already had a chance to make some of the points that I was going to make at the outset of this speech, and I will repeat them, I guess, at this point. I'm very glad to see that all sides of this House are prepared to support this motion, which does the obvious, I think, and that is commit us to provide the support to Canadian troops that they need when they're in the field doing difficult and dangerous work. I am sorry that it has become a bit of a political football, but I guess the good part we can take out of that is we have a commitment from the minister to act, and I hope that's been accepted in good faith on the Conservative side. What we do internationally, of course, as Canadians, is almost always part of a larger partnership. And I was privileged to be part of the Defense Committee trip to Washington, D.C. this week, where we talked about those partnerships and how those operate. And I know one of the things we accomplished there as part of that mission, if you like, was to remind Americans of the Canadian-American partnership and to let them know that there's concern in Canada about the fact that there may be inadvertent damage to Canadian-American defense cooperation and our defense relations by some of the wilder statements that have been made by the President in his campaign and some of the things that continue to be said, which in all good faith, I don't think were really directed at Canada, but may have those negative impacts. So we had the great privilege yesterday of meeting with Senator John McCain, a meeting that went on for quite a long time, where I think we managed to get across the fact that not only just in trade, where for 35 states Canada is the main export market, but also on the defense industries, where we have such melded industries, where supply chains go back and forth across the border, that the partnerships that we have that already exist, we can't allow those to be disrupted by wild talk about America first. Well, America first in terms of defense has always meant America cooperating with Canada, and we have to keep that cooperation in place. We met with Senator Reid, who was the ranking Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, and we're able to talk to him about the defense jobs that we lost in his riding if we disrupt the Canadian-American defense production relationships by, again, this wilder rhetoric about American first on jobs, when, in fact, the production chains are so integrated in Canada and the United States. We also met with 5 representatives, and I think one of the biggest surprises for them was when we talked about the number of immigrants in Canada and how our foreign-born population is much, much larger than that in the United States. And again, the inadvertent problems when the United States talks about securing its borders that it sometimes causes for Canadians who want to do business in the United States. I know I have examples from my riding of people involved in the high-tech industry who were born outside of Canada,
and are trying to go back and forth to San Francisco to do their business work, and they've been affected, I think, inadvertently. I don't think the president really was aimed at these people, but he's caused great problems for them. So when we're talking about, as we are in this very narrow motion, Canadians serving abroad, I think we have to remember that that's always been in a larger partnership, whether it's with the United States, in this case in the Middle East, or whether it's through the United Nations in other cases, or through NATO. And part of what we also discussed was the president's very firm insistence on a 2% GDP spending to be a good partner, self-defined by the U.S., in NATO. And what we were able to point out was that when the United States asks Canada, we show up. We show up in force. We show up with very professional soldiers. We show up with people who know how to do the difficult work that they're asked to do. And so one of the things we are also trying to get across is that when we talk about the current mission in the Middle East, that Canadians have played a very important role in that mission, and that needs to be remembered in this discussion of relationships. So I'm casting a bit broadly here because I think it's important, as I said, that this House spend more time actually talking about the importance of defense and the importance of Canada's international role. And in particular, in this time when we have a U.S. president whose policies are somewhat erratic and not always well thought out, especially when they're expressed in tweets, it's very important that Canada act as a force for stability. And it's very important in order to do that, that we have Canadian forces ready and available to serve on these international missions. And that means we have to make sure that we have the training available, we do the recruitment we need, we have the equipment we need, and we have the support for those troops both in the field and when they come home. And one of the things we did hear from the American side is that they sometimes now question, just as they do their own forces, the readiness. Have we actually spent enough time making sure that our forces are ready to deploy? Do they have the training? Do they have the equipment? Do they have the munitions? Are we able to transport them into the theater of operations? And so, again, we've focused on a very narrow part of this today in the motion, which is, are we providing the adequate compensation to those who do difficult and dangerous work? But we have that broader question, is how well are we preparing Canadians to take on those roles as part of international partnerships? So again, I was very proud to be part of that delegation, and I think we congratulate ourselves rightly in saying that what we did as a committee was represent Canada in Washington, D.C., and not represent the parties that we might represent here in the House. And I think the fact that our meeting with Senator McCain was originally scheduled for half an hour, and he, at that point, he said this is an important meeting, and he extended the meeting for another half hour, indicated the importance of getting our message across to the Americans, that this is an important partnership, that we intend to do our bit, that we intend to show up when asked. But we're going to have to follow that up on our side with a budget that increases military spending. And we were able to say that for once in this House, we have a consensus among all the parties that we are not spending enough on those readiness functions. We're not spending enough to make sure our military is properly equipped. And so there's more work to do here. So I look forward to seeing the Liberal budget and to seeing what progress we're going to make toward that 2% goal, arbitrary though it is, of GDP spending. When it comes to talking to those who serve in my riding, there is still some reluctance for those in the Canadian Forces to talk to me as an opposition member about what's going on. But I have to say that the atmosphere has gotten a lot better on those grounds. And so people do come forward and talk about the gaps that they see in preparedness. And we all know that certainly with the submarine deal we had, it took us a long time to get those submarines ready. We spent an inordinate amount of money preparing those submarines to serve as part of these joint missions. But they're now ready. They now can serve. And they're now an important part of what we can contribute to those international coalitions and international obligations. The one part which I'm concerned about, and my party is concerned about, is that one of the traditional things we always did as part of these partnerships, and which was very dangerous work, was peacekeeping work. And we had a commitment a year ago, I guess it would be almost a year ago, from the minister, that Canada would once again take up peacekeeping work in Africa. And this would be another case when our troops would clearly be entitled to fair compensation to take on what would be very difficult missions. And it's something that the Americans are interested in us doing, as they said very clearly to us in the past few days when we were at the Pentagon or whether we were at the Senate or the House of Representatives. There are some things we can do that the Americans cannot do. And some of those things are very difficult and dangerous. But they're maybe a little less difficult and dangerous for us as Canadians than they would be for Americans. And one of those is peacekeeping, both because of Canada's lack of an external colonial past, despite the internal colonial past we have. We did not have colonies abroad. Another of those is the capabilities that we have as a bilingual country and the ability to put forward forces that can work in both English and French, and particularly important to be able to work in French in Africa. So we have to get this right if we're going to ask our members of the Canadian Forces to go and do those jobs, which I believe we should ask them to do. We have to make sure they have the training, the equipment, the compensation, and the supports in place before we send them to do this difficult work. And I guess my disappointment today's debate is that we're solving the problem of how we compensate them after they're in the field. And I don't want to see us do that again in a future mission. I want to see this sorted out. I take the minister seriously that he is going to sort out this problem. And I look forward to seeing in his budget whether we have the resources to actually send Canadians to play an important role as a counterweight to the Americans in this difficult and dangerous world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and intervention today. And I appreciate that, as the NDP defence critic, the role that he plays on the National Defence Committee, and his comments that even though we're all very partisan here in the House, when we do go abroad, and as we were in Washington, we went as Team Canada. We concentrated on the issues that united us as parliamentarians, on driving home the message of how important the Canada-U.S. relationship is, and especially how we can work together in defense cooperation with our American friends, allies, and family members that live down there. So I do appreciate his words. And I do also take the minister at his word that he is reviewing the policy and the way they do the evaluation of hardship risk pay and benefits for our troops. But the real question is, and one thing I don't believe you addressed in your comments, or that he didn't address in his comments, Madam Speaker, the honourable member, I'd love to know his position on making sure that this payment is retroactive to those who are currently serving in theatre and have been denied this benefit since September 1st, 2016.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank the honourable member for his spirit of cooperation that his party showed on our mission to Washington, D.C., and the very valuable contribution that he makes to debate on defense in this House. I think at the end I did say, I think we're far better off to solve these problems before we send Canadians on these difficult and dangerous missions and not expect them to go not knowing what the situation they'll be in terms of compensation, because it has a big impact on their families. So obviously, the minister has some work to do here before we send troops to Latvia, which, again, we've got all-party support for doing in this House, but let's make sure they know what they can count on, what their families can count on before they go on that mission, and the same would be true before we take on an African peacekeeping mission. Let's make sure we get these problems solved before we send Canadians abroad.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask a specific question of the minister in regards to the hardship committee that we actually have established that does the risk assessment along with the hardship assessment. I'm sure the member is somewhat familiar with it. And when members of the Canadian Forces are deployed to an international venue, then that's when we have the current, from what I understand, process where this committee then takes a look and evaluates that hardship and risk factors. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide comments in terms of how he would see the NDP would support something in advance when you often get a request and before you can do that robust investigation into the many different factors that you need to be on or on site. I'm not a little bit confused in terms of how the NDP would see that work. If he could just expand on that.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I thank him for the promotion to minister at the beginning of his question. I guess what I would say is the same thing I have been saying, that the purpose of having a policy on the hardship pay and or danger pay, as everybody in the forces calls it, is that that's known in advance. And certainly before we send missions out in advance, we do evaluate the dangers. That's done before we put people in the field. Is it sometimes revised later because of changing circumstances? Absolutely. That's necessary. But there's no case that I know of where the Canadian forces have been sent abroad without that kind of evaluation being done before they go. It's part of the planning for any mission. So that's why I'm saying I take the minister seriously that he wants to get this policy straightened out, clarified, and in place before we send additional Canadians abroad so that they know what they can expect as their compensation for taking on this difficult and dangerous work.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to the member of Esquimalt Saanich who has been such a good support for me and has led me to understand so much in the committee that I participate with him in national defense. It's been an honor to represent the people of my riding of North Island Powell River in this important work. I want to take an opportunity also to highlight the dedication of the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman has for the armed forces and thank him for tabling this important motion. The New Democrat Party is proud to support it, as I am. I'm glad to have an opportunity to speak on this government decision to take away from soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit, which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment. I cannot express here how deeply the respect I have for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And I know in my own family, with several members participating in different levels of the military, it is something that we hold close in our heart in our family. As we know it as our family members, and across Canada, family members every day send their family to represent Canada in the armed forces. And we can never underestimate what a sacrifice that is, not only for our men and women in uniform, but for the men and women who support them. It is an honor representing Comox, and it is also deeply humbling. 19 Wing Comox is the backbone of the community, and it is a reminder every day of the protection that we enjoy. It is also a reminder of the duty these brave men and women bring to the fabric of our country. It is a reminder of the miracles achieved even with the constant struggle of underfunding and lack of proper equipment. I deeply admire the tremendous efficiency of the military. It is also a reminder of the close-knit families and the bond that makes Comox so beautiful. And it is also a reminder of all those we have lost. I've had the chance to forge a relationship with the wing commander in our community, and I have to say how deeply I appreciate the patience and understanding as I have been taught so much about what happens in our riding and the impact that has on our community. The battle against ISIS is about intelligence on the ground. I am so proud of the air crews from 19 Wing Comox who are directly involved in Operation Impact, which is Canada's military contribution to the Middle East Stabilization Force. We're talking about the 407 Long Range Patrol Squadron, an integral part of the 19 Wing Comox. With CP-140 Aurora aircraft, our fighting chances are much stronger against the Islamic State of Iraq and Lebanon in the Republic of Iraq. The CP-140 Aurora aircraft from 19 Wing will undertake important intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, as well as provide overland strike coordination and armed reconnaissance coordination that will provide critical information to the coalition forces. If required, they can provide search and rescue missions. As of March 4th, 2017, Aurora aircraft conducted 732 reconnaissance missions, and I am incredibly proud of that work. Our priority in this House is making sure that those who serve in the Canadian Forces have the training, the equipment, and the support they need to deal with the difficult and dangerous work we ask them to do every day on our behalf. Unfortunately, successive governments have also failed to deliver proper funding to the armed forces to sustain the types of deployments to which they are assigned, and to make sure they have the resources they need to both fulfill their role and keep themselves safe. This includes the government delivering on efficient procurement and increasing major capital investments in the Canadian Armed Forces as a whole. You know, Madam Speaker, it has been a wonderful experience for me to represent my riding and the base that resides on it. I've had an incredible opportunity to tour the facilities and to meet so many people who serve us. I was very impressed by the military's flexibility and how the members work so hard to make sure that everyday Canadians are protected, and to their pride in what they do internationally. They don't give up, and they make things work regardless of how hard that may be. And it's not just about equipment. The government must also ensure adequate support services are in place for troops returning home to receive the assistance they may need. Just last night, this House voted on Bill C-211 on post-traumatic stress disorder. I was very happy to see this bill move forward, and will have the chance to be studied in committee so we can develop a comprehensive federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder in Canada. This is so important to supporting our men and women in uniform, and also supporting their families that face challenges when they come home. You know, Madam Speaker, recently I had the opportunity to represent Canada at a NATO update, and one of the things that I left so proud of was the incredible reputation that the Canadian Armed Forces has. We heard again and again about the willingness, the flexibility, the high level of standards and training that our men and women in uniform had, and it just made me feel so proud. You know, we know every day that when we stand up in the international world, we can be proud of the people who serve this country because they have stepped up for us again and again. I think it's so important that we need to make sure we are helping save lives on the ground now by addressing the deepening humanitarian crisis unfolding in Syria and Iraq. Canada should be a leader in alleviating the suffering of civilians caught in this conflict. Madam Speaker, again, what we heard repeatedly is that across the world, people who are in crisis trust our amazing soldiers who stand up every day. I think it's important that we look at ways to welcome refugees coming to Canada, especially when we look at the realities that the American president is backing away from its country's commitment to refugees. Canada must raise its humanitarian aid to refugee camps in the region, especially in Jordan, as the refugee crisis has continued to bring the Jordanian government and society to the brink of collapse. Madam Speaker, this mission requires clarity. While in power, often the Conservatives, I don't know, were very honest about the mission from the very beginning. They misled Canadians about our soldiers being involved in the ground combat and failed to make a case for Canada's military involvement. And now we see this current government following in those footsteps and their latest announcement on the changes of Canada's military role. When the Prime Minister made the initial announcement, he left more questions than answers regarding our role in the fight against ISIS. With increased boots on the ground at the front lines, as the Prime Minister has indicated, we now have to see what the commitment Canada has made to larger military role with no end date and no parameters to define success. Madam Speaker, it is only right that our men and women in uniform know what they are being asked to do, and they know what success looks like. With Canadian troops deployed in conflict zones, those on the front lines engaging enemy forces should receive the extra tax benefit that previous deployments have received. Canadian troops have seen armed combat in this deployment, yet the government calls this mission advise and assist. We really need to know the truth here. If Canadian troops are engaged in combat operations against Islamic State fighters, how can the government justify taking away the combat tax benefit to our deployed troops? So, Madam Speaker, I just want to close in saying this. I'm so proud to see that all members around this House are going to support this motion moving forward. It is so important that when we ask our men and women in uniform to potentially make the ultimate sacrifice, when we ask those families to let them go to other countries and face huge challenges, we need to support them in the best way and make sure that those families get provided the support they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. And I was particularly interested in hearing her talk about the motion that we passed last night, and in particular dealing with PTSD and mental health issues, and I'm glad to see that we've had unanimous support for that. Being involved with the Veteran Affairs Committee, Madam Speaker, a lot of times we've had our veterans, as we study mental health, they've talked about issues of identity loss and trust. And I'm wondering if the member would agree that by taking away what was agreed to these soldiers before they went into theater, and by taking away from them now, does that not have a major impact when they come back out of theater on that trust level, and that trust level they might have for the people that are sending them there?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this very important question. And I think that we need to be talking about this. I was so happy to see this the private member's bill passed yesterday that's really talking about post-traumatic stress, looking at the realities that our men and women in uniform are facing and what those challenges mean for the family. And it is true that when you come home and you have dedicated your life to fighting for your country, you want to make sure that when you get back that the people here appreciate it, and that when the government has asked you to make that sacrifice, that they're there to support you in a meaningful way. Unfortunately, you know, in the last while, we have seen continuous cuts to Veterans Affairs. We've seen services on the ground removed, and we've seen more and more vulnerability for those communities and those groups and those families. So I think absolutely we need to do better. We hope to see, you know, the offices open and those services and support directly to people who are veterans of this country and who've served us so well. And I just want to also add, we have to make sure those services work across the country. We have a lot of rural communities where veterans are not given the services that they need. We need to figure that out because we need to support the people who have supported our country.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am somewhat concerned in terms of some of the words that are putting on the record, whether it's from the Conservatives or the New Democrats. And let me give you a specific example. The member across the way just made reference to cuts to veterans. This government actually has opened up veterans' offices that the previous Conservative government cut. This government is committed to our vets. We recognize the valuable contribution that our vets have made. Then we have a member that poses a question and says, well, should we trust the cuts? How can members of the Canadian Forces trust this government because of the cuts? Well, Madam Speaker, it was this government that gave those benefits that they are actually receiving. Mr. Harper did not give them those benefits. So my question to the member is, will she not recognize or acknowledge that as we continue the debate today, that we should be as straightforward. I want to be not politically correct. I don't want to be unparliamentary in my language, Madam Speaker, but I would suggest that we need to be fully truthful with the comments in terms of what it is this government is actually doing for members of our forces and our vets.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the question from my honourable colleague. You know what, at the end of the day, we have to look at what those results are. So we know that the past Conservative government shut down significant resources to our veterans, and we saw a lot of those offices shut down. So 9 were shut down. So far 2 have been opened. We're waiting to see what's happening with the rest. The reality that we're also seeing, and I see it in my riding where veterans come in to talk to me, they're still not getting the support that they need and that they require. And I think the important reality is we were talking about trust. And you know, there are many veterans that don't trust government anymore, from historic realities and current realities. And what is so important is that we remember that this is not about any of us. This is about veterans on the ground that are struggling every day to survive, and their families are struggling with them. So we can't make this about our egos, about what we think this government didn't do and this government did do. We have to focus on the people on the ground who need the support every single day and make sure that we figure out the best solutions to serve them regardless of where they live and regardless of our own ego.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
And I'll be sharing my time with the member from Red Deer Lacombe, Madam Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, it's an honour and a privilege to speak to the motion put forth by my Defence Committee Conservative colleague. As a Conservative Defence critic, the Conservative member for the Manitoba riding of Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman is doing an outstanding job on behalf of the women and men who currently serve their country as members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It's a pleasure to work with such an informed, hardworking member of Parliament. The motion calls today on the federal government to show support and appreciation for the brave women and men serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arishan, whose tax relief was cancelled September 1st, 2016. We support our troops 100%. Canadian soldiers are on the front lines in the Middle East in the international war against terrorism. While I believe our soldiers are the first class, they're getting second-class treatment from a Prime Minister who devalues the dangers they face every day. All other coalition soldiers receive special compensation through reduced taxation on their earnings. Last September, 15 soldiers serving in Kuwait were told they had to pay an additional $1,500 to $1,800 in taxes. The Liberal government had downgraded the risk level they faced, so in effect, the government took away part of their danger pay they earned by increasing taxes. Soldiers thought this was unfair and appealed. Conservatives thought it was unfair too, so when the Liberal Minister of Defence came before our Parliamentary Defence Committee, my colleagues and I had some tough questioning for him. I'm going to now quote the Minister's own words because they're unambiguous, or so Conservatives on the Defence Committee thought when we heard them. The Conservative member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. The first question I want to ask relates to Operation Impact. I sent you a letter, Minister, on November 10th about some of our troops that are based in Air Force Task Force in Kuwait. We have 300+ troops there, and 15 of them are at a U.S. Air Base Camp Arishan. They're not getting the same danger pay or income tax considerations as the rest of our troops in Kuwait. Are you committed to fixing this inequity and making sure they get the same pay and benefits as all our other troops who are in Operation Impact? Liberal Defence Minister. Absolutely. There were even some additional challenges when I first came in and then when I first arrived. We were able to address some of the direct things that were under my authority and also getting with the support from the Minister of Finance. For the specific ones that you're talking about, there is some work that the military has to do with the Treasury Board as well. But we're working through the complexities based on how this is done to make sure there's more equity for our troops and when it comes to deployments. If you were there with me at that Defence Committee meeting, hearing the Minister's answer, I think you, like me, would have thought that he meant the 15 soldiers were going to see their pay and benefits restored. But just like with the carbon tax and the health plan tax, when Liberals see an unfair tax situation, their default solution is to raise taxes on everybody. And that's exactly what was done. The Prime Minister did not help the 15 soldiers who lost a tax exemption. The Liberal Party took the exemption away from the rest of the soldiers serving in Kuwait. Madam Speaker, for months, the Prime Minister has known that a small group of Canadian soldiers in the fight against international terrorism were having their danger pay clawed back, while others on the deployment were not. When confronted with this policy, the decision by our Conservative critic, the response by the Liberal Party was to claw back everyone's danger pay. Now, more than 300 soldiers will be losing up to $9,000 for a 6-month deployment because of a puppet defence minister who prefers to take his marching orders from the Prime Minister's puppet master, Gerald Butts. rather than listen to his own conscience. It's beyond belief how quickly this government minimizes the risk of our soldiers that they face in the Middle East by clawing back their danger pay. The risk of death is very real. The $1,800 per month the Liberals are ripping away from our troops and their families, it's peanuts to the government compared to the absence of a loved one who is proudly serving his or her country. That loss is priceless. And it's peanuts compared to the billions of dollars that are being wasted on the Prime Minister's foreign aid vanity projects. When the Conservative Defense Minister faced the same problem in Afghanistan, he cut through the bureaucratic red tape to ensure our troops would not get shortchanged. In 2014, before our troops were ever deployed to Kuwait, our Conservative government ensured they would be qualifying for full danger pay. And I invite Canadians to fact-check the Finance Canada's website. Liberal apologists are just plain wrong trying to insinuate blame to others for this outrageous clawback policy. The first cuts by the Liberals were done on September 1st, 2016. The talk on my military base in Petawawa is get ready for the summer deployment. And they're asking me, will our pay be clawed back, or will we have proper uniforms, remembering the decision by the Chrétien Liberals to send soldiers to Afghanistan without proper uniforms? And what else will the Liberals take away? If the Defence Minister does not stand up to the Prime Minister's puppet master and take action now, a lot more troops on other missions will be impacted starting this summer. It's wrong for the Liberals to take away $1,800 a month from each of our troops who are in harm's way. And the members of this government really need to ask, is the cost of buying a seat on the United Nations Security Council worth the price of cheapening the lives of our soldiers by clawing back danger pay? Liberals have no problem borrowing billions, but they undervalue the women and men serving in uniform. When will the Defence Minister stop funding the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending on the backs of our troops? The Defence Minister, I want to say, is a proud veteran and should know better than anyone how important danger pay is, not just to our brave women and men in uniform, but to their families back home as well. Soldiers who lived through the decade of darkness, the military cutbacks, knew that Liberals would cut defence spending when they got in again, but they did not ever imagine that the Prime Minister would literally do it on the backs of the military and their families. On behalf of the women and men in uniform, I'm asking this Defence Minister to quit taking his marching orders from the Prime Minister, fight for our troops, and reinstate all of the danger pay and benefits for all of our troops who are in the fight against international terrorism. And I'm proud of the work that our soldiers are doing, especially the Special Operations Forces on the ground today, as well as the air combat mission that's taking place based out of Kuwait. As a member of Parliament whose riding includes Garrison Petawawa, Canada's largest military base and home to the Canadian Special Operations Regiment, I'm very sensitive about the treatment of our soldiers. The soldiers and their families are extended family to me. In our community, we share the highs and the lows. And at the end of the day, we stand together. When the member for Vancouver South was named Defence Minister, there was a hope amongst our women and men in uniform that maybe, just maybe, by appointing somebody who had actual service in the military reserves, the Liberal Party was trying to make amends for the decade of darkness. The decision to claw back the pay of soldiers serving in a war zone and the mistreatment of injured veterans has eliminated any goodwill this government may have had when the member for Vancouver South was first appointed Defence Minister. The disgust of all things Liberal held by members of the military community who lived through the decade of darkness and the politically motivated decision to disband the Canadian Airborne Regiment has transferred to a new generation of soldiers. Let us not forget the veterans' disgust at the way tomorrow's veterans are being treated. Veterans are not interested in hearing how many new bureaucrats have been hired or that empty offices are being opened in government ridings. They're not interested in listening to the Liberal Party fight the last election using the same tired campaign rhetoric that was used to confuse veterans and their families. Mindless talking points scripted by the Prime Minister's office are not acceptable to veterans. Veterans want action. Veterans are not interested in the fake promises of the Prime Minister. Under the Liberals, our troops feel like they've been kicked in the stomach, and their families feel cheated. I call on the Liberal government to finally do its job, reverse the abhorrent decision, and support the brave women and men who stand on guard for us.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes it's most unfortunate when you get such a distortion of reality. And let me ask the member a very specific question. Can she explain to those that might be listening, and possibly even some of her colleagues, why it is when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada, when our men and women went to Kuwait back in September of 2014, that Mr. Harper did not have hardship allowance or risk allowance, or what the Conservatives like to say as danger pay, that it waited months and months before we actually had the review taken place. And once the review was taken place and it was recommended to the Harper government to provide this danger pay, that they didn't actually put it into place. It wasn't until the current Prime Minister, the current Minister of Defence, that we actually put that in place and made it retroactive for members of the Canadian Forces. Will she not at least acknowledge that that is accurate and that is the truth of the matter at hand?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the member's opposite can put false statements or alternative facts on the record, but just because they do so doesn't mean they are factual. Everything he just said was incorrect. But this whole business of taxing our troops is just more and more of finding new tax targets all across the board. This week we even found out that they're taxing women who are home-based businesses when they put through the changes supposedly for ensuring that the housing and the flipping in the housing markets in Vancouver and Toronto would be remedied. They also snuck through a requirement so that people working from home now had to register their home, so that if they were claiming any part of their house as a business expense, when they went to sell it, part of the profit that would be made from their home would have to go back to the government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, for her speech. On February 22nd, a family member of mine, Captain Mark Bernacki, who's a pilot with the Royal Canadian Armed Forces and the 5th BC Field Regiment, born and raised Vancouver Island, retired after 12 years of service. And our family is very, very proud of his incredible commitment and sacrifice, as we are of all members of the armed forces here in Canada. And my colleague, I'm sure, shares that same sentiment. I'm glad that today we've agreed, and all parties have agreed, to support this motion. So maybe I'll talk about the mental and social change that occurs when a member of the Canadian Armed Forces leaves. It really can't be qualified, and Veterans Affairs is critical in helping with this important transition. One thing we know is veterans need easy access to services, and under her government, they were responsible for closing Veterans Affairs offices to members. Maybe the member can let us know if she's changed her opinion on closing those offices, and how we can better support Mark and other members as they leave the armed forces and make sure they get easy access to services.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, our government added on to the suite of services available to veterans who were medically releasing from the military, as well as all veterans. And in so doing, we took allocated funds towards the people rather than just the bricks and mortars that weren't really being used. And where there were veterans who needed services, the people servicing them actually went to the veterans, so they didn't have to come in miles to some out-of-the-way office. Furthermore, I'm pleased to say that for our releasing veterans, there are new programs in the private sector and in cooperation with government that are coming up as well. For example, we have a new cybersecurity program located right here in Ottawa, and there's funding from all sources of government so that when somebody medically releases, they can continue on serving our country. But even though they do not fit the universality of service, they can continue serving in a security capacity and be a contributing member to our society.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to share time with my esteemed colleague who just spoke, who proudly represented the folks at CFB Petawawa for years. And it's no accident that she's been here longer than most members of Parliament in this House because of her advocacy for both members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the military. But, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to get up and clear the record on some of the misconceptions that have been put before the House by other members in this House. But more importantly, I think it's just an opportunity for this House to actually do the right thing. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, you were probably in the chamber when we all voted. There was 3 private members' bills that went through, and 2 of them actually went against what the government wanted. And the people of Canada, through their elected representatives, got what they actually wanted. And I think that if the members in the House are listening to today's motion and the debate on it, Canadians widely across this country would want members of Parliament again to do the right thing and vote in favor of this motion, because this motion corrects an injustice. Whether anybody here wants to admit it or not, it's an injustice. When Canadian Armed Forces members are asked to serve their country overseas in a theatre of operation, the policy, generally speaking, is that these members will have tax-exempt status for their salary while they're there. There is a process whereby they can go through a bureaucratic rigmarole, a set of rules that are set up to basically do an assessment as to whether somebody should or should not get this tax-exempt status. But that doesn't mean it's right. What the problem and the issue here is, and this is a pattern of behavior that we see from the government across the way, is they hide behind the rules all of the time, and then they blame the rules when things politically go wrong for them, without actually having the good common sense to know what the right thing to do is. When you're only guided by a set of rules because you don't have a compass when it comes to ethical lapses. We know they're going to change the rules because it must be the rules' fault, because they can't get it right if the rules aren't right, because they don't have a compass when it comes to this. They don't have a compass when it comes to genetic discrimination. They got to hide behind the rules again. They don't have a compass when it comes to Wynn's Law. They don't have a compass when it comes to this particular issue, because this is what Canadians would expect their members of Parliament to do. Every member of Parliament in this House, by the way, especially for those like myself who travel from great distances to come here, we all get thousands of dollars a year to accommodate us for our living expenses while we're away, to help us do our jobs better, because we're not home on Tuesday night to mow the lawn or to shovel the driveway or do all of these things, and we can't be out of pocket for the extra living expenses that come from us being away from our homes, because those resources from our pay and salary need to go and support our families back in our ridings where we actually live. This is the exact same issue. It's a different way of dealing with it, but it's the exact same issue. These men and women put their lives on the line to serve us. Now, we can have debates about whether or not they should or shouldn't be in a particular theater of operation. That's not the point. The reality is these soldiers, these men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces are deployed right now. 15 of them have lost this benefit going back to September of last year. Another 300 of them are slated to lose these same benefits this year. This, Madam Speaker, is absolutely unacceptable. So what we need this House to do, and what I need the Liberal members opposite to do, is to take the bull by the horns and realize the solution is simple. Ask the Minister of Defense to ask the Minister of Finance to simply, with a stroke of a pen, fix this problem. This is what happened when we were government. It was brought to the attention at that time, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Minister of Defense, and I'll quote, when the Interdepartmental Committee recommended the same benefits be stripped, this is back when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, from our troops that were serving in Afghanistan, we cut through the red tape to ensure these troops received exactly what they deserved. And I'll just quote a couple of the quotes made at the time, because the folks who were in charge at the time actually had a compass on this issue. They knew what the right thing to do was. They didn't run and hide behind the rules. This decision about hardship and risk pay was made by officials. We believe it is incorrect, and the government intends to re-examine it. This is from the press secretary to the former Defense Minister Peter MacKay on April 10th, 2013. This decision was not appropriate, and we are asking for this decision to be reviewed. This is the former Veterans Affairs Minister, Stephen Blaney, made this on April 10th. Our troops left with an agreed-upon salary, including risk benefits for those missions, and now halfway through their deployment, this government is making significant reductions to income on which their families depend. And that was Liberal Senator Romeo Dallaire. In fact, when our troops were overpaid by our departmental error, I'll even go further, Madam Speaker, Former Defence Minister McKay demonstrated how we stand on guard for those who defend us. We actually didn't even ask them to pay that back. Rather than penalizing the soldiers who were deployed overseas, they were overpaid by $1,600. Now, we even had a compass that said it would be inappropriate for a departmental error, an error that's no fault of the soldiers who are serving overseas, who have already probably spent or invested that money. We weren't going to even ask them for that slight overpayment back. Now, we're not talking about hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars. We're talking about 15 soldiers receiving about $1,500 to $1,800 a month and another 300 soldiers. For a government that actually has no compass when it comes to balancing the books and doesn't have one for any foreseeable future, surely to goodness, the Liberal argument can't be that we're going to balance the budget on the backs of soldiers and veterans, could it? Because we've seen this before. But I don't see any intention from the government across the way to balance the books. So if we ask Canadians on what issue is it could be it's so compelling that you would even consider going into debt, surely to goodness it would be to compensate the men and women who stand on guard for us in our Canadian Armed Forces on a day-to-day basis, and those veterans who have served valiantly in the past. If there's ever a group of people in Canada that we need to go into debt for or run a deficit for, these are the people that we need to do this for. So, Madam Speaker, I'm simply going to put it out to my colleagues across the way that, and how much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 3 minutes? Okay. I'll put it to my colleagues across the way that they need to we need to have unanimous support in the House. If we have unanimous support in this House on this motion, if we stop pretending he said, she said, and this is what they did years ago, and this is what they did years, this is not the issue. The issue is 15 Canadian soldiers there's an injustice right now. There's an injustice for 15 soldiers serving overseas. There's about to be an injustice for another 300. We need to fix the injustice. This is what Canadians elected us and sent us to this place to do. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk a little bit about something that's going on in my riding and why this is so important and why this issue is so near and dear to my heart. The mission in Afghanistan, the current mission notwithstanding, the mission in Afghanistan was a mission of a next generation of Canadians. You have to go back to the Korean War, the Cold War, World War II for previous generations of Canadians. And the last Canadian soldier killed in the mission in Afghanistan was Corporal Byron Greff, Master Corporal Byron Greff from my riding, actually from my hometown of Lacombe, Alberta. And right now, and I'm asking support from anyone across the country who's going to do that or is watching today, there is a project in place to bring a light armored vehicle monument to remember that sacrifice to my home community of Lacombe. And they're selling stickers right now and doing various other fundraising campaigns. And, Madam Speaker, I think this is going to take off because through the same sentiments that are being discussed here in the House today, the people of my community, the people of Canada really want to support the men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. And I know that I can count on that kind of support coming from my community, and I know I can count on the same kind of support in the House when it comes time to a vote on this motion from my colleagues from across all the political divides that are here, because this is the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And it's clear that he has a great deal of affection and respect for our soldiers, for the military. Now, obviously, we have to agree that risk-benefit has to be given to these soldiers who are on a mission far from home. And they're not only far from home, but they're in a high-risk area. But I'd like to say, however, that I see that there's a sort of a dichotomy in this speech because, well, the member was in the government across the way at the time, the Conservative government, which cut budgets. So is there not a certain cause and effect here to say that, you know, if the current government is trying to save on the backs of our soldiers, well, isn't this something the previous government did as well?
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the Honourable member's talking about. If he was paying attention in the past 10 years when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada, we've never seen more historic investment in the Canadian Armed Forces after a decade of darkness. It included the purchase of Nyala vehicles. It included the purchase of light armored vehicles. It included the purchase of tanks for our soldiers on the ground in Afghanistan, the purchase of strategic lift airplanes so that we no longer relied on Russian Antonovs to get our disaster assistance response teams and our other equipment that we need to get around the world. So now we have the C-17 program. We have 5 Globemasters that we can count on at any particular point in time. We also have tactical lift helicopters. We were poised to replace our entire fleet of fighters as well, going through that particular process, which has now been sidelined. So the honourable member should be talking and asking me questions specifically about the policy when it comes to the pay and the record that the previous government had on pay, which I was glad to address in my speech. But all I know is that thank God that Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of this country for 10 years. And the Canadian forces are better off for it.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we might differ in terms of whether or not we appreciate the valuable contributions that Mr. Harper made to the Canadian Forces, and we'll get another opportunity to talk about that. But, Mr. Speaker, now, I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in regards to the process. Does the member believe that we currently have a hardship and risk committee that evaluates the level of risk and hardship, because in time things do change when you're overseas? And I'm wondering if I could just get his thoughts about the importance of reevaluation and who does the evaluation and who's best to do it.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind the honourable colleague that it was his government's decision to withdraw our 6-pack of CF-18 fighters from the fight against ISIS, which left our troops in better shape because they had the superior air power there to defend the troops that were on the ground. That capability is now lost. In return, there are several hundred more men and women on the ground, and we don't have to listen to my opinion, Mr. Speaker. We can listen to the Chief of Defence Staff, John Vance, on February 9th, who said we want Canadians to know that we will be involved in engagements as we defend ourselves and those partners we are working with. The Chief of Defence Staff clarified you put a lot more people on the ground in a dangerous place, it's riskier overall. Not my words, this is the Chief of Defence Staff. Brigadier General Peter Daw, update on Operation Impact on October 6, 2016. The key takeaway for Canadians is that we're more engaged at the line. There should be no doubt about that, and by extension the risk has increased to our troops simply by virtue of, the time spent at the line and the work we're doing right now in a more dynamic and fluid environment. I've got several others I can go on. I don't know why the honourable colleague hasn't actually listened to the advice that his own government bureaucrats have been providing, because everybody there seems to think that they're in a riskier situation than they were when the fighter jets were actually there. So the policy of this government is to withdraw the 6-pack of fighters, which provided more certainty and predictability and more protection for the soldiers on the ground, instead putting more soldiers in the ground, putting them in a riskier place, and then taking away their pay. Well done.
No. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe just to very quickly respond to the member's question. There is a difference between this government and the former Harper government. We do believe that it's important that we work with our global partners. In working with our global partners, it was determined this is the best way in which Canada can perform at that particular site, Mr. Speaker. And I think that all in all, that things are going quite well. And it was a smart decision by this government to make. I wanted to be able to pick up on a couple of points, and maybe if I may, because it is important that we recognize the role that members of our Canadian forces play. And I want to take a specific quote from the Prime Minister back on the 14th of February of this year, because I think it really highlights the importance of our Canadian forces. And I quote the Prime Minister, "We are focused on delivering what is necessary in terms of equipment, in terms of support, and in terms of honor and value to the extraordinary men and women who serve this country on the front lines and everywhere around the world." Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this government has been consistent from day one in wanting to be there in a very real intangible way in terms of supporting our troops, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Defense, a decorated veteran from Afghanistan, amongst many other things, who has done an incredible job in picking up what was left from the Conservative Party and moving us forward, Mr. Speaker. And this issue that we are debating today is an excellent example of that. You know, I listen to members across the way as they try to change history. And I think at times it's important that we make sure that the listeners and others that might be reviewing what's taking place are aware of the facts. And it was, you know, the member from Pembroke, I had pointed out a fact, and she responded by what I would summarize by just saying closing her eyes or being completely blind to the truth, Mr. Speaker, and continue just to go on and spread concerns or thoughts that were stretching the limits of truth. And let me ask and suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, what I should do is just give a bit of a review of actually what it is that we are talking about. We all recognize the important and incredible work that members of our Canadian forces do for us abroad and here in Canada. At times, there is a certain amount of risk level or a hardship level that our troops have to endure. We have a special committee of individuals that is made up of representatives from our RCMP to multiple members of the Canadian Forces, along with, I believe, government representative from Treasury Board, quite possibly, that sit on this hardship committee, Mr. Speaker. And there is a very robust system that they have to go through to make an evaluation in terms of when we deploy someone overseas, what sort of hardship risks are there and what sort of risks there are. And based on that criteria and that robust approach, Mr. Speaker, they are able to come up with an assessment and a recommendation to the government. Well, and I should have said at the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, I'll be spending my time with the member from St. Jean. So anyway, there is that committee, a committee of experts that understand the situations at hand. This evaluation is done after deployment, Mr. Speaker, and it's important to recognize that. Now, that we sent, the House sent, or the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, sent members of the forces to Kuwait back in September of 2014. Now, contrary to what the Conservative members across the way try to give the impression of, that along with that deployment went a government directive saying that hardship and risk allowance was going to be provided for them, Mr. Speaker, that's not what had taken place. The government did not say we are giving the hardship and tax the hardship and risk allowance when they deployed the troops back in September 2014. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what actually had taken place is that there was a hardship committee that has been established for many years that had to do an evaluation. And that evaluation had taken place and conclusions were drawn, I believe it was sometime in June of 2015. At the time, it was still Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. There was no decision after receiving it within days or weeks or even months by the former government saying, well, we want to give what they often refer to as danger pay to our men and women overseas, Mr. Speaker, or in Kuwait. There was no decision on their part to make that immediate decision and give that pay, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I thought it was interesting, the former Conservative Minister of Defense said something to the effect that, well, the Conservatives say, just do it. That's what the minister was saying. Well, I would suggest to you that Stephen Harper didn't do it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was October 2014 is when the troops were sent, and this the Conservatives across the way are saying to our Minister of Defence and our government, well, just do it. Well, they didn't just do it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what happened was that after the election came to an end and we had a new government put in place, and there's a litany of priorities that are brought to the table of the government, I would argue that the Minister of Defence did his job and he brought this issue to the table. And it was after the Minister of Defence, the current Minister of Defence, bringing the issue to the Minister of Finance's attention, and then we actually had it passed in 2016, Mr. Speaker. That's just last year. And it was this government that made it retroactive. The irony is you have the Conservative Party trying to take credit for what was clearly a Liberal decision that was based on a committee that made a solid, sound recommendation. Now, the Conservatives are trying to rewrite history, and they're saying, well, the government needs to do this. And we've had a Minister of Defence once again come to the table and clearly indicate to this House that this is a policy in which the Harper government didn't want to change, that they accepted. Now we have a Liberal administration saying we are going to review this policy. And now, Mr. Speaker, that is where we are at today. That policy is being reviewed by this government, and at some point in time there will be some results coming from that policy. But to try to give the impression that the Conservatives are the ones that truly care about this issue, Mr. Speaker, when they had a chance to act, and they failed to do so, and it was this government that actually had taken the action and made it retroactive and tried to come across as they're more sensitive than the current government, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, is just false. We understand what it is that is taking place. We appreciate the fact that risk levels do change. And believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, I look at that as a positive thing. If the risk factors change and it goes down, that means our men and women abroad are not having to endure the same level of personal risk, Mr. Speaker, or hardship. But it's not up to me to make that determination. I have confidence in that hardship and risk committee that is made up with professionals. I believe that the government is doing what is responsible for us to do. We understand we're the ones that made it retroactive. We understand that there's a need for us to review the policy. The Minister of Defence is doing just that, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we will wait and see what comes of that review, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the question that I have is really about our Canadian troops that are engaged in combat operations against the Islamic State fighters. And what my question is, how can the government justify taking away the combat tax to benefit our deployed troops?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the member heard what it is that I was talking about with respect to the hardship and risk committee that has been established and in place for many years now. And as you get the level of risk changing through time, and that can be a positive thing, the circumstances may have changed. And this is one of the reasons why the Minister of Defence has made it very clear that what we want to do is to review the policy. And that's, in fact, what's taking place today, Mr. Speaker. It is the responsible approach at dealing with this particular issue and to provide assurances to members, whether it's the Minister of Defence, the Cabinet, or the Prime Minister himself, that we understand and appreciate the valuable role that members of our Canadian forces play in our values, in our sovereignty, and we are working diligently in a very robust fashion on a number of fronts in order to make sure that our Canadian forces are served well through the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. And again, Parliamentary Secretary made the same mistake that the Minister of Defence did in saying that they've dealt with this issue in the past, that in February the Minister had to stop a reassessment for troops that were deployed to Kuwait, when in fact I have here a question on the Order Paper 600 that I asked back on November 16th. The response from the Minister was that all our troops in Operation Impact, whether they're in Kuwait or anywhere else in the Middle East, received all of their tax benefits, $1,500 to $1,800 a month, and it's signed by the Minister of National Defence, and it was tabled in the House by the Parliamentary Secretary himself, and I have a signature. Just wondering why he never read it to know that all of our troops had their benefits for the entire time that they were in Kuwait up till September 1st. And even if what the Minister is saying is true, Mr. Speaker, that he had to intervene back in February of 2016 to ensure that all troops received their hardship pay and benefits and tax relief, why didn't he do it in September of 2016? Well, there's the rub, is that there is hypocrisy here in what the Minister says that he did in February, which he refused to do back in September of 2016.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much clearer one can make it. If it was not for this Minister of Defence, our men and women in Kuwait would never have received the benefit, because it was this Minister of Defence that brought the issue to the government of the day that ultimately allowed for the passage and the payments in which our men and women received in Kuwait, Mr. Speaker. Because the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, didn't sign off on it, Mr. Speaker. He did not allow the money to flow to our men and women. So if it was not for this particular Minister of Defence, they would never have received the monies in which that were given to them, as it was determined that they were in a high risk and hardship situation, which allowed them to be eligible for the allowance and the tax relief, Mr. Speaker. It was this government that recognized it, and it was this government, through the Minister of Defence's recommendation, I suspect, that put it into place, and it's this government that is reviewing the policy, a policy in which the former government didn't see fit to revisit.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consensus in this place is not always easy to obtain. However, there is a point on which we all agree. Canadian soldiers deserve all of our respect. We need to support the soldiers that we deploy throughout the world. We must recognize the dangers and the discomforts that they deal with. And we should compensate them adequately for their sacrifices. The Minister of National Defence has an independent and impartial process, as well as a transparent one, to meet those obligations. Every soldier has a complete salary, which includes a suite of benefits. That salary may include a hardship allowance, as well as a risk allowance. This is made up of 2 monthly payments, which compensate for the conditions in which they work, which are more uncomfortable, more stressful, and more dangerous than those of their colleagues on bases located in Canada. Deciding whether it is justified to pay these allowances is not a bureaucratic decision. The Treasury Board Secretariat is a member of the committee, but the chair of that committee has the rank of Brigadier General. On his left, on his right, there are lieutenant colonels, majors, and officers of the RCMP. These are men and women in uniform who have gone on far-flung assignments, who know the realities of combat, and who have made the same sacrifices that we expect of the troops currently abroad. No member of the committee reports to the chain of command. Each one makes decisions without outside influence, without fear of reprisal, and without taking into account operating budgets. Costs are never a factor. The committee's only concern, Mr. Speaker, is to determine the degrees of risk and difficulty of conditions on the ground, to assign risk and difficulty levels of those real stresses and the real dangers on the ground, in order to, finally, assign degrees of risk and difficulty that are both objective and defensible. The committee studies 21 different factors that impact on the risk rating of any given mission. The committee weighs every element from drinking water quality to the receptiveness of the local population, as well as requirements of daily military tasks, including the availability and cleanliness of bathrooms. Same thing for the risk rating, for which the committee weighs 6 different factors, including civilian stability and threat levels represented by ongoing opposition to the presence, as well as the presence of infectious diseases and even natural disasters. It examines the likelihood of each danger and takes into consideration how seriously it could impact soldiers. What evidence is used to draw conclusions? They come straight from the source. 30 days after the start of a new mission, the committee asks for intelligence directly from the theater of operations. In the case of operations in Kuwait, Mr. Speaker, high-ranking soldiers present a 20-page report on conditions in the theater of operations. A doctor who knows the mission well and an intelligence officer, who are accustomed to the realities of the Middle East, also contributed their points of view. At the time, Mr. Speaker, soldiers were deployed in 3 locations throughout Kuwait. First of all, there was the location of the CP-140 Auroras and the CC-150 Polaris. Second, there were the locations for takeoff and landing for the CF-18s. And thirdly, where a small group of military staff was assigned. In October 2014, these 3 locations were categorized as medium risk. But as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the degree of safety in the region fluctuates. The situation changes constantly, and in some respects, it can change dramatically. For these reasons, the committee regularly reviews those degree levels assigned in order to ensure that they truly reflect actual conditions of an operation in a specific area. When the committee reevaluated the risk ratings for Kuwait in March 2016, the rating had gone down slightly for those 3 operations. 2 of them were just under the medium risk threshold. The position of one of them regarding the risk threshold had gone down 6 months later, at a time when conditions had changed enough to justify a new review. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in December 2016, the committee studied a combined review of 2 Kuwaiti locations where soldiers had been deployed as part of Operation Impact. The degree of difficulty had increased, and the allowances granted to soldiers increased immediately as well. And yet the degree of risk had gone down. Soldiers continue to be paid risk allowances calculated based on their previous rate, higher during the 6 months as of the time that the decision was made. In other words, they had a 6-month grace period until June 2017 before seeing any changes made to their paycheck when it came to their real risk rating. For some members of the House, Mr. Speaker, the question being debated is not the amount, but the tax break that is applied. In black and white, it is written in the Income Tax Act that risk allowances for medium-level risk missions were eligible for the tax break. Any mission whose risk rating reaches or goes over 2.5 is automatically granted a tax break. The missions whose risk rating is between 2 and 2.49 are targeted as well when the Minister of Finance designates them as medium risk. The Minister of National Defence has always asked the Minister of Finance to designate these as medium risk for Canadian soldiers and always asked for the tax break for them and always obtained it. However, when a mission's risk rating goes under the medium risk threshold, the decision is no longer up to the Minister of Defence. The Income Tax Act does not have a tax break for missions with a relatively low risk rating. Both Kuwaiti locations are in that category right now. Brigadier generals, frigate captains, lieutenant colonels, and on the boards, representatives of the Treasury Board Secretariat agree on this point. The committee has respected all of the rules of its mandate to ensure that it grants the same consideration to all soldiers regardless of their location. Evaluations regarding assignments in Kuwait are fair. They are objective. They are based in the realities of the theater of operations. If these realities were to change, the committee would, at that time, reevaluate the degrees of difficulty and risk of that country. Until then, we will continue to support Canadian soldiers. We will continue to give them first-class compensation and to provide excellent benefits to them. We will continue to make sure that soldiers have personal, professional, and financial benefits for their hard work which is most appreciated and respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, today we are debating on who's telling the truth. We have official documents submitted by the Minister of Defence. We have the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, which is saying something else. And now the Parliamentary Secretary has given a good speech on behalf of the Department of Defence. But I would like him to explain how we can tell soldiers who have been deployed, and we're talking specifically about Operation Ajiba in Kuwait, why, while they were deployed as part of a mission, they were then told that their status was going to change and your advantages are going to be reduced. Those who have been deployed will, instead of letting them keep that advantage and changing it for the next round. I will remind the Honourable Member that he is to direct his remarks to the Chair rather than speak directly across the floor to the members across the way. This Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Taking care of our soldiers is a significant concern to us. It is extremely important to us. The case that he is referring to, well, the standards that we have are standards that are highly reliable, and they are also quite transparent. They date back to the previous government, and those are the standards we are applying. They went through the same problem at the time, and they could have changed those standards. What the minister is doing now is he asked the Chief of the Defence Staff to validate those standards, to analyze them, and to come back with recommendations. Not a case-by-case recommendation, but recommendations that will be long-lasting and will likely be part of the new defense policy. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, especially because, clearly, the member for Saint-Jean is well aware of the realities that our soldiers experience, especially when it comes to bases and family life. There have been misunderstandings when it comes to the interpretation of some standards. Our troops are in danger when they are away on mission. And what I'd like to know is what is behind the thought process of not granting this hazard pay. Do we want to deny the dangers that our troops are exposed to over there? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question, but evidently giving compensation that is fair to every member of the armed forces, I think on that everybody can agree here in the House of Commons. The question is to determine how to make sure we have a transparent and fair process. No one can deny what we are doing. I already explained that there is a process that is conducted for every mission to evaluate it as it is going along to evaluate risk levels. I think it is a matter of fairness, and I will remind you that in the current case, statutes changed. But the risk-benefit did not change. It will only be at the end of June. From now until then, many changes could be made, but I think that the basis of the entire process is to ensure that we have an impartial process and one that is transparent. Resuming debate.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just would like to advise that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Calgary, Nose Hill. I'd like to begin today by expressing my condolences, Mr. Speaker, to the family and those who he served with of Master Corporal Alfred Barr, who was a member of 435 Transport and Rescue Squadron based in Winnipeg, Manitoba, part of 17 Wing in Winnipeg, who died in a training accident near Yorkton, Saskatchewan yesterday, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to express my sincere condolences to his family and those that he served with in the Royal Canadian Air Force and all of the Canadian Armed Forces. And it just highlights, Mr. Speaker, that regardless of whether our forces members are engaged in training missions or active missions around the world, that every day they face dangers, just as our first responders do when they put on the uniform to go out and protect us, as our members of our Canadian Armed Forces do. They face dangers every day. So I want to express my sympathies to the family and his colleagues. I also want to highlight and express some gratitude to the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, and his Deputy Defence Critic, the member from Charlesbourg, Haute St. Charles, for putting this motion forward today in Parliament. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm having a tough time believing that we're actually spending a day in Parliament debating whether or not our forces who are deployed overseas in danger zones are actually going to have tax-free benefits taken away from them. I find that unbelievable that we're actually debating that. And the thing is, with a stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker, a simple stroke of a pen, the Minister of Defence could advise the Minister of Finance that this can be done. It's that simple. And we've heard this morning from other members of a similar situation that happened with the Honourable Peter MacKay. He made sure that a wrong was righted with respect to our Canadian Forces members and tax-free allowances for danger pay. So it's just incredible to me that we're actually spending time debating this issue today. The area that I represent, Mr. Speaker, has Base Borden in close proximity to it. The base is an integral part of our community. It employs 3,200 military members, 1,500 civilian members. It also houses the Military Generation Training Group, of which 16,000 members of our Canadian Forces come through it annually. And they're trained. Many of them spend a lot of time in our community. So the City of Barrie and all of the surrounding cities in Central Ontario, in fact, have a great affinity for our base and the contributions that it makes to all of our communities in Central Ontario. And I want to recognize as well Colonel McGarry, who is the base commander, and Honorary Colonel Jamie Massey for the work that they do in ensuring that all of our communities, the military communities and the civilian communities, integrate extremely well as they do. So why are we here today, Mr. Speaker? Well, the answer is simple. Our forces have had and have been notified that they are going to have some tax-free allowances taken away from them. In fact, it wasn't until a CTV story in September that indicated that 300 Canadian Forces personnel in Kuwait were losing a tax break of up to $1,500 to $1,800 a month after the military downgraded the risk assessment of their mission, even though some personnel regularly enter Iraq as part of their duties. And, you know, if we look at reminders of just how dangerous these regions are, and I understand, Mr. Speaker, that this is not Iraq, but any time you put a uniform on, any time you're deployed around the world, our Canadian forces, the men and women who serve so bravely, are in danger. And just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, in Kabul, ISIS militants disguised as doctors killed 38 people in a Kabul hospital attack. Those are the types of threats that exist on a day-in and day-out basis. And so to diminish in any way the dangers that our men and women face, I think is disingenuous to them. It's a disservice to them. And in fact, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that regardless of where our troops are deployed, irrespective of the dangers they face, the least that we can do from a monetary standpoint is ensure that they get what they deserve, and more importantly, their families get what they deserve. And as critic for Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker, sitting on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and testimony that we've been dealing with transitional aspects from military to civilian life, dealing with PTSD, occupational stress injuries, the effects that mental health has on our soldiers, also has an equal effect on their families. Families that are struggling day in and day out, dealing with the fact that their loved ones are overseas, deployed, not knowing what they're doing and some of the dangers that they're facing. But think of the added stress on those family members, Mr. Speaker, when they're not being compensated in the manner in which they should be. And, you know, as I was listening to the debate in my office this morning, I went through some figures because this issue really came up in February, although it's been ongoing since September, and I know our defense critic has been speaking to the minister about this. He initiated an order paper question. But I looked at the numbers this morning, and since February 15th, almost $1.3 billion has been doled out by this Liberal government for various projects across the country. That's not including the $650 million that was issued yesterday for reproductive and health issues. The cost, retroactively, of this benefit to our men and women who serve our country is roughly about $3 million. $3 million, Mr. Speaker, after we've, since this issue came up, doled out, the Liberal government has doled out $1.3 billion and just $650 million yesterday. And so, why? That's the question. Why are we not looking after our men and women in uniform? A simple stroke of the pen would solve this issue, Mr. Speaker. And to the families of those who serve, we have an obligation. We have an obligation to help them while their men and women are serving overseas. And what does it say, Mr. Speaker, to the families of our men and women who serve? What does it say to those who serve when our government won't look after the financial needs of our family and somehow diminishes the risk that they're facing overseas by not properly compensating them, in this case with respect to tax-free allowances? I would suggest that it causes incredible distrust among the government. It causes morale issues among those that are serving. In fact, it would cause morale issues for those who are here at home. And it also affects recruitment, Mr. Speaker. The ability to attract people to our Canadian forces. If the government's not going to look after them and somehow diminish the role that they're playing by not properly compensating them, what does it say to our recruitment efforts? Why would I want to get involved in the Canadian Forces if I think that my government doesn't have my back if I'm to be deployed? And more importantly, it doesn't have my family's back if I was to be deployed. I think it's a great cause for concern, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, and I repeat this is the third time that I've said this today, we're spending all day debating this. This has been going on since last September. And the government has said they're doing consultations, they're going to review it, and all. One stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker, one stroke of a pen will solve this issue. And I'm asking the government, on behalf of our families of Canadian Forces members, on behalf of those who serve so bravely, resolve the problem. Please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way. He mentioned the effects that our first responders, our police, our firefighters, and our Canadian Armed Forces members witness when serving their communities, and I'd like to highlight the over 30 years of service he has given to his community in the fire department. So I'd like to thank him for that and for his advocacy in terms of our veteran affairs. I'd like to ask the member opposite if he feels that the families that are in his riding are being supported given the many outreach efforts that we are making in terms of getting this right. And I'd like to see if he could explain to us what he thinks we could be doing to make sure that those families that are affected by this are supported. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. And I also like to thank her for the acknowledgement of my service within the community service that I was very proud to be part of. I think, to answer the question, Mr. Speaker, first thing we need to do is correct this. And I think all of us would agree on that. We need to correct this, I would call it an injustice, on behalf of those families and those who are serving. Simple stroke of a pen can solve this problem. The Minister of Defence can go to the Minister of Finance, use his ministerial authority, and it would be completed. On the issue of families and what we need to do to support our members, and I think the Honourable Member brought up a critical point, because we need to understand that when members of the Canadian Forces serve, it's not just them that are serving. It's not just them that are paying the price. Their families are paying the price. Their spouses, their children are paying the price. And so, I've had the opportunity to visit many resource centres across the country, including Base Borden, close to home. And I will say that there is a significant attempt among those who are involved in those military resource centres to make sure that they help our families. But at the end of the day, we need to, and I think all honourable members in this House agree, we need to look after not only those that serve, but our veterans as well. There's a lot of work to do. There's no question about it, and I think the honourable member would acknowledge that we've had meetings about this on the work that we can do to improve the lives of our veterans and treat them with the respect and dignity that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from Barrie Innisfail for his speech and certainly for acknowledging the family of Master Corporal Alfred Barr. I think we all share the sadness, our whole country, and sending condolences to Corporal Barr's family. I have a family member who just retired after 12 years of serving in the Royal Canadian Air Force, Captain Mark Bernacki. And he was a member of the 5th BC Field Regiment and made Vancouver Islanders, and certainly my family, very proud, as we are of all members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And they take incredible danger, and the sacrifice that they make is second to none in our country. The mental and social change that occurs when a member of the Canadian Armed Forces leaves when they leave cannot be qualified, and easy access to veteran services is critical in helping with this transition. Maybe the member can talk about how we can better support our veterans when they're leaving the military. We know that in the past government, they closed some veterans offices and 7 veterans offices, and there was concern that veterans couldn't get easy access, and maybe he could talk about maybe supporting reopening of all of those offices and how we can better support those veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfail in 1 minute or less.
I'll try, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. It's an important issue, and you know, having had family members that served in the military, my cousin's husband was Special Forces in Afghanistan. He's suffering now with back injuries as a result of his years of service to our country. One of the things that we're hearing in Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, is the need for better transitional access into civilian life. I know the Department of National Defence Ombudsman, supported by the Veterans Affairs Ombudsman, has spoken about a concierge service. One of the stressors that exist is the amount of work that's required in that transitional aspect of being medically released. And so a concierge service would consolidate all of that. Mr. Speaker, I could go on for hours about this, on how we can improve the service, but I see you're standing up, so I want to thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for those who are listening today, the Liberal government made a decision to revoke a tax benefit which provides $1,500 to $1,800 per month to Canadian soldiers currently deployed in the fight against ISIS who are stationed in Kuwait. So the motion before us today, if I can find the wording, asks the House to call on the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing this decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with this tax benefit for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at this installation whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1st, 2016. This seems fairly reasonable to me, and I certainly hope that all members in the House will support this for several reasons. I want to leave the technical reasons towards the end of my speech, but I want to talk a little bit about a more macro level principle that I actually have a great amount of concern about in terms of Canadians' view of the military, its role and its necessity, and some of the decisions that have been made in this Parliament around its utility and function. So last Remembrance Day, a friend who has served in the military sent me a blog post written by the wife of a deployed soldier. In it, she tries to describe their relationships, the expectations of the struggles borne by both of them. So for him, it's the mental and physical anguish faced by somebody who's deployed, and for her, the loss and the loneliness that inevitably punctuates their relationships. What really struck me about this post was that it closes with this sort of "it's worth it because" statement, in that the faith that are placed in their trials are for the sustainment of the greater good. But what really struck me about it was that the woman who was writing this post was writing it from a place of, like, this was a personal struggle for the two of them, one that, sort of should be born in private. And I think that letting our men and women in uniform get to the point where they're bearing these struggles to the point where it becomes something that is private and that the entire community in our country doesn't support or get behind it is a source of both great worry and great shame, should be for great shame for all Canadians. I am concerned that as a country, we're now, it's both a blessing and a curse that we are 3 generations removed from any sort of conflict, major conflict within our own borders or, full-on global warfare. And I think that a lot of Canadians, especially younger generations of Canadians, certainly my cohort and my contemporaries, we live in this world where we think that war is something that happens someplace else. We think that the peace that we have in Canada, the freedoms that we have are something that are static and unchanging, that they can't be threatened. And if there's one thing I've learned in the 6 years of being acting as an elected official and having gone to some of these conflict areas, having talked to some, and having been involved in votes regarding the deployment of our men and women in uniform, is that assumption, that sort of generality couldn't be further from the truth. The reality is that many of the rights that we enjoy here in Canada are fragile and they have to be maintained. And while we rely on and value innovators in our country who grow our economy, entrepreneurs, reality, the people who maintain those freedoms are our men and women in uniform. And I sometimes think that we're getting to a point in the history of our country where we're forgetting that. That becomes removed from our everyday thinking. And I see it in things like across 2 governments, allowing our bureaucracy to drag their heels on procurement, making very poor decisions. As a cabinet minister, you have to be right on top of your bureaucracy because they're going to put up decisions that make sense to them, that are made in a vacuum, that aren't in the best interest of our men and women in uniform. And I really feel like this is what happened here today. I feel like a bureaucratic committee sat around and made a decision for some men and women in uniform who are standing up for what is good and right and protecting our freedoms and aren't really appreciating the cost, the actual cost of that. I spoke to a friend this morning who has served in several deployments as part of a military, and I said, okay, well, why is this important? And he sort of made the point of, well, it's all great for this committee to make this decision, but or for us to sit here and debate this and vote against it one way or the other. But as, quote, you sit in your nice offices, we're sitting here smelling open pit burns. I had to ask him what that was. It's when our troops have to burn their sewage with jet fuel. F-16 Hellcats flying in at 2 in the morning. When you've got wonderful mess hall food going through you with a level of gastrointestinal distress, chemical alarms, air raid sirens, the risk of car bombs coming in, you get to wear civilian clothes, we don't. And Kuwait, where these men and women are stationed right now, this isn't Canada. Everything costs more for them. If they do get a pass, things are going to cost a lot more. So, to sort of paraphrase the conversation, well, yeah, sure, we might not be getting shot at every day, quote. The risk is really high, and there's a cost, both financially and emotionally, that are borne by our men and women who are over there and by their families back at home. So to me, for the bureaucrats who might be sitting in the government lobby right now who are, looking at some sort of technical matrix around, risk assessment levels, I'm looking at the fact that American soldiers are getting this. I'm not quite sure the difference in salary levels, fair enough, but they're certainly getting tax exemption status. I pulled up our travel advisory for Kuwait. It talks about a high risk of terrorism. This is not an environment that we would willingly perhaps go into, that our men and women in uniform are going to. So I think that this small tax exemption is something that is absolutely reasonable. And to me, going back to my earlier statement, it shows that Canadians understand the cost, the true cost of bearing this burden by our men and women in uniform. So very quickly, A few other points. This government is probably going to post a budget with, I'm not sure, close to a $50 billion deficit. I can't understand why they wouldn't, to my colleague's point, with a stroke of a pen, support our men and women in uniform with this decision. There's precedent for this decision. When we were in government, we had a similar discussion around troops that were deployed in Afghanistan. A decision was made to do essentially what this motion here calls for today. And the one thing that I want to highlight that was really concerning for me is that the decision to revoke this tax benefit was made after troops had agreed to deploy. So in cutting these benefits, the Liberals have cheated our troops and their families out of hard-earned money that they expected, counted upon, and deserved. I can't imagine sending somebody out to serve in such a stressful situation and asking them to serve our country to, acknowledge the fact that Canadian freedoms aren't this static thing, and then say, oh, by the way, a committee of bureaucrats has changed your risk level and you're not getting this, what you budget upon. Our men and women in uniform, their families, they have to make tough decisions when it comes to budgeting. So do they. And for some people in this chamber, $1,500 to $1,800 a month might not seem a lot, but it sure is. It sure is for the families of these people. So it's really shameful that we're having this discussion here today. I'm actually embarrassed that I have to stand here and say, okay, government's about to post this giant deficit, giving money to everything but this? I just don't understand. So I actually think now that this is the second time where elected officials have had to intervene in a situation like this, I would suggest that the process doesn't work. And I would suggest that there's some seriously out-of-touch D&D bureaucrats who are making these decisions. When I look through the letter that the Minister of Defense sent my colleague from Manitoba, who is our defense critic, justifying this, I can tell that a bureaucrat wrote this letter. There's no compassion in here. This is all, we applied a matrix and blah, 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 risk level. Come on. Come on. The Department of Defense spends billions of dollars on bureaucrats telling us why we can't build ships. Surely they can give $1,500 a month in tax benefits to our men and women who are actually doing what D&D is supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I really feel like this is a no-brainer. I think I'm out of time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go to the committee of bureaucrats that the member makes reference to. And this committee of bureaucrats also made a recommendation to see the pay increases for risk for our troops in Kuwait back in 2014. Yet the Prime Minister of the day sat on that recommendation and did not put into place that recommendation. And I'm wondering if the member across the way, in that same compassionate way, could explain why she thinks that the former Prime Minister didn't listen to what that committee of bureaucrats recommended when they said that we should be giving our men and women abroad that so-called danger pay that we're often making reference to. The Prime Minister back then had a choice. And it wasn't until this Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, and the current Minister of Defense, and their decision, and fortunately that decision included making it retroactive, that our men and women abroad received something in which they were entitled to receive based on that committee of bureaucrats.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I absolutely love it when Liberals get up in the House of Commons and try to defend their record on spending for our men and women in uniform. We know that successively since the first Prime Minister Trudeau, it's been an ideological opposition to the existence of the military. First Prime Minister Trudeau did everything that he could to reduce the
honourable member for Hamilton, for Winnipeg North.
Point of order. The member across the way does have experience inside the House. It's the second time in which she's made reference to the Prime Minister with his name. It's okay to say Prime Minister Stephen Harper because he's no longer inside the House. And because if we are going to say Prime Minister with the name, then we should be able to do it on both sides of the House, because I would love the opportunity to say all the wonderful things our current Prime Minister has done.
I believe the honourable member did correct herself by referring to the father and not the son as she was going. The first is what she did say, so she said it just as you were getting.
I did say first Prime Minister Trudeau. So again, I will say the first Prime Minister Trudeau, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. He did say, you know, I mean, this was a man who was ideologically opposed to Canada having a military writ large. I look at the history of our former government, and frankly, we had to spend 10 years recovering from an entire generation of Liberal policy, which gutted our military equipment, we were sending out troops, you know, in bright forest green camo in the middle of the desert. So I find it completely rich and ridiculous that the member stands up and has the audacity to sort of suggest that the Liberals' record on this is better. But that aside, I will also notice that he deflected and did not say whether or not this government would support making a very simple change here and ensuring that this situation that's happening in Kuwait right now is rectified.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill, and certainly I agree with her that it is shameful that we're here in this House today talking about the cutting of this tax benefit. And as a member from Barrie said earlier, it's a stroke of a pen we can fix this, and very glad that all parties have agreed to support this motion. Canadian troops must receive the equipment and training that optimizes the successful completion of their mission. This includes the government delivering on efficient procurement and increasing major capital investment in the Canadian Armed Forces as a whole. So given that the Department of National Defence faces the largest recapitalization of the armed forces in its post-World War II history, could the budget cuts that were mandated under the former government, the Conservative government, have actually delayed crucial procurement that's needed to meet current operational requirements of the Canadian Armed Forces? Maybe the member can elaborate and answer that for me.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Member looks at his own voting record, he actually voted against increases to the Department of Defense's budget, which were made under our governments. In every single budget, I think he voted against that consecutively, time and time again. He's from a party which, frankly, is ideologically opposed to using our military to serve any purpose. So, you know what, I will not take lessons from the New Democratic Party on any sort of policy to support men and women in uniform in our country, because again, I think that they would actually be worse than the Liberals in this. I'll put that on the record. That said, I feel like if I was somebody who's serving in the military and was listening to this conversation right now, they would just be ashamed and say, "Just pay me properly. I'm out here doing a lot of work for my country, and I'm away from my family. Get it right." So, to those people who may be listening, I apologize on behalf of all of us, and I certainly hope the government will do the right thing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, as the motion before this House today acknowledges, Operation Impact carries risk, and our fight against ISIL carries risk. All deployments involve an element of risk, and of that there really is no debate. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to speak in support of this motion this afternoon, and also to support our government, which is also in favour of the motion. Whatever the mission, Mr. Speaker, we cannot eliminate risk entirely. What we can do is to protect our troops by preparing them well. And this means, of course, giving them the right training and the right equipment to do their jobs. It also means making sure that they receive timely mental and physical health care that meets their specific needs. The military health services that Canada provides are mission-tailored. They are different for every deployment, and their size and nature differs on a case-by-case basis. Comment est-ce qu'on fait ce travail?
Now, how are we doing that work? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces are working with allies on the ground. They look at geography, the emplacements of our operations, and what our troops are doing, and they look at the hostility of the environment. They also consider factors like the presence or absence of medical services in the area, the restrictions imposed by local authorities concerning travel, and the ease of travel. They also analyze every threat to security. All of these considerations, Mr. Speaker, without forgetting the number of Canadian personnel deployed, help to determine the services put in place for the women and men in uniform.
Appreciate, Mr. Speaker, these services can take any number of forms. The driving force, however, is always the same. It's to ensure that members have access to excellent care and support before, during, and after a mission. Before they can confirm their assignment, members have to go through a pre-deployment screening with our military health professionals. The purpose of this screening is to flag any pre-existing condition that could lead to problems during the mission. A simple earache, for instance, Mr. Speaker, can be very disruptive to deployed members, and it can keep them from doing their job effectively. For a pilot, however, it could even cloud his or her judgment and have catastrophic consequences. Members also get a dental screening prior to departure, as well as vaccinations against current and emerging infectious diseases in the region where they will be deployed. Another important purpose of the pre-deployment screening is to make sure that each member is well and ready to go on mission from a psychosocial perspective. Lessons learned from past missions have taught us that most stress injuries are not caused by trauma alone. Mr. Speaker, we know that the risk of stress injuries is higher when a member has experienced mental health issues prior to deployment, like chronic anxiety problems, for example, or when a member is in a difficult social or family context, such as tensions in a marriage or stress associated with taking care of an ill patient. Part of the pre-deployment screening process, Mr. Speaker, is to help members identify any pre-existing concern that should be addressed prior to deployment. Personnel also go on a half-day training with a group of peers as part of the Road to Mental Readiness program. And this training gives members new techniques to cope with stressors. New tools like goal setting, visualization, and self-talk to build resistance. And new strategies to harness their inner strength to rebound from possible challenges during the mission. Monsieur le Président, un autre apprentissage essentiel.
Mr. Speaker, another thing that our soldiers learn from this training is when they need to seek help. The Canadian Armed Forces have overcome members of the Canadian Armed Forces have had to overcome a number of obstacles when getting help. For too long, getting help was seen as a sign of weakness, and members had to suffer in silence without wishing to compromise their career. Fortunately, things have changed, Mr. Speaker. The institution has made a great deal of progress in putting in place a culture where everyone can feel comfortable saying they're not doing okay. At any time, Canadian soldiers have access to resources, even after their mission. As for those who leave active service for medical reasons, the Minister of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces work closely with Veterans Affairs Canada and other partners to facilitate a successful transition to civilian life. These measures are taken for wounded or ill soldiers, and they and their family have access to social benefits, services, and indemnities.
Return home can, in and of itself, be a significant stressor. Readjusting to life in Canada and reuniting with loved ones after experiencing radically different realities can be hard. So the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces make sure to provide adequate support at that point as well. Within 3 to 6 months, members have a post-deployment screening with physical and mental health professionals whose role is quite simply to make sure that they are well in all aspects of their life, to help them transition to a normal life and to rebuild healthy relationships with their families, and to help them flag any sign of an operational stress injury. For serving members who do need help, the Department of National Defence has made excellent specialized services available. There are 26 mental health clinics and 7 operational trauma and stress support centers located at military bases across Canada in all 33 sites to ensure ill and injured personnel receive high-quality support regardless of the community they return to in Canada. Personnel can also call the 1-800 number 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, Mr. Speaker. And all of these services, of course, are free of charge. Mr. Speaker, one of Canada's most valuable and cherished resources are our women and men in uniform. The unfortunate reality is that some become ill or injured while in service. The Canadian Armed Forces is dedicated to ensuring that each and every one of these members receives high-quality care and support. Not only are the Armed Forces duty-bound to do so, but they are also proud to help our sailors, our soldiers, and our aviators get the most from their careers and from their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, it's Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate this member's contribution and the opportunity to rise and to talk about our men and women in uniform. I know that the member had spoke around many of the different services that are offered within the Canadian Armed Forces to make sure that men and women are supported. However, the motion that's here before us today is specifically to the occasion of danger pay. And would this member say that, in his opinion, as a member, does he feel that the motion should be supported and that the men and women should receive that support due to the difficulties that they are currently in the environment we sent them to?
Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for this question. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the motion. I do feel that danger pay is applicable. And, Mr. Speaker, it is almost a no-brainer that when we send our men and women into harm's way, that the compensation be commensurate with the risk, with the isolation, with the hardship. It's not just the Canadian forces that do that. It's the United Nations, with which I have the privilege of serving in Iraq. It's the U.S. Armed Forces. And, Mr. Speaker, maybe just to take the opportunity to inform the House that the Defense Committee traveled to Washington just this week and had a chance to speak with Senator John McCain, who expressed his gratitude for the service of the men and women, particularly in Afghanistan, and those members of the armed service who paid the ultimate sacrifice with their lives. So really, it's a resounding sentiment that the level of danger that is inherent in these missions should be compensated.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dartmouth Gold Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I'd like to welcome him back to the House from a few days away in Washington, talking on issues just like things that he had mentioned in his speech. I'd like to ask the member if he could perhaps inform the House or describe to the House the feeling that he got about the relationship between the Canadians and the Americans as they serve together in various parts of the world.
Honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to my colleague from Dartmouth Coal Harbour for this great question. And this question underscores the length of the Canada-U.S. relationship along so many axes, but perhaps in none other so important as in the field of security and the joint security work that we're doing in North America and also abroad in the very dangerous but important missions such as the fight against Daesh. And really all the way from the level of our Minister of Defense and the Secretary of State, who have an excellent relationship that we received feedback on during our trip in Washington, down to the serving women and men who are operationally connected so intricately in terms of values, in terms of logistics, in terms of military histories and aspirations to make this world a better and safer place. This relationship could not be stronger, it could not be more positive, and it also could not be more important. Thank you so much for that question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention today and for supporting the motion. One thing that I really want to know from the Liberals, though, Mr. Speaker, are they going to support the retroactive pay for those that lost its tax benefit of $1,500 to $1,800 a month on September 1st, 2016? And how soon can we expect this to be fixed so that the remaining 200 troops that are in Kuwait don't lose those benefits in June?
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. Yes, the principle of retroactivity is supported in this context. Really, it is to establish fairness. It is to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks with that entitlement. And really, retroactivity is the mechanism to fix that. With respect to the implementation of of that conclusion. There is a process that involves a number of departments, but it is certainly on the radar, and the government's support for this motion exemplifies the priority that's been given. I can't comment to an exact time frame, but certainly it is in progress. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to contribute to today's discussion on how Canada shows support to the members of our armed forces. I'd like to take a few moments today to highlight some of that work and remind my fellow members just how integral the Canadian Armed Forces are to our safety and well-being. As parliamentarians, as the representatives of our fellow Canadians, our first responsibility is to those here at home. To the safety and security of our country, its citizens, and their prosperity, and for the Canadian Armed Forces, the priority is the same. While their international operations tend to occupy the most attention, there are tens of thousands of military men and women working here at home every day in defense of our country and our continent, on land, at sea, and in the air. And the most familiar of these, and one of the most important, is undoubtedly our contribution to the North American Aerospace Defense, or NORAD. As the world's first and most successful binational command, it is an important link with our American friends to the south, and a critical piece in the system of systems that defends our airspace and provides surveillance of our maritime approaches. 2017 marks the 60th anniversary of this incredible partnership, and it is only growing stronger as NORAD evolves to deal with the modern security environment. Mr. Speaker, Canada is also working hard with our allies on several missions. 3 have been very much in the news of late. We recently extended our commitment to Operation Unifier in Ukraine. Canada is deploying approximately 200 Canadian Armed Forces personnel to Ukraine until the end of March 2019. Through Operation Unifier, we're helping Ukraine build the capabilities it needs to maintain its sovereignty, security, and stability. Canadian troops are good trainers and mentors, and they are putting those skills to use by sharing their knowledge and expertise with Ukrainian Armed Forces members. So far, we've trained more than 3,200 Ukrainian soldiers, and most of them received tactical infantry training. But Canada has also delivered more than 90 training programs since the mission began in 2015. Many taught specialized skills and capabilities like explosive ordnance disposal, medical training, and my personal favorite, military logistics. Canada's assistance to Ukraine also includes non-lethal military equipment to enhance the capabilities of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. With over 1 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent, we can imagine that this is a mission that's very important to them, but it's also a mission that's important to all Canadians. What's happening in Ukraine threatens the border security in the region, and it's deeply concerning to our NATO allies in Europe. NATO is a cornerstone of Canada's defence policy, and the strength of the alliance lies in collective defence. Threats to the security of some of our members matter to all members. Operation Reassurance is Canada's mission in support of our NATO allies and partners in Eastern Europe. As part of our Operation Reassurance, we participated in NATO Baltic Air Policing, and it was a defensive mission to protect our allies' airspace. The Air Task Force also deployed on a training mission in Romania. We worked to improve interoperability with allied air forces, and that training is critical for the ability of NATO allies to fight alongside each other. It also gives the Royal Canadian Air Force invaluable experience. Canada will be deploying another air task force to Iceland and Romania this year. The CF-18s we're sending will continue air policing duties, and they'll also continue to train with our allies. The Royal Canadian Navy has contributed to Operation Reassurance as well. Our Maritime Task Force has kept a constant presence in the region as part of the Standing NATO Maritime Group. HMCS St. John's recently replaced HMCS Charlottetown as part of our contribution to the Standing NATO Maritime Group. And just last month, St. John's wrapped up 3 weeks of training in the Black Sea with allied and partner nations. The last component of Operation Reassurance is the Land Task Force. It's first deployed almost 3 years ago in May of 2014, and the 7th rotation of Canadian soldiers arrived in Poland last month. They're now participating in the multinational exercise Allied Spirit 6 in Germany. Canada is demonstrating its commitment to NATO by sending our brave women and men in uniform on Operation Reassurance. And I think I speak for all of us when I say Bravo Zulu to them for the great work with our allies. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to update the House on Operation Impact, our efforts to dismantle and defeat Daesh. I think it's clear to the honourable members present that Daesh is a scourge and a threat to regional and international security. We know it, our allies know it, and the world knows it. And we're doing our part in the effort to degrade and ultimately defeat them. Joint Task Force Iraq is responsible for command and control of Operation Impact, as well as for the coordination of operations at coalition headquarters. Joint Task Force Iraq is collecting and processing intelligence, and it's helping to plan and execute military operations, and it's facilitating the hosting of a tactical aviation detachment and a medical facility. In the air, Royal Canadian Air Force has carried out 2,802 sorties from its locations in Kuwait, and they've delivered fuel to Allied aircraft and carried out critical reconnaissance flights. Meanwhile, on the ground, members from the Canadian Special Operations Forces Command are training, advising, and assisting Iraqi forces. They're developing the skills of Iraqi officers so that they can effectively fight Daesh and build a more secure country and region. Mr. Speaker, we must support our soldiers deployed around the world, and we must recognize the dangers and discomforts they face, and we must compensate them fairly for their sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, the Department of National Defence has in place an independent and impartial process to ensure that we do, and every member deployed receives a comprehensive compensation and benefits package, and sometimes that package includes a hardship allowance and risk allowance, 2 monthly payments to compensate for conditions that are more uncomfortable, more stressful, and more unsafe than those on a base here at home. Mr. Speaker, we reassess the country's hardship and risk levels on a regular basis. In the meantime, we will ensure that people who were deployed in Arifjan when the risk level was last assessed will continue to receive the same allowances. And we will continue to support our troops, we will continue to provide first-rate compensation and benefits packages, and we will continue to ensure our soldiers benefit personally, professionally, and financially from their hard and much appreciated and much respected work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill for her intervention today, for her service to Canada when she was in the Air Force, as well as her husband. And I know that I appreciate her comments about Operation Unifier and Operation Reassurance as deterrence measures against Russian aggression, not only in Eastern Europe, but particularly in Ukraine. She's married a good Canadian-Ukrainian boy. I just want to say, as she was going through all the different missions that were deployed, it's interesting that the Liberals are actually going to continue on with our NATO air policing rotations in Iceland and Romania as part of reassurance measures. It's unfortunate they didn't keep those CF-18s in the fight against ISIS through Operation Impact that originally were stationed in Kuwait. As a former serving member, does she believe it was fair that the minister didn't use his ministerial authority to stop the clawback of hardship pay and benefits for recognition of the risk that they're facing, and recognition of the hardship that their families are going through as they're deployed overseas? Does she believe that the minister should have used that immediately in September 1st, as he said he did back in February? And secondly, does she also believe that the payment must be retroactive to those troops that are stationed at Camp Afrinjan so that they receive the same benefits as all the other troops who are deployed as part of Operation Impact?
For Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for all of his hard work in this area. He is definitely committed to this country's defence and is constantly ensuring that we have a competent and capable defence system. In all honesty, I actually have a great deal of confidence in the Government of Canada and in the Department of National Defence. I was fortunate enough to be involved on the periphery around the assessments that were made, and I have a great deal of confidence in how the organization pretty much independently and comprehensively reviews the risk and dangers associated with an operational mission to ensure that our soldiers are compensated effectively and adequately. If we, as elected officials, don't place our confidence in our members and senior members in uniform to better assess the dangers of an operational mission, particularly relative to the other operational missions, then I think we have a far more critical situation that we need to address. So I absolutely believe that we have a good process, and reviewing the process is also very important, but I think we need to have confidence in the infrastructure and structure of that process to ensure that it is fair and just for all of our members in uniform. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have one simple question for my colleague through you, Mr. Speaker. If Canadian troops are engaged in combat operations against the Islamic State fighters, how can the government justify taking away the combat tax benefit to our deployed troops?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And again, Mr. Speaker, we have an independent committee within the Department of National Defence that assesses the hardships and risks associated with an operational mission and makes adjustments on a regular basis as that mission and the dangers associated with that mission change over time. And so therefore, when a government minister, a duly elected official, makes a decision based on the recommendation that comes from our government's experts, then I think that that is the best that we, as members of Parliament, can and should be responsible for. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today in this debate as we're here to talk about a serious issue. But before we move forward, I'd be remiss if I didn't, or any of our colleagues didn't recognize that yesterday we lost one of our brave men and soldiers, Master Corporal Alfred Barr, who's a member of the 435 Transport and Rescue Squadron based in Winnipeg, and died in an accident yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family and my friends and family, I just want to say that our heartfelt thoughts and condolences go to Master Corporal Barr's family and his friends and his colleagues. I want to say thank you for his service. Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about a serious issue today, and once again we're seeing the Liberal government shortchange our men and women in uniform by rolling back their tax benefits. The text of the motion before us today is that the House call on the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit, which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arifjan, whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1st, 2016. Mr. Speaker, you heard that right. We are taking away money and tax relief to these brave men and women who are serving us, who answer the call without hesitation when the world calls. I am hearkened to hear that, and Mr. Speaker, I should go back, and this is going to ruin the video that we're doing today, that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm serving notice to the House that that's what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to and following along with the debate throughout the day, and I'm heartened to hear that the government will be supporting this motion, and I'm hoping that by the end of the day that they will be supporting the motion in whole and actually working towards retroactively making sure that those brave men and women that are there that had this benefit taken away from them in September, that they get those benefits applied back to them. But I'm going to stay the course with my speech, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important until this motion is passed that we get on record exactly what we're talking about today. On September 1st, 2016, the Liberal government ended the tax relief measures provided to 15 Canadian troops stationed at the Camp Erefjan in Kuwait. 300 Canadian soldiers also stationed in Kuwait under Operation Impact benefits remain unchanged. However, in January of this year, the Departmental Hardship and Risk Committee announced to the troops that in their December 2016 quarterly meeting that all tax relief measures to CAF members deployed to Kuwait under Operation Impact would have their tax relief canceled. You heard that right, Mr. Speaker. A bureaucratic change, a stroke of a pen, is going to impact brave men and women who put their uniforms on and they serve our country so our flag can stand tall and that we can remain free and indeed promote Canadian values abroad. That they're going to have these, they're facing financial hardship. That's not the good, or the good news is, Mr. Speaker, that the change won't take effect until June 1st, 2017, allowing time for members and their families to adjust to this decision. How kind of them, Mr. Speaker, how kind of them. And instead of taking time to reflect on this choice, the Liberals came up with an equally appalling solution. Instead of restoring the benefits our troops at Camp Erefjan deserve, they decided to revoke the benefit for all of our troops who are battling ISIS. And I understand today through the debate that they are actually reconsidering and re-examining this, but I would challenge them that rather than doing that, they are going to, again, agree to our motion and keep this benefit in place. The arrogance of this Liberal government is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are rolling back tax relief for our men and women who protect our Canadian values, those men and women who ensure that Canada remains the true north, strong and free. These are the men and women of our Canadian Armed Forces who volunteer to leave their families as they travel abroad to perform dangerous work and put themselves at risk in our service of our country. They miss important milestones, Mr. Speaker, birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, births, and deaths. Instead of providing compensation that is a drop in the bucket for these tax and spend Liberals, they're choosing to take away from those who voluntarily sacrifice their lives. Instead of saying thank you, they're telling our troops who are deployed to foreign third world countries that they aren't in enough danger to justify $1,500 or $1,800 a month in additional finances. I always like to use statistics, Mr. Speaker, because they tell the real story. So here's one for the House. During the last break week from February 24th to March 5th, Liberal MPs traveled throughout Canada on taxpayers' dollars, spreading fluff and flowers all across the way and talking about and spending, announcing 188 loans, grants, contributions, and government contracts awards worth a combined $1.25 billion. I'll repeat that for the record. $1.25 billion, Mr. Speaker. Now they're going to trumpet it and say that they're spending dollars and what have you. They just announced another $650 million to be spent abroad, Mr. Speaker, abroad, when indeed those that are in harm's way here at home, those that are most vulnerable, and those that are wearing the maple leaf on their shoulders and that are protecting and promoting the maple leaf and all of our Canadian values abroad are being told that they are going to receive a pay cut. Shameful. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister felt it necessary to cut the tax benefits of our military. This is simply, I gave you a promotion, Mr. Speaker. You can have it. I'm not quite sure there's many of us that would want that right at this point. Mr. Speaker, this is simply unacceptable. The Liberals have known for months now that the Canadian troops who are deployed in the fight against ISIS have not been adequately compensated for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and yet the decision was still made to cut this financial aid while the troops had already agreed to deploy. In cutting this benefit, the Liberals have cheated our troops and their families out of hard-earned money that they expected, counted upon, and most of all, that they deserve. I was not a part of the last government, Mr. Speaker, or the one before that, but all I've heard today and in recent months is whenever the Liberals have to justify some of the things that they're doing, they always like to say, well, Prime Minister Harper and his government, they started this, they did this, we're simply following through with what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, they like to point the fingers. It's a smokescreen that they do, and it's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, they knew this. If they believe in the words that are coming out of their mouths, then they would stand up for those that are putting their lives in danger for our country and for our community. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, I guess that is, I guess it's unacceptable, or it is acceptable to treat our heroes the way that they're doing it. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to actually, I'm going to go forward to, as my time is winding down, because, Mr. Speaker, last night, something remarkable happened. The House stood in unanimous support of my Bill C-211, and collectively we sent a message that we here in this chamber value the brave men and women who serve our country and our communities. Collectively, we have provided hope, and I do look forward to working with all colleagues to ensure Bill C-211 is strengthened where necessary and passed as quickly as we can, because every minute, every hour, every day wasted, we are losing lives. Over the course of the preparations for my Bill C-211, I heard tragic stories from our men and women who have served our country proudly. Their stories were deeply personal and will sit with me for the rest of my life. I also had the honor of meeting with surviving friends and families of those who we've lost in combat and those we lost here at home because we failed to live up to our responsibility in ensuring our soldiers are whole, that they are healthy, that they have every opportunity to integrate back into our communities and to provide for their families. I'm going to say this again, Mr. Speaker, that they are healthy. There is tremendous stress placed upon our soldiers and their families when they are deployed, emotional, physical, and financial. We need to ensure that we provide every tool possible for our soldiers to be successful in their mission abroad and their mission here at home. Taking away this tax credit from Canadians who have answered the world's call and are serving our country without hesitation is shameful, Mr. Speaker, and it flies against what we all stood together here last night and against the message that this chamber delivered to all of the Canadians that were tuning in and to our members of our armed forces, our brave men and women who put their uniform on every day to serve you and I and our families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
My colleague for his bill yesterday. It gave me a good deal of pride to vote for that bill. I serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and I've been watching a very interesting study on veteran suicide. It's been quite made it traumatizing, if you can call it that, to see what's happening. Now, the government is committed, from what I understand, to provide the retroactive payment that this motion calls for. So I'm looking to get more information on what his concerns are with respect to this motion, considering that we're doing what it says. And also, I wanted to draw attention also to the fact that the Minister of Veterans Affairs was at Veterans Affairs Committee yesterday, talking about how all but 2 of the veterans' offices that have been closed in the last few years have been reopened, and the last 2 are going to be opened in the near future. And for the member to express his impression of the importance of taking care of our veterans after their operation as well as while they're in operation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to apologize. I couldn't hear all of the member's question. Not sure whether he was picking something out of his teeth as he was speaking to me, but it was very jumbled, or in the earpiece, perhaps. Maybe that was the problem, the audio that we had. But, Mr. Speaker, I think again, you know, our Veterans Affairs office in Prince George is being reopened. I heard loud and clear during the course of the campaign that this was something that our Legion and our brave men and women in our local area were looking forward to, and they have announced that. We're still waiting. We have no date or time frame as to when that's going to be opened. So it is a promise that they made. It is a commitment that they made, and an announcement was made that they're opening, but we still have no time frame as to when that is. So brave men and women are still waiting for that to happen in my riding, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we should be doing everything we can in a very nonpartisan way to make sure that we are providing our men and women that serve our communities and serve our country, that they have the tools that they need to be successful in their mission, that they have the tools that they need to be healthy and made whole upon their return and integration back into our communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I think he brought up a really good point with respect to this government, that on the one hand, they're a big spending government. They're spending all kinds of new money in all sorts of areas. And yet, on the other hand, we see in some of these vitally important areas, which are very clearly within the role of the federal government, we actually see them nickeling and diming. And I wonder if the member can reflect on the perversity of this, that on the one hand we have this sort of wide open, we'll spend any amount of taxpayers' money on anything attitude on things that cover the full gamut, except then on vital areas like this, which deal with the basic security of Canadians and the strength of our armed forces. We're seeing a completely different approach when it comes to spending.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And I'll reference back to the announcement made just the other day, the $650 million that would be spent overseas. And Mr. Speaker, by no way am I devaluing that money, what they're doing or what have you. But the reality is that we have people here at home that could use that money. We have organizations, we have vulnerable sectors of our society that could use that money to be spent here at home. We have brave men and women that are serving our country, and that's what we're here today to talk about, is that we are, in one hand, clawing back money, taking back, saying, well, sorry, you signed up, you volunteered, but we've decided, somebody in Ottawa has decided that you're not in enough risk, so we're going to claw back $1,500 to $1,800 a month. Sorry. And but then we are. What message does that send? What value proposition message does that send to our brave men and women that they're not worthy of that, and they're not worthy of they're seeing. They can read the newspapers and see the media as much as anybody else, Mr. Speaker. They know that their paychecks are less, yet they're still doing the same work that they were asked to do. They are still in harm's way, regardless of whether some bureaucrat in Ottawa says it's not as risky as they first thought. They're still at risk. They're still not at home with their families, Mr. Speaker. So they see the values going out the door, the money that's being spent overseas, yet it's not coming to help protect them and their families. And that, Mr. Speaker, is shameful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est mon plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to take part in this very important debate, and I would like to congratulate my colleague from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. He works very hard for his riding, as well as for our soldiers.
This motion deals with a very important issue that I think it's important for us to take action on immediately and for the government to take action on immediately. So let me start by reviewing the substance of this motion, and then I'll talk about the reasons why I think it's important for us to support it, and also the action that needs to follow. Now, this is an opposition motion put forward by the Conservative Party, calling on the government to restore a tax benefit that is traditionally given to soldiers that are in a dangerous situation in the midst of a deployment. The government removed that money with respect to some of our Canadian Armed Forces involved in the fight against Daesh. And this motion calls for the restoration of that money, and importantly, calls for it to be done on a retroactive basis. That is not just to restore the payment of that money going forward, but to go back and provide that danger pay that should have been being given to our soldiers ever since it was removed. So as we discuss this, as we scrutinize whatever government action comes out of this, I think it's very important to underline that retroactive component as well. We're not just talking about restoring it going forward. We recognize, on this side of the House at least, we recognize that an injustice has been done to our brave men and women in uniform, and that injustice needs to be remedied, not just going forward, but also we need to address the past injustice in the context of the ameliorative action that may be taken as we go forward. It's our position that this this danger pay should not have been cut. And I want to identify a number of specific reasons why that is the case. First of all, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of basic fairness. And I don't mean fairness just in the sort of objective sense of treating people as is due, but I mean fairness specifically in the sense of following through on commitments that have been made, especially if soldiers are committed to a dangerous deployment with the understanding that they will receive their dangerous pay. And then if that danger pay is withdrawn, in some cases without even giving them a proper level of notice to plan their personal finances accordingly, that is a real injustice. It is an injustice objectively not to pay danger pay in these cases, but also simply in the very specific sense of not following through on commitments that have been made, not honoring expectations that have put in place. We can see that, yes, this does represent a real injustice. In general, the government should honor the commitments that it makes to government employees, but in particular, when you have soldiers that are in the midst of a dangerous deployment and aren't here in Canada to be involved in advocacy, they're in the field, to then undertake policy changes midstream after they've been deployed that negatively affects them financially. I think very clearly, Mr. Speaker, members should recognize the fundamental injustice of that. And again, it's an injustice that requires a remedy, both going forward, but also dealing with what happens in the past. And that's why this motion specifically has that retroactive element. A second reason why it was not right for the government to do this, and why this needs to be addressed going forward, is the issue of the morale of our forces. And I know that we've heard on this side of the House some discussion from our troops about the impact that the withdrawal of danger pay has on their morale. It can convey a sense that our soldiers are not being properly supported. And that clearly has a negative effect on morale, and that's certainly not a message that we want to see sent. I think the responsible thing for us to do not only support our troops, but to take every opportunity that we have to express our support, and not to pursue the kind of policy changes that the withdrawal of this danger pay was, which negatively affects the morale of our troops in the midst of an ongoing deployment. This is something that I think we have to be very careful about, and the policy direction that was taken just was not right, and we need to see that remedied and addressed again in terms of what happened in the past and also what happens going forward. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak about a related issue of fairness. Yes, there's the issue of fairness in terms of following through on commitments, but there's also the issue of fairness in terms of recognizing that this is a dangerous situation and therefore providing the danger pay that is normally given in the context of a proper recognition of the nature of that situation. And especially, Mr. Speaker, in the current context, we're living in a world where there isn't quite simply just a front line, and then anyone behind the front line isn't involved in the action. Warfare today is much more complex. We know that all of our troops that are deployed in the fight against Daesh are facing a great deal of danger from different kinds of attacks that they may be subject to. And the purpose of danger pay is to recognize the added challenge and stress and potential impact on them and their families that's associated with being in this kind of position, to recognize that and to properly compensate it. That's part of the understanding and the commitment that we make to those who are part of our military, but it also reflects basic notions of fundamental justice, that we pay those what is due to them in light of the situation that we ask them to be in. So this is fundamentally the right thing to do to restore this money, and this is why we're bringing forward this motion, because it addresses two different issues of fairness in terms of giving what was promised, but also fairness in terms of giving what is due. And it is conducive to strengthening the morale of our armed forces. Now, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this discussion, there are a couple general points that should be made about what this debate suggests about where we're at more broadly in our political conversations here. Now, I'm frustrated as a member of the Conservative opposition often to hear this tendency of this Liberal government to parry proposals for individual specific solutions by saying we're doing a broader review on that subject. This was an issue in a vote that happened last night where the government, fortunately we were able to pass the bill on to committee anyways, but the government was opposing this bill not necessarily because of specific objection to the specific measures, but because they said, well, we've got to wait for a broader review. And here, again, in this motion, the government's saying, well, we've got to look at a broader review when it comes to this area. But what we would say on this side of the House is, rather than always waiting for that broader review, why don't you take specific action that is necessary that responds to real issues of justice and fairness in the moment. And that's what we've called for here is yes, have that conversation about the broader direction of where we're going in terms of national defense. But this is an issue of basic justice and fairness to our hard-working men and women in uniform, and let's satisfy that obligation. Let's fix that problem now and not parry that with some references to a broader review. I do want to say as well, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things we see from this government, which is a big spending government, a government that wants to spend all kinds of taxpayers' money in all kinds of different areas. And yet, perversely, we see them nickeling and diming our soldiers in exactly the wrong way and the wrong place. And this actually often happens with big spending governments, is that they want to spend the cupboard bare, but then they realize that the cupboard is empty when there are important, real priorities that money needs to be spent on. And the reason why Conservatives advocate fiscal prudence is precisely so that we can invest our resources in those vital areas when they're most needed. That's why we need to be careful with taxpayers' money, so that we have money available to use when we really need it. Now, in conclusion, some members of the government have indicated that they intend to support this particular motion, and I welcome that. But motions are ultimately non-binding on the actions of the government. So what we're really looking for is action to implement the fullness of the motion. I hope that if the government chooses to vote for the motion especially, and if this motion passes the House, that they will have the integrity to implement the fullness of the motion, including the retroactive component, and to ensure that that is implemented as soon as possible. They will have the support of the opposition in moving forward in that direction. It's the right thing to do, again, to address the danger pay issue going forward, but also to remedy it in the past. So I'm proud to be supporting this motion, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we'll see strong action from the government very soon.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells. Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member for for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, I don't know if I heard correctly, but I thought that the member for Laurentides LaBelle said that the government is going to stop, imposing this heinous little tax on our service people.
Point of order coming from the floor, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House agree with the Canadian Judicial Council's recommendation to remove Justice Robin Camp from the Federal Court of Canada and supports the government intent to implement this recommendation.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move on this motion? I'm afraid we don't have consent. Okay. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton was asking a question.
Right, so back to my question. So I think it's heinous that we were trying to tax our own servicemen who are risking their lives on behalf of Canadians, but I thought that the member from Laurentides LaBelle said that the government is going to fix that. And I find that it's always when they are caught with their hand in the cookie jar that they do a fix, right? There was going to be a Netflix tax, and then we communicated that to the public, and there was an outcry, and so that was gone. And then there was going to be a tax on dental and health benefits, and we gave an outcry, and then that was gone. And so here they're taxing our servicemen who are, putting their lives in danger, and then we call them to account on it, and then that's gone. And I wondered if the member sees the same pattern of behavior.
The honourable member. One second, before we go any further. Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that there are questions going on, and it's nice to see everyone get along, but we do have a member who is about to answer a question. I'm looking forward to the answer. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. She's absolutely right that we've seen the positive impact of these opposition motions. But I do want to say in response to what just happened, Mr. Speaker, that it is profoundly frustrating as a member of Parliament when we're in the middle of a debate on a completely different topic, and we have a minister come in and propose a unanimous consent motion on a completely unrelated subject. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that as important as the issue and the question that the Justice Minister raised, we have a process in this place for having debates, a process that is respectful of the opportunities of individual members to be present when issues come up, to do the research on whatever individual motion may be coming forward. So I think that if there are questions that ministers want to raise, there are, of course, many different ways governments can bring them forward. Governments have opportunities to bring motions for debate. Government ministers have opportunities that other members don't actually have. So in the middle of questions and comments on an important discussion about our military, on a day, we don't have that many opposition days, for a minister of the Crown to come in and try and take the House by surprise on an issue that I think merits a lot of discussion, but to do it in the way that it was done, I think is profoundly disrespectful to this institution.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park. Point of order. Yes, the honourable member.
This may be considered a minor point by members, but I can assure you that from a convention standpoint is very important. Words are important in this House. Having been a member of the House Leader's office for 9 years when we were in government, I can assure all members, when someone stands in this House and said, Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find there is unanimous consent, means that they have had conversations and consultations with every party and that we have agreed to it. That's the words we use. If you're strictly trying to seek unanimous consent, you say, Mr. Speaker, I hope the members will agree to unanimous consent for the following motion. The minister, I will give her credit for the fact she may not know what she was saying, but I can assure her the words she used implied that there was a deal, there was agreement amongst all parties. There was none. She should retract those words.
We'll now proceed with the statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Repentigny. The Prime Minister this evening is in cowboy country. He's in Texas, where he'll receive a prize for his leadership in the promotion of fossil fuels. Many admirers and partners of the Prime Minister will be there. ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, Enbridge, TransCanada. Hey, that'll make for some great selfies, Mr. Speaker. What this prize means is that this Prime Minister is the oil company's Prime Minister. He's the Prime Minister of the oil sands, of dirty energy, of pipelines. While polluters honor our Prime Minister, I'd like to remind you that in Quebec, we've made the choice for green energy and sustainable development. While the Prime Minister is being acclaimed by oil magnates, a 19th century form of energy, Quebec has chosen the energy source of the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. And the future is Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and that will be a great prize. The honourable member for La Prairie. Today, Mr. Speaker, thousands of children, parents, and teachers from across the country will take a bite out of an apple at 2:30 to raise awareness of the importance of healthy eating habits. This symbolic gesture, Mr. Speaker, is part of the Great Big Crunch, an activity organized by FoodShare in partnership with Food Secure Canada and the Coalition for Healthy School Food. I am proud to partner with this activity for a second consecutive year. I would remind you that last year, over 200,000 Canadians came together to promote healthy food and eating from farm to table. So, as I did last year, I invite all of my colleagues and all Canadians to take a few minutes to think about the benefits of healthy eating every day and of the importance of encouraging our local producers. By taking a big bite out of an apple together, Mr. Speaker, we can show all Canadian families that we...
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, it is tax time again in Canada. Millions of people are filling out forms and discovering just how much they owe the federal government or just how much the government owes them. They are looking back at 2016, but we are in this House, we're looking at the 2017 taxation year, and it's not pretty. Reckless liberal spending, record deficits, and ever-increasing national debt mean that it is indeed tax increase in this coming year once again. Soon, the finance minister will table a new budget, and Canadians will discover just how much they will have to pay for the spendthrift actions of people who still believe in Tooth Fairy and Easter Bunny, and that budgets don't balance themselves. If I thought it would do any good, I would call on the finance minister to stop this fiscal insanity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I inform you of the passing of Mr. Asil Boucher of Bas-Caraquet at 86 years old. Mr. Boucher was very involved in the community. He was a municipal councillor in Bas-Caraquet and a member of the school board for many years. He also founded the Club des Amis des Jeunes and the Scout and Pioneer movement in Bas-Caraquet. His passion and generosity for youth sports and activities in our area has had a major impact on our young athletes. He coached many minor hockey and baseball teams. Mr. Boucher also organized many fundraisers so that our youth could have sports equipment, a rink, a ball diamond, and more. Mr. Boucher was an ardent defender of the French language, a fourth-degree Knight of Columbus, and director of CL Como Limited for 41 years. His contributions will never be forgotten. I offer my sincere condolences to his wife, Vina, and his 14 children, and the rest of his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balchley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to an incredible British Columbian and an incredible parliamentarian. Margaret Mitchell passed away yesterday on International Women's Day. Margaret was a champion of women's rights in her 13 years in Parliament, serving the good people of Vancouver East. From before her time here, throughout her entire existence as a member of Parliament, she fought for justice for women. She fought with other MPs from across the aisle to make sure that women's rights were enshrined in our charter and ensuring that generations of women to come would not have to fight the same battles continuously over and over again. Margaret, if she had been able to attend yesterday and see the daughters of the vote take their places in these seats and have their voices heard in Parliament as they were, would have been proud of all of her accomplishments and so many of her colleagues, but she would have wanted more. She fought for justice for Chinese Canadians and the unfortunate Chinese head tax that was placed upon them, and she fought always for basic humanity and basic rights for all humans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a fellow member of Parliament from across the floor for his kind act. Thank you to my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George, who went above and beyond his typical everyday obligations for one of my constituents, Derek Casista of Grand Falls, New Brunswick, who dedicates his life to saving others as a paramedic. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank him, the first responders, firefighters, police officers, paramedics, veterans, and active military personnel I have met with and spoke with about my colleague's bill on the important issue of PTSD and post-traumatic stress disorder. At the end of the day, strong government requires good opposition, and despite different opinions on various issues, we need to demonstrate that all sides of the House can collaborate and work together for the benefit of all Canadians. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the House in a manner which exhibits one of our most important national strengths, collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to address the loss of a local celebrity. Local historian Norman Boucher passed away in February at the all-too-young age of 52. The local historian was a beloved and cherished community figure. Mr. Boucher shared most of his work online, where he shared Fort McMurray's natural and historical beauty to over 6,000 followers. The Facebook group displayed images of Fort McMurray's natural and historic beauty that date back to the 1900s. The records show a small town growing into a bustling city. The impact of his passing is certainly felt throughout my riding. His contributions to our community is much appreciated, and his legacy will continue to live on in our community for time to come. Norm will be sorely missed.
Honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, in 1847, the Dominion of Canada numbered some 1.5 million people. Yet, small as we were then, we welcomed some 100,000 Irish immigrants. Immigrants who were leaving a devastating famine behind them, fleeing terror and persecution. In 1847, the Irish were treated with the same contempt and vitriol that is levied at other immigrants today. Ignorant, lazy, newspapers read, improvident, unthankful, and as vicious as they are poor. Fenians, papists, here to impose their own religious laws on us all. Political parties were formed and fueled for fear of them, for fear of us. Some Irish forget that. I don't. Some 38,000 Irish passed through Toronto in 1847. Toronto then was a city of only 20,000 people. 38,000 taken in by 20,000 already here. And that's what I'll remember this St. Patrick's Day. I'll remember that in 1847 there were just enough Canadians who rose above the frank, blatant, decades-long discrimination of the day and gave
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, how often do we hear about the mismatch between jobs and skills? Employers are desperate to find qualified workers, and qualified workers are desperate to find jobs that suit their skills. It was therefore an honor and delight to have announced last Friday at Centennial College federal funding for $720,000 to the Automotive Industry Association to help address the national labour supply mismatch. Centennial College is Canada's foremost training facility for the $21 billion automotive aftermarket sector. This funding will develop an innovative online portal to connect Canadians to industry jobs. A partnership between Centennial College and Automotive Industries Association will ensure the educational and training curriculums will produce a world-class competitive workforce. Mr. Speaker, this is a good example of the government and industry working to ensure an important labour issue is addressed. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Daesh militants dressed as medical staff attacked a hospital in Afghanistan. The latest reports put the death toll for this attack at 49, although that may continue to rise. It is difficult to speak about these events. We can speak about the violations of human rights, of international law, of international obligations, but I think it is also important that we speak about Daesh in terms of evil, in terms of the transgressions of the fundamental norms of civilized human society. Evil of this sort must be discussed and prevented, but also downgraded and defeated. Events like these reveal the potential of our species for evil, but also for good. We honor the heroic courage of those on the front lines and behind the line fighting against Daesh, who risk their lives in incredibly dangerous situations. To do good in a dangerous world requires heroic courage and a willingness to face confrontation. My thoughts and prayers, and I'm sure those are of all members, are with the victims and the survivors of this terrible attack and all those fighting Daesh today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to let the members know that March Madness in Toronto has begun. I'm not talking about a basketball tournament. I am, of course, talking about the celebration of all things Irish. The Irish community in Etobicoke Lakeshore in Toronto is large, enthusiastic, hardworking, and a lot of fun. During the month of March, the community gets even bigger because everyone wants to be Irish. Mr. Speaker, even the Conservatives want to be green this month. Festivities began on Sunday with the raising of the Irish flag at Toronto City Hall, which was followed by the Irish Person of the Year luncheon. Congratulations to this year's recipient, Colin Wilkinson, Over the next 10 days, Toronto will host the Ireland Fund of Canada's annual St. Patrick's Day Luncheon, which is the largest event of its kind in the world with over 1,000 people. This is followed by the Grand Marshal's Ball, the St. Patrick's Day Parade, and a few other events tossed in for good measure. Mr. Speaker, come to Toronto for March Madness. Seal Angus Crack. Sláinte, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Master Corporal Alfred Barr of the Royal Canadian Air Force's 435 Transportation and Rescue Squadron based out of Winnipeg was tragically killed in a training accident near Yorkton, Saskatchewan. As a reservist and a former full-time member of the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker, I know along with many other members of this House, we know the importance that the uniform carries and the weight it bears on their family, friends, and community. Every day, men and women of our search and rescue community don their uniforms and risk their lives to fulfill their motto that others may live. Yesterday's loss is a reminder of the selflessness and the sacrifice that exemplifies their profession and the professionalism of all members of the Canadian Armed Forces. On behalf of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I offer my deepest condolences to their family and friends of Master Corporal Barr and to the search and rescue community into which he proudly served.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to tell you about an extraordinary athlete from Quebec, Alex Harvey. This cross-country skier from Saint-Féral-des-Neiges made all of Canada proud last Sunday as he won the gold medal at the World Cross-Country Championships in Finland. The 50-kilometer freestyle race is the most grueling of all, but Alex met the physical and mental challenge with an incredible time of 1 hour, 46 minutes, 28 seconds, finishing 0.6 of a second ahead of Russia's Sergei Ustyugov. That's the first time in World Championship history that a Canadian has medaled in the 50-kilometer freestyle event. We heard the crowd's cheers of support for Alex, a guy from our region who's now nothing less than the world champion. Alex has made his parents, his coaches, his family, and his sponsors proud. But above all, he has shown the rest of the world that Scandinavians have to watch out for the Canadians in cross-country. Bravo, Alex. We've made us all proud, and best of success for the rest of the season.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we progress towards gender equality here, we must remember the plight of refugee and migrant women and girls worldwide. Over 65 million people are displaced by conflict. 55% of them are women and children. Displaced women and girls often experience rape, forced marriages, and sexual slavery. En plus des risques.
And while all refugees are exposed to risk, women and girls in particular are exposed to sexual abuse by representatives of authority. Migrant camps offer little by way of security or health care, and women don't always have their ID, which can help ensure a certain level of security. In welcoming countries, women can be isolated by pressure to maintain their cultural identity. This isolation limits their access to professional and language training, thus limiting their economic security.
Our own progress, let's remember, women's rights are human rights, and we cannot celebrate fully until all women enjoy those rights.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this year we're celebrating a major milestone in Chambly. The Très Coloré restaurant is turning 50. Founded in 1967 by Joseph Petroza, today the restaurant is managed with love and passion by his 3 sons, Joey, Tony, and Roberto. Whether it be for a great home-delivered pizza on a Friday night or a great dinner over a glass of wine on site, Très Coloré is an institution in Chambly. And what's more, the Petroza brothers have received the Canadian Consumer's Choice Award for the South Shore of Montreal in the restaurant category. It's a well-deserved honor. And they go well beyond great food, Mr. Speaker. The family is also heavily involved in the region, whether it's the Chambly Multicultural Festival or the annual fundraising supper for the Centre d'Écoute Montérégie. The Petroza family is always giving back to the community. It's with great pleasure that I wish them a happy 50th and, of course, another 50 years of good food and good humor. Grazie.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so deeply saddened to rise in the House today in response to a tragedy that took place in my riding yesterday. Near Yorkton, Saskatchewan, we lost a young Winnipeg-based search and rescue technician with the Royal Canadian Air Force in a training accident. Master Corporal Alfred Barr was a member of 435 Transport and Rescue Squadron. I want to express my deep, heartfelt condolences to Master Corporal Alfred Barr's family, friends, and fellow service members on behalf of the people of my riding and my colleagues here. Master Corporal Alfred Barr was a member of the search and rescue community that takes risks every day in all kinds of circumstances to help their fellow Canadians. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences are with Master Corporal Barr's family, friends, and fellow service members.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister of National Defence, who today recognized the government's responsibility to support the survivors and families and the descendants of those who were killed in the accidental grenade explosion at Valcartier in 1974. 6 young Canadians lost their lives that day, and many others suffered terrible injuries. I wish to recognize the courage of the cadets, instructors, and first responders, and all those who rushed to the scene immediately after the explosion. Let us salute the group of cadets and stakeholders who have fought the battle for 43 years. Their efforts and their leadership have alleviated much suffering. They deserve our country's gratitude. My heart is with all those who have carried the burden of this terrible chapter of Canadian history, and I can only hope that today's announcement will be of some comfort to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister has now written and rewritten his budget a few times. It seems he can't quite find the right way to tell Canadians that he wants more of their money. Right. And with Mr. Trump moving to drastically reduce taxes, what businesses need to hear is that we will do the same thing here in Canada to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, lowering taxes to compete with the United States should be done in this budget. The sooner, the better. So what is the Prime Minister's plan to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't steal our jobs?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, Budget 2016 invested in jobs and growth and infrastructure and innovation, and it cut taxes for Canada's middle class. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives voted against those tax cuts. Furthermore, it invested in a Canada Child benefit that is lifting 300,000 Canadian kids out of poverty. Canadians can be assured that Budget 2017 will continue to invest in a pro-growth, pro-middle-class agenda that will be good for the Canadian economy.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is making Canada a less attractive place to do business and create jobs every single day. Business investment has fallen every single quarter since the Prime Minister took office. And when people aren't investing in our economy, jobs are not created. And it's about to get worse as Donald Trump lowers taxes and cuts red tape while the Prime Minister is going in the exact opposite direction. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister wake up, lower taxes, cut red tape, and protect Canadian jobs?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite wants to talk about jobs, so let's talk about jobs. Since we formed the government, there are 286,000 jobs created since Liberals formed government, Mr. Speaker. And these jobs have been created across the country. Let me just highlight a few key
key examples, because of our policies, Mr. Speaker, Bell Helicopter, we worked with them to secure 900 jobs and, more importantly, create an additional 100 new jobs. GE invested in Welland to create 220 jobs. Thomson & Reuters, they're investing up to 1,500 jobs. GM Canada hired 1,000 new engineers, Mr. Speaker, and more jobs to come.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, these are mostly part-time jobs, and this is a serious issue that is coming up in this next budget. Small businesses are bracing for this next budget. They already know that they've been hit by the Prime Minister's carbon tax, the EI hike, the CPP tax hike, and his cancellation of the small business hiring credit. At the same time, they're worried about the impact of Donald Trump's low tax rates. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and yet the Prime Minister just keeps taxing them more and more and more. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister give small businesses a break?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate to rise in this House and to remind members as well as Canadians is that we take our small businesses very seriously. Yes, they are the backbone of the economy, and we know that through our investments and through our plan that they will be able to be more productive, more innovative, and export-oriented. And Mr. Speaker, small businesses want to export, so we are creating the conditions to make it easier. If you look at the Accelerated Growth Service, we are looking at the high-impact, high-growth firms and giving them catered services so that they can actually advance the services and products that they have. We will continue to work hard for small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the budget will be balanced before 2055 rather. That means my 15-year-old daughter, who's listening to us over the web, will be 53 years old when the government retakes control of public finances. That means that Liberal deficits are being made on the backs of our children. That means that my daughter, for 38 years, if nothing changes, will have to pay taxes and additional income taxes for the irresponsibility of the Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, what does the Prime Minister have to say to my daughter who is listening to us now? The Honourable Chair of the Treasury Board. In Budget 2016, we invested in jobs, growth, we invested in the middle class, we invested in infrastructure and innovation and tax cuts for the middle class. And the Canada Child Benefit. The economy improved. But there is work that is yet to be done, and we will continue to make important investments into the middle class in order to generate economic growth for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Let's talk about economic growth. This is what the business world is saying in the most recent report of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Small and medium business owners are highly concerned that today's deficits are going to become tomorrow's taxes. They think the government should commit to eliminating the deficit not in 38 years, but in 5 years. Mr. Speaker, when I was talking about our children earlier, now I'm talking about our job creators. They are concerned as well. The last thing we need is more taxes, and more income taxes, and more deficits. What does the Prime Minister have to say to them, too, as they are listening to us? The Honourable Minister. Good news. We are working on investing in our Canadian entrepreneurs. We are investing not only in the Canadian economy, we are also investing in our future. The fund we announced today will help businesses to grow and support the men and women who are working hard to develop businesses and to create more jobs for the middle class throughout the entire country. We're going to continue to work for small and medium businesses, and we are going to work very hard for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Interior Security will be in Ottawa to meet with the government, including the Minister for Public Safety. Since President Trump has taken power, 3 Quebecers have been turned back at the American border. Can the minister confirm that he's going to discuss the cases of citizens that have been turned back at the border when he meets John Kelly tomorrow and ensure that he gets a guarantee that there will no longer be any impact on Canadians who want to visit the United States?
Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, while I won't speak to a specific case, our expectation on both sides of the border is that travelers will be treated with respect and in accordance with the rule of law. To facilitate smooth passage at the border, travelers who are aware of issues related to mistaken identity are encouraged to communicate with American authorities in advance. Officials from Canada Border Services Agency and U.S. Customs and Border Protection are in continuous contact on these matters, and issues related to traveler screening will be discussed tomorrow in the meeting with the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security.
The honourable member for Beloit-Chambly.
Specific cases, but I hope tomorrow they will raise those specific cases with the Secretary of Homeland Security. But Mr. Speaker, still at the border, hundreds of asylum seekers have crossed into Canada in recent months, and many risking their life in harsh winter weather. Tuesday, a pregnant woman and a toddler crossed into Emerson during a winter storm. We can no longer have confidence that refugees in the United States have access to a fair process. So will the minister finally do the right thing and immediately suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement with the U.S. to allow these people to cross safely while seeking asylum in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's refugee system is lauded around the world for being one of the most compassionate. The Safe Third Country Agreement is an agreement between the United States and Canada to properly manage asylum seekers. He should know, the member opposite should know that the UN Refugee Agency supports the principle behind the Safe Third Country Agreement to prevent asylum shopping, and if the New Democratic Party is prepared to engage in an argument with the UNHCR, they're more than welcome to do so.
Honourable member for Essex.
This week, the United States signaled their priorities in regards to NAFTA. They've indicated their #1 priority involves sourcing auto parts at home. This would have a huge impact on Canada's auto sector, which is deeply integrated with its North American counterpart. And still, this Liberal government remains silent on their NAFTA priorities. Will the minister ensure that any NAFTA renegotiations will protect Canada's auto jobs and respect the sector's integrated nature?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to assure the member opposite that I will fight for precisely that. I have had several meetings with Labour representatives, with representatives of our auto parts sector, and we are very, very aligned on fighting for a great deal for Canada. And you know what? I am confident we can do it because that is our government's record on trade. We have overturned discriminatory coal legislation in the United States. We persuaded Mexico and China to end their bans on Canadian beef, and we convinced China to lift its embargo on our canola, and exports of Canadian canola have more than doubled since October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't delighted or reassured by the minister's talking points. The U.S. Commerce Secretary said very clearly, quote, Canadians know times are different. They know they're going to have to make concessions. Concessions? There's too much at stake for Canadian workers. The tone has changed from a tweak to a threatening big bazooka. And apparently this Prime Minister still has nothing to say. Canadians need to know that their government is going to fight for their jobs. What is this government going to bring to the table during NAFTA renegotiations?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by reminding the member opposite and everyone in this House that NAFTA negotiations have not yet begun, and now is not the time for us to prematurely lead our cards on the table. But what I want to say is assure everyone that we will continue to get a great deal for Canadians, and our record proves it. Let me share some great news. In January, Canada posted its third straight trade surplus. Our strong export performance included the car sector, where exports were up 7.7%.
Well, member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are clearly feeling the pressure to increase defence spending. Reports this week noted the Liberals are actually going to spend less on defence, but they're planning on cooking the books in hopes of fooling our NATO allies. Instead of including the Coast Guard's budget in defence spending, which is nothing more than just a shell game, the Liberals should pay our troops what they are deserved when they are out there fighting ISIS. Will the minister stop playing shell games with our defence spending and retroactively pay back all the danger pay, and I mean retroactively pay it all back to all our troops who are stationed in Kuwait?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows my strong will and desire in our government's desire to making sure that our troops who are deployed get all the benefits that they want. But if he wants to bring up certain facts, what about the deficit reduction plan that the previous government had that cut billions of dollars from defense? That's one of the reasons why we launched a defense policy review, to look at a thorough plan for the next 20 years that'll look at the proper defense investment, that'll look after our troops into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shelburne-Old-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are spending freely on everything, but now they're showing their dark side by being cheap with soldiers who are fighting the Islamic State. They're taking $1,800 away a month from them. That's shameful. This is a significant amount for military spouses who have to make ends meet while their spouses are away. Who in this government considers that it's a good idea to cut $1,800 a month from military spouses?
Chair of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the passion for the troops, and I think we all share that. When it comes to looking after our troops, as I stated, we not only want to be looking after our troops in or in Operation Impact, but also other operations as well. As I stated, we have launched our review, and I wish that our members opposites here had the same level of compassion and desire as they have now when they're actually were in government, to making sure that our troops were not sent without the tax-free allowance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
A report written under the direction of the former parliamentary budget officer was released this week and said, quote, the magnitude of the government's 2-year program spending increase is unprecedented in modern times, with a 12% increase in spending over this period. It goes on, if interest rates increase or economic growth further weakens relative to planning assumptions, young people will be paying dearly for today's deficit-financed activities. The finance minister is grasping for Canadians' wallets to pay the bills for all of this out-of-control spending. How much exactly will the federal government raise in new revenues from its proposed carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, even though I don't agree with the premise of his question. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. And I'll tell you what we've done thus far. So far, Mr. Speaker, we've lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians. We've put in place a historic agreement called the Canada Child Benefit Program, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We've helped our seniors, Mr. Speaker, by putting in place an increase in the guaranteed income supplement. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting Canadians. We're going in the right direction, and we're going to continue to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Financial Post today has a headline, quote, Bank for International Settlements says Canada is showing early warning signs of a financial crisis. It goes on. In its fall report, the BIS indicated that Canada had one of the highest credit to GDP ratios among developed nations. That report said the country's unusually elevated level posed a threat to the country's banking system, Mr. Speaker. Our country has the highest level of household debt to income in the OECD. When will this government realize that Canadians have too much debt of their own, they can't afford the government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I always appreciate the opportunity to tell Canadians the good work that this government has been doing. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our priority for this government is to help middle-class Canadians and those that are working so hard to join it, and the most vulnerable Canadians. I'm going to give you a few more detailed examples of the things that we have done, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the Canada Child Tax Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker, over 300,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. When we look at our increase in our guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors, we will be providing assistance to more than 1 million seniors that will benefit from this raise. Mr. Speaker, we are going in the right direction, we are focused, and we're moving ahead.
Order of members for Cape Breton, Canso, and Vancouver Kingsway wanted to have a discussion. Maybe they should do that outdoors. Otherwise, I hope that they'll listen to the questions and the answers and the rest of question period. I know that's a friendly conversation, but still. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Milkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to deliverology, we know so far this Liberal government has delivered over $25 billion in debt this year and working hard to do so in the next. What we don't know is when will this government ever return to a balanced budget. The Finance Department reports that the minister intentionally delayed says 2050 or 2051. When will this government balance the budget?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'm very proud to raise in this House, Budget 2017 will continue to build on our promise to helping middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Speaker, we want to focus on economic growth for our country, for Canadians. We are going to continue to invest with middle-class Canadians because we know that they are the backbone of our economy, and we truly want to make sure that they receive the help that they get, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is focused, we're going in the right direction, and we're moving ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Milkman Nicolette.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer did anything but tell Canadians when this Liberal government will return to balanced budgets that they have promised. Now, does this finance minister really believe that saddling our children's children with massive amounts of long-term debt is how you really help the middle class? Not only were previous Conservative and Liberal finance ministers proud to talk about balanced budgets, they actually delivered. Why is a balanced budget now a dirty word to this finance minister and to these Liberals?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yet again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. In Budget 2017, we will continue to focus on the middle class to help it move forward, as well as those who are working hard to become part of it. We will also focus on prosperity for all Canada. This government is listening to the citizens of Canada, and we are going in the right direction, and we are going to continue to implement our plan. Thank you.
For Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today we were sickened to hear the views expressed by Senator Bayak on residential schools. Residential schools were profoundly damaging to First Nations and remain a dark chapter in Canada's history. Children were forcibly taken from their families and homes for the exact purpose of trying to wipe out their languages and their identities. Will this government stand with us to condemn and denounce the statements made by Senator Bayak?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right. Residential schools were a dark and painful chapter in our history, and comments like these are ill-informed, offensive, and simply wrong. The intention of the Indian residential schools was to erase Indigenous language and culture. The Senator's comments underscore the need for better education so that all Canadians can work together to advance the shared journey of reconciliation. Survivors, families, and communities are still dealing with the intergenerational trauma resulting from Indian residential schools. We must be all united in supporting them.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for what she said. I was also shocked and disgusted when I heard what Senator Bayak said. The intention of residential schools was to take me away from my family, my culture, my language, and my land. Indian residential schools were a form of cultural genocide. There's never a good side to genocide. I know that the minister is supporting what I have to say, but we need to go further. Will the minister ask the senator directly today to resign? The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my member for his vigilance and his leadership in the matter of Aboriginal, or rather Indigenous peoples and residential schools. It is extremely important for Indigenous peoples to decide whether they want an apology or a resignation. That is a matter for Indigenous peoples.
Mr. Speaker, no wonder the Transport Minister couldn't answer my questions yesterday. It's the Finance Minister calling the shots. We now know the airports are on a fire sale to foreign buyers to fund his infrastructure bank because his runaway spending has drained the Treasury. Canadian travellers will now be forced to pay higher costs and more fees to foreign airport owners to pay for the Liberals' reckless spending. Will the minister or anybody on that side finally admit that the airports are being sold solely because they have run out of money?
Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This offers me another opportunity to point out something that I began pointing out last November, and that is that it is of the highest priority that we improve passenger service in this country. We are trying to lower prices. We are trying to offer more choice. We are trying to reduce the amount of time to go through security or to go through customs. And yes, we are committed to a regime of rights for air passengers. Those are the factors that guide us in our decisions with respect to airports and airlines.
The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the situation of the Minister of Transport. The Liberal government has spent freely since it was elected, and now it seems that credible sources are telling us that the government is going to sell off infrastructure to pay for its infrastructure bank. They've been spending, and now they see that the ATM is empty, and now they're going to sell the furniture to pay the interest of the Minister of Finance's credit card. On March 22nd, instead of holding a fire sale, could the government get its house in order and present a plan to return to balanced books in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gives me the opportunity to repeat yet again what motivates us the most. It is service for passengers. They have observed that there are more choices and lower costs. They know that we want to reduce wait times to get through security and through customs. There will be a Bill of Rights for passengers. That's what counts in our airports, and that's what motivates us. Thank you.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta NDP is using money from the Building Canada plan as its own personal slush fund. Instead of funding key infrastructure projects like roads, bridges, water treatment plants, Premier Notley is withholding $300 million from rural municipalities to pay for her massive debt. And the Liberal infrastructure minister is letting her get away with it. Mr. Speaker, when will this minister put aside his friendship with Premier Notley? When will he stand up for Albertans? When will he demand that money from the Building Canada plan go directly to municipalities so we get the best bang for the taxpayer's buck?
Here, here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. We understand the challenges facing Alberta and will continue to deliver on our infrastructure commitments to invest and support economic growth and improve our communities. Working with our provincial and municipal partners, we're improving transit, roads, bridges, water systems in Alberta for Albertans. We've approved 127 projects, Mr. Speaker, worth $1.36 billion in federal funding and $4.2 billion in combined funding. This is what we're delivering for Albertans and will continue to deliver for Albertans, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, if they understand the challenges, they better do something about it. But yesterday, the minister said, quote, federal infrastructure dollars can only be used for infrastructure projects. But the AUMA is clear. The Alberta NDP is breaking the commitment of $300 million for infrastructure projects in local communities. Albertans need infrastructure, Albertans need jobs, Albertans need a minister that will stop betraying them. When will the minister stop defending the Alberta NDP and call on Premier Notley to use Building Canada funds for community infrastructure and nothing else?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. The Minister and the Ministry has a strong working relationship with the Government of Alberta, the AUMA, the AAMDC, and mayors from across the province. And the Ministry values the opportunity to meet with communities and talk about their infrastructure priorities. As I mentioned previously, there are 127 projects that will benefit the communities all across the province, a number of which, if not most of which, are in some of the main municipalities. We'll continue to deliver for Albertans. We'll continue to deliver quality jobs for the 21st century and for all Albertans. And that is what we're going to do in this government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, nothing is going well at Canada Revenue Agency. The ship is sinking. After private receptions and amnesty for fraudsters, we're finding out that many public servants there are abandoning ship and going to work for KPMG. The phenomenon of the revolving door is alive and well at the CRA and accounting firms. For a year and a half, we've had a new captain, but the ship is still sinking. When is she going to put an end to this cronyism? The Honourable Minister. The Canada Revenue Agency has the most rigorous policies when it comes to working conditions within the government. When these employees leave their jobs, former CRA employees have to meet strict conditions. Disclosure of information is prohibited by law, and that prohibition has no time limit. And agency employees can be sanctioned, including fines and prison terms if they contravene this. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Comes to going after rich tax cheats, the Liberals' motto seems to be hear no evil, see no evil. When the sweetheart amnesty deal was exposed, the one between the Liberal government and KPMG, the Liberals refused to even condemn it. Then we tried to get key documents from KPMG at committee, Liberals blocked it. But now the Revenue Minister is speculating that charges may in fact be brought. You know, one day, maybe, wink, wink. Canadians are tired of having to pick up the tab for rich tax deadbeats. So which is it? Will the Liberals be pressing charges in the KPMG scam? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague to give me the opportunity to pass a message on to Canadians. Last year in the budget, the government invested historic record amounts, $444 million that enabled us in the past year to recover $13 billion that will be reinvested in healthcare, education, infrastructure. We continue to work for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, as we promised we would do.
West Nepean.
Are deeply concerned about the way that sexual assault victims are treated in our criminal justice system. Earlier today, the Canadian Judicial Council released its report into Justice Robin Camp's conduct in relation to a sexual assault trial. The Council has recommended that Justice Camp be removed from office. Can the Minister inform this House about next steps in this matter?
Well, Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm today I did receive a report from the Canadian Judicial Council which found Justice Robin Camp acted in a manner that seriously undermined public confidence in the judiciary. The Council recommended the removal of Justice Camp from the federal court. I have read both reports and have satisfied myself that Justice Camp was afforded due process. We have considered all the factual and legal findings and prepared to move on this. I understand that there might be some news in this regard with respect to Justice Camp, but our government is committed to moving forward with the removal of Justice Camp.
The member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, we have countless judicial vacancies and unfulfilled watchdog positions, and we have ambassador appointments that have been downgraded to special advisors. All these failed appointments have one thing in common: the former Director of Appointments to the Prime Minister, Mary Eng. It seems the only nomination Mary Eng was able to fulfill was her own Liberal Party candidacy and members of the Immigration Board, whose independence she's compromised by claiming she has political control over them. How can Canadians have any confidence in the Liberal appointments when they're so shrouded in Liberal politics?
Honourable Minister, Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, we are proud actually of the new government-wide appointments process that we introduced that is open, transparent and merit-based. This appointment process actually allows Canadians from coast to coast to coast to apply. All positions are available online. It's exactly what we committed to Canadians. It's exactly what we've delivered on, and I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Loubinière. Mr. Speaker, any government appointment to senior positions have to be done on an impartial basis, evaluated according to skills and merit. Since this Prime Minister has been in office, he's shown the contrary. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that he will not once again appoint his Liberal cronies who contribute to the party coffers, and that he will fill the positions of commissioners in charge of elections, official languages, lobbying, and, ironically, ethics, something that he does not master, and that he will staff them with people who are competent with no links to the Liberal Party? Mr. Speaker, as we promised Canadians, we introduced a new pan-government process for appointments that is new, transparent, and merit-based. Our approach will seek out high-quality candidates that represent gender equality as well as diversity of Canadians. All open positions are available online in a transparent manner, and I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you.
For Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, we know that governing is hard, and there's more to it than taking selfies and holding hands. Now, the Liberals have failed to make a single parliamentary watchdog appointment in their 18 months in government. It seems the only appointments this government can make are to friends and former chiefs of staff. So, Mr. Speaker, 18 months have passed. How much longer do we have to wait for this Prime Minister to start doing his job and appointing people to these watchdog positions? Or is it taking so long because he's trying to find people who will turn the other cheek to his ethical transgressions?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also agree that every member in this House works very hard, just like every Canadian in this country works very hard. And that's why our government is committed to working hard for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. I am always proud to stand in this House and to remind Canadians and all members that we introduced a new government-wide appointment process that is open, transparent, and merit-based. Our approach will result in the recommendation of highly qualified candidates who achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. The new selection process reflects the fundamental role that many Canadians play.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is under multiple investigations. He refuses to answer questions about his ethical shortcomings. The Innovation Minister was forced to admit that he misled Canadians over the Onbon boondoggle. The Finance Minister is engaged in the carbon tax cover-up and the secret sell-off of airports. So when will this Prime Minister finally act like a leader and be honest with Canadians instead of thinking he's above the law?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Prime Minister has said time and time again that he will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. This government is committed to working hard for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. That's why we lowered taxes on the middle class. That's why we introduced the Canada Child Benefit that helps families with children that need it the most. That's why we recognize that we can have a sustainable environment as well as a strong economy. They go hand in hand, and we need to continue working hard. And I encourage all members, let's work better together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 3 of the retirement homes purchased by Anbang, a Chinese insurance company, are in my riding on Vancouver Island. American companies have refused to work with Anbang because of its murky ownership, yet Liberals rubber stamped the deal. British Columbians demand greater transparency when publicly funded assets are sold to foreign interests. Our health care should not be for sale. And this takeover doesn't pass the smell test. Simple question. If Liberals are so confident about this sketchy deal, will they guarantee our seniors that they will not be negatively affected by this deal?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the member that the concerns he's raising are the same concerns we had, and that is why we were engaged with the British Columbian government and the British Government Health Authority. And they provided the operating licenses based on those same concerns, which is making sure that a retirement concept, which is managed and operated by Canadians, will make sure that they provide the level of service and quality to those seniors in the highest of levels, Mr. Speaker. Again, the bottom line here, Mr. Speaker, is that this is good for investment, this is good for British Columbians, and this is good for the economy, and of course seniors.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the minister doesn't want to move up the December 2018 deadline of the independent committee considering cases of advance directives for medical assistance in dying. In Quebec, both the parliamentary committee and the College of Physicians have come out in favor of this. While this government just waits, families are suffering to the point that they are ending the days of their loved ones. Will this government finally assume its responsibilities and demand the tabling of a report immediately on advance directives? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, as all members of this House will know, earlier last year we introduced legislation and it passed and received royal assent, allowing Canadians to have access to medical assistance in dying. Through that legislation, we were able to allow Canadians to have access to that right, but at the same time to recognize that there are vulnerable people who need to be protected. By all accounts that I have had with medical practitioners, with medical regulators, the system is working well. We are continuing to track that. We also have a review underway to address some of the questions that were raised in this House during that consideration, and we look forward to
the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Headlines are telling us, Mr. Speaker, that the
Crown's attorney in Alberta are having to accept plea deals on criminal cases because of the judicial backlog. In fact, the paper today in Ottawa said that there are 1,000 cases that are in jeopardy of being thrown out, and this in large part is because of Liberal inaction in this area, Mr. Speaker. So if 1,000 cases isn't enough to get this government moving to make judicial appointments, how many would it take? How about 5,000? Would that be enough for the government?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand up to speak to the substantive and quality judicial appointments that we have made and to speak to the substantive and quality judicial appointments we will continue to make. I am pleased that we have introduced a new judicial appointment process and instituted a new composition for judicial advisory councils that will provide us recommendations and highly recommended candidates to fill the seats on the superior courts across the country. We are taking the necessary time in order to ensure that the judges that were appointed to the superior courts reflect the diversity of the country and have the utmost in terms of merit and ability.
Honourable order. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian courts are at a tipping point. Prosecutors are dropping serious criminal cases because they lack resources to meet deadlines, and the Minister of Justice has failed to fill more than 60 judicial vacancies, resulting in serious criminal cases being thrown out of court. So, to the Minister, how many more cases are going to be thrown out of court before this Minister finally gets her act together and starts appointing judges?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm pleased to stand up to speak to the substantive appointments that we've made in terms of judicial appointments to superior courts across the country. We are continuing to ensure that we make quality appointments that reflect the diversity in this country. That is why we instituted a new judicial appointments process. That is why we reconstituted the judicial advisory committees to ensure that we have substantive, quality, credible candidates that I can put forward, again, reflecting the diversity of the country and the makeup of our great nation.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to keep at least one election promise, and he's moving forward with legislation to legalize marijuana. Marijuana edibles, such as lollipops, brownies, cookies, and candies, are directly targeting Canadian youth and are currently the #1 sales item at illegal dispensaries. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians trust this Prime Minister to protect our children under more liberalized laws when he refuses to protect them when marijuana is illegal?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think the members of this House are familiar with the fact that we will be introducing legislation this spring, and that will have to do with the legalization of access to cannabis under a regulatory regime that will restrict access and will address the very issues that the member has raised to make sure that cannabis stays out of the hands of children and the profits out of the hands of criminals. I encourage all members to read the task force and make sure they are well informed.
Honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. On July 30th, 1974, a tragic accident took place at the cadet camp of the Valcartier base. While 130 cadets were in a barracks, a live grenade exploded, killing 6 cadets and injuring dozens of others. The lives of many Canadians were changed forever. Can the Minister of National Defence inform the House of what is being done to ensure that adequate care and support is provided to the survivors of this terrible tragedy?
National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier today, I am truly sorry for the pain endured by victims of this tragedy, and I deeply regret how long it has taken to address it. That is why we are taking action. In recognition of their pain and suffering, they will receive a universal benevolent payment and are eligible for an individualized payment to cover any physical and mental injuries they may have endured. Mr. Speaker, to the former cadets who are here today and those who could not be here, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I ask them to accept this apology. We are truly sorry for the pain that they have endured, and we deeply regret how long it took to address it. Nous sommes désolés.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Liberals continue to make life unaffordable for Canadian families. With previous tax hikes that have taken place, it leaves us wondering, with the minister saying that everything is on the table, what's next for our Canadian families? Stories are coming out every day with regards to potential tax hikes that we could be facing in this upcoming budget. What I'd like to know today is whether or not our children are in fact going to be kept safe. I've asked before and I'm asking again today, can the Finance Minister tell us that he will not touch the Registered Education Savings Plan?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I always am pleased to have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to tell the House the wonderful work that this government is doing to support middle-class Canadians and middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, it is this government that has put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program that has helped hundreds of thousands of children get out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, it is this government as well that has invested significantly in creating more summer jobs for students. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping Canadians, and that's exactly what we're going to be continuing to do in Budget 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are seeing that our oil spill response is anything but world-class. The BC diesel spill had a radius of over 5 kilometres and contaminated the clams in the region. First Nation communities are exhausted and feel abandoned by the government's inaction. One expert said, quote, "The diesel is not going to disappear magically." Another asked, if we can't clean that up, how will we deal with large tankers with heavy fuel products? Why they simply gave up.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The protection of Canadian waters is of the utmost importance for our government. Within an hour and 20 minutes of the initial call, the Coast Guard tasked assets to respond to this incident. The Coast Guard has also established a unified command collaboratively with members of local First Nations, federal and provincial partners, and the responsible party. Despite their quick response, incidents like this highlight why our government is investing in marine safety with the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan, which will make Canada's marine safety systems even stronger than it is today, Mr. Speaker.
The member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, today's marketplace is a rapidly changing environment, and Canada is uniquely positioned to attract and develop talent to further sustain and scale up innovative companies across our country. The government has been clear about the need to grow our economy and create jobs that will allow our companies to expand and succeed. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development explain to the House what this government is doing to increase, develop, train and grow our Canadian talent? Thank you.
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from New Brunswick Southwest for her question and her leadership on this file, Mr. Speaker. As the member well knows, we are in a global innovation race. That is why we're open to trade, investment, and people. And today, we announced the launch of the Global Skills Strategy. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, actually to thank the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Employment, who will reduce the visa processing time to 2 weeks for Canadian businesses. This will allow Canadian companies to grow, create Canadian jobs across all regions, Mr. Speaker, in all sectors. This is good for growth. This is good for high-quality jobs.
Honourable member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we have to create permanent jobs. This government does nothing concrete to help the economies of our regions. There's no action on softwood lumber, and worse yet, when it comes to NAFTA, our Prime Minister naively got down on his knees before the President of the United States. This Liberal government must support our regions and give hope to people who've greatly contributed to the prosperity of our great country. Mr. Speaker, does this government want to shut down our regions? If it does not, it has to act now. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, since this is my first response to the Conservative days, I want to thank the members for Thornhill and Prairie Sound Muskoka for their comments this week. We don't always agree on everything, but I'm proud that Canada has an official opposition that can rise above partisanship to defend our democracy. Thank you very much. With regard to NAFTA, negotiations haven't started, but Canada will be ready if and when this happens. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We knew that with $92 million in contracts, the government was a good partner for KPMG. But now we found out that the government doesn't just give KPMG money, it gives it employees. For the executive manager of the Institute for Governments, this may create the appearance of cronyism. These aren't cronies anymore, these are family members. How can the minister claim that the government is at war with those who engage in tax fraud when it gives those who encourage tax fraud both money and expertise? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned it earlier. Our government was very proud to have announced $444 million in its last budget that allowed us to do searches abroad for $13 billion, including $1 billion in the voluntary disclosure program. We hired 100 auditors. We work on 4 jurisdictions a year. We will continue what we started, and we will see this through to the end, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Joliette. Well, here we're talking about KPMG. It hires experts from the CRA, and at the same time, the CRA hires KPMG experts. It's a great family business. The government has granted $92 million in contracts to KPMG since 2006. It has come to an agreement with KPMG to avoid prosecution of its wealthy clients who have engaged in the Isle of Man scheme. Is the Minister of Revenue really trying to make us believe that this is a war against tax evasion? Mr. Speaker, the CRA has among the most rigorous policies around when it comes for after-employment conditions. When employees of CRA leave their jobs, they have to meet strict conditions. Disclosure of information is prohibited by law, and that prohibition has no time limit. Allow me to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that a former employee or employee of the CRA that contravenes these rules can be penalized and even prosecuted in a criminal court.
And now I believe that the official opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she could share with his House what the business of the House will be for the remainder of this week, as well as I know when we return we will be hearing about the budget, and hopefully there'll be some very good news for Canadians in terms of some tax relief, and if she can share what will be happening the week that we come back. Thank you.
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with the debate on Conservative opposition motion. After today, we will have one remaining opposition day in this supply cycle. That debate will take place on Tuesday, March 21st. Tomorrow, we will continue with report stage debate of Bill C-22 concerning the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. That debate will continue on Monday after colleagues return from their constituency week. I should also mention that a take-note debate on Operation Unifier will take place on Monday evening. Wednesday, we will commence consideration at second reading of Bill C-17, the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, until 4 p.m., at which time the Minister of Finance will make his budget presentation. Thursday shall be the first of 4 days of debate, a budget debate, also referred to as Leaders' Day. That's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good question period for today. Oh, the Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order, perhaps.
Mr. Speaker, there has been consultations. Excuse me, could I get some order?
Invite honourable members to they would assist me by saying shh, and I ask those who are carrying on conversations to do so out in the lobbies. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much. There has been consultations, and I believe you will find the unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding the order made March 8, 2017, Bill C-337, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code sexual assault, be withdrawn from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. Carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply, consideration and opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Bazan regarding Canadian Forces tax benefit.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan had 3 minutes left in his questions and comments. Question et commentaires. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I don't want to disappoint the member across the way, Madam Speaker. I do have a question for the member. You know, one of the things that we need to recognize is that back in 2014, our troops were deployed out to Kuwait, and there was a decision that was made a number of months later that there should be a compensation, additional compensation given to those troops. And then it wasn't until after the federal election of 2015 when this government actually ensured not only that they would be given that additional compensation, but it would be retroactive. And my question for the member is that there was a process that ultimately saw Mr. Harper not provide the money up front, and would the member not agree that that process does need to be revisited, and that's why it's a very encouraging thing today when we have the Minister of Defence, not only today but even in days prior, making the commitment to readjust that process.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was doing my best to encourage some of the quieter members of the government to ask a question, but to no avail. I certainly welcome questions from my friend from Winnipeg North, although I don't always agree with them. The reality is that the previous government was actually very clear on the importance of providing danger pay to troops who are in conflict situations or who are in danger in general, committed in different theaters throughout the world. What we're talking about specifically in this motion is the fact that there were members of the Canadian Forces stationed at Camp Arif Jan who had their benefit, the specific benefit, cancelled on September 1st, 2016. Now, that's something that the member cannot blame on the previous government. September 1st, 2016 was almost a full year after the last federal election. We are saying in the opposition here that action needs to be taken to reverse that action by the previous government, by this current government, to address the injustice of withdrawing the danger pay from our men and women in uniform who are in a very dangerous situation. And What we need to hear from this government is a commitment to address this, not only going forward, but also retroactively. This motion needs to pass, but it's a non-binding motion, so it is essential that the government commit as well to actually acting and implementing the fullness of this motion, which includes the retroactive component.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, before starting, I'd like to mention the tragic death of Alfred Barr of the 435th Squadron, who died tragically yesterday. I'd like to express all Canadians' profound sympathies. I'm here to participate in this debate. I had the pleasure of working with the member who moved this motion on the National Defence Committee, and I'd like to thank him for the support he's shown me. Earlier today, we talked about tax relief offered to our soldiers working abroad.
To support our Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, a number of members of both sides of this House have served in the Canadian Armed Forces, and many more have family members who have served or are serving. J'aimerais vous parler plus.
More particularly, I'd like to talk to you about the social advantages and the compensation that we give to our men and women in uniform. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces provide incomparable contributions to Canadian society. They defend our country, protect our interests, and effectively represent our country in missions around the world.
Recognizes the hardships that military life places on those in uniform and the families that support them. They say that when a member serves, their family serves along with them. And Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more. We want to give them the compensation and benefits that reflect the demands placed on them by their service. The military is staffed with talented, passionate, and driven people. Those who put on a uniform do it because they want to serve their country. It isn't a job, it's a calling. Le montant que les militaires reçoivent et le
The amount that soldiers receive reflects their training and their skills, and also the fact that they're putting their lives on the line. Technicians and specialists need particular training to be able to do their work. In civilian life, this specialized training comes with a higher salary. And the same goes for our soldiers. Our men and women in uniform also need to be compensated for the additional costs that are imposed on them by military service. All members of a military family can tell you that moving to a new house every few years is just part of their life. Moving is a costly and difficult process for everyone involved. This is one of the burdens that soldiers need to deal with. It's difficult for soldiers and their families to do this. We want to help them better deal with these difficulties. The government is trying to alleviate the financial burden that comes with moving from city to city, that comes from the loss of capital gains from selling a house, transferring their mail, and having to deal with additional meal expenses. Members of Canada's Army, Navy, and Air Force receive many benefits to help them cover these costs. Moving also is impacted by the changing value of the Canadian dollar in different areas. The destination of the place that a soldier is posted to shouldn't have an impact on their finances. This is why we provide a cost of living adjustment to ensure that our soldiers can make good use of their salary.
Is to have those who serve proudly in our military pay extra because of their sacrifice. Canadians care about the Canadian Armed Forces, Madam Speaker. We do too. And that's why we provide them with the world-class compensation and benefits when they're in service. But we do not stop taking care of them when they leave. Pour bon nombre d'anciens militaires.
For many veterans, their service in the forces was their only career. The Canadian Armed Forces members can find themselves in difficult situations. The government and their partners offers numerous programs to help them transition to Civilian Street. They often look for careers that will help them to continue along. And there are many programs, in fact, that help to assist men and women in this regard. Programs that help them to prepare for job searches to determine the professional path that corresponds best to their needs and will help them in the long term. The relationship that the government has with private partners will open more doors for them. Private programs like the transition programs will enable these groups to have better information on veterans. And, for example, Helmets to Hard Hats helps veterans to find jobs in the construction industry. Op Entrepreneur also offers mentoring and financial assistance to former members of the Canadian Armed Forces to help them to create small businesses.
Is challenging enough. It's even harder when a member is ill or injured. We want them to have a fulfilling life and career after their service, where their injuries will not hold them back. Madam Speaker, taking off the uniform is not always an easy decision for our Canadian Armed Forces members or their families. And so the Ministers of Veteran Affairs and National Defence are working together to close the seam to ensure a smooth transition for members and their families. In addition, the Vocational Rehabilitation Program prepares Canadian Armed Forces personnel who are long-term disabled for meaningful employment in the private sector. Canadian Armed Forces also works closely with its partners in VAC and other organizations to identify meaningful and substantive employment for veterans, both in the private sector and public service. We know that Canadian Armed Forces members have a wide range of skills and expertise in many areas that benefit employers across the board. We want to encourage more businesses and organizations to hire veterans, especially those who may be ill and injured. VAC has created a veterans hiring unit, and whole of government must continue to be committed to positively advancing the mandate of the Veterans Hiring Act. I encourage all members of this House to consider hiring a veteran. Maintenant, Madame la Présidente.
Now, Madam Speaker, most Canadians, civilians and military members are concerned about paying their bills when they retire. Pensions in the armed forces will help them to be secure in retirement, and their pension is one of the best in the country. Retired members from the armed forces and reserve members can count on their retirement.
A citizen can make is to put on a uniform and serve their country. It takes bravery, commitment, and a sacrifice to be a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. Canadians ask so much of our men and women in uniform. We must offer them compensation and benefits that reflect how much we value their service. C'est pourquoi nous prenons soin des...
And that's why we take care of the members of the Canadian Armed Forces when they wear the uniform. That's why we prepare them for enriching careers at the end of their military service. And that's why we offer them a good pension plan for retirement. Members of the armed forces in Canada are important to Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, I just want to make sure I got the right one there. Brandon, is it Brandon Souris? Souris, Moose Mountain. Not too far away.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for her comments. I've had the pleasure of working with her, and I commend her for the excellent work she's done on Veteran Affairs. And I congratulate her on becoming the Parliamentary Secretary for Veteran Affairs. And so I just, you talked a little bit about family. And I understand, and maybe a lot of that...
Remind the member to address the comments to the chair and not to the individuals.
Madam Speaker, you may not be aware, but this member is about to become a member of a military family. And I'm wondering if she could comment on what she might perceive as some of the effects that might happen to families when decisions like this become all of a sudden thrown in their laps.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question, and
I've had a great pleasure of working with him when I was on the Veteran Affairs Committee, and he himself is a family member of the Canadian Armed Forces. His father served so valiantly in our Canadian Armed Forces, and so I'd like to thank him and his father for their service. I am a family member of the Canadian Armed Forces. I have 2 sons currently serving, very proudly. So I'm a proud military mom, and I can assure you that this government takes the health, well-being, both physical, mental, and financial well-being of our Canadian Armed Forces and our veterans very seriously. We will continue to do so. And I'm happy that we're having this conversation today to show that all sides of this House can come together in support of our Canadian Armed Forces.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I didn't hear a lot of comment on the heart of the motion, the Conservative motion, which talks about the benefit that was providing the service members with between $1,500 and $1,800 per month for hardship. Could the Honourable Member address that tax benefit that was removed by the government? This benefit that was worth between $1,500 and $1,800 per month. I'd like to hear her position on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. As the Minister mentioned, we are looking at retroactive payments to deal with members at Arif Jan.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for her speech. It bears mentioning, Madam Speaker, that the Minister stood in this House today and dealt with this motion and indicated to the House that the 15 people affected in Camp Arajon will have their pay retroactively restored. Will the Honourable Member be prepared to comment on the swiftness with which the Minister reacted given this egregious situation and given that it had been outstanding for 10 years previously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As he mentioned, the Minister, upon being made aware of this, asked the Chief of Defence Staff to look into it, to not only correct the issue, but also to look into the process that's been put in place to make sure that we are not only following specific guidelines, but making sure that decisions that are being made are also in support of our Canadian Armed Forces. So I'm happy that not only are we rectifying this, that we're also looking into making sure that the process is as complete and as robust as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion. This motion, regrettably, Madam Speaker, has been rendered moot by virtue of the Minister's commitment to retroactively deal with the soldiers that are affected, the military personnel that are affected by the pay change on September the 1st, 2016. This has had a history, Madam Speaker. It has had a history, a 10-year history, and the 10-year history, Madam Speaker, has been that the government was asked no less than 15 times in the past number of years to address these situations where personnel arrive on the field on a certain understanding of their pay and compensation package, and then while there, that is changed. So the Minister has done the right thing, Madam Speaker, and addressed it. Therefore, in some respects, the motion is moot. The government will be supporting the motion, and I'm assuming the Conservative Party will support the motion. I don't know the position of the NDP party, but I expect that the NDP party will support the motion. So in some respects, Madam Speaker, we're supporting something that everyone agrees to. So So whatever else I might say at this point, and possibly what has been said prior to this point, Madam Speaker, has been something less than useful to the actual motion that's on the floor of the House. So in the spirit of contributing things that are tangentially relevant, may I indulge the Speaker and the Chair in a discussion really about the value of our people who put on the uniform. So no matter what they do, whether they're heading out in Halifax or Wainwright or Kuwait, when they put on the uniform, they take a proud place in Canadian history. As we approach our 150th birthday this year, it's worth remembering that in many ways the story of Canada's military is Canada's history. In August 2014, we marked 100 years since the First World War began. The world had never seen such a conflict. More than 650,000 men and women from Canada and Newfoundland served, no small feat for countries with a combined population of 8 million. So, Madam Speaker, project yourself forward and say, what would that be if in fact, we had a population such as we have now, which is what, somewhere in the order of 4 or 5 times bigger. We would have 3 million men and women in uniform in this kind of a conflict. It's unimaginable given the era in which we live, 2017. 66,000 people gave their lives. More than 172,000 were wounded. Many spent years away from home, fighting from trench to trench across bloody battlefields in Europe pockmarked with shell holes. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that as people come to Ottawa to celebrate our 150th anniversary, that they take advantage of that opportunity to go to the War Museum just down the street from here and spend literally a day going through Canada's military history. It is a fascinating and honourable history. This year, Canadian Armed Forces contingent will return to one of the most important battlefields and well-known battlefields in Canadian history, namely Vimy Ridge. At Vimy, regiments from coast to coast saw action together in a distinctly Canadian triumph, helping create new and a stronger sense of our nation's identity. The success of our soldiers at Vimy is seen as one of the defining moments of our history, the moment when Canada came of age. Today, on land granted to Canada by grateful France, the Canadian National Vimy Memorial rises above the now quiet surrounding countryside. And may I, at this point, Madam Speaker, tell you a story about a Scarborough soldier. His name was Lieutenant Leslie Miller. He was a farmer, like many other people who enrolled in the Canadian military. He went to Vimy. He participated in that fight, and he survived. When he got to the top of the Vimy Ridge, the only thing left of this oak tree was the acorns that had fallen to the ground in the course of the battle. He gathered up those acorns, Madam Speaker, and transported them, or had them transported back to his farm in Scarborough. And if you go to the farm location in Scarborough, which is in the northwest section of Scarborough, you will see a huge stand of oak trees. And these oak trees have been there for literally 100 years. And Madam Speaker, the people from the Vimy Ridge Oak Memorial are keen to have those saplings from those trees planted back on French soil at the foot of the Vimy Ridge Memorial. And the concept, Madam Speaker, is really quite an interesting and exciting concept where you take 100 of those trees and plant them along a path which will be an interpretive path from one of the villages in France right to the Vimy Ridge Memorial. And that work has actually been taken as we speak. it's actually an interesting and challenging problem, Madam Speaker, because there is so much unexploded ordnance in the fields surrounding the Vimy Ridge Memorial. So that work is taking place, and I want to commend the initiatives of Monty McDonald and a variety of other people who have taken this upon themselves to initiate this Vimy Ridge Memorial and express it in a uniquely Canadian way by bringing the saplings back from Canada that have been grown on Canadian soil and replanting them on French soil. And I think, Madam Speaker, in a uniquely Canadian way, this expresses our commitment to the people of France, the people of Europe, and our own nation-building exercise. But Vimy was not the only battle that shaped our nation. Just over 2 decades later, a new generation of servicemen and women returned to the battlefields of Europe and further afield to fight in the Second World War. They landed on the shores of Dieppe to face great adversity. More than half of their number were killed or taken prisoner. They landed in Sicily and launched an assault, slowly retaking Italy back from the Germans. They landed at Juno Beach, fielding the third largest Allied D-Day force. From there, they pushed through Normandy to Belgium and to liberate the Netherlands. And for those who've been to the Netherlands on the various memorial days, Madam Speaker, know that still the Dutch greet the Canadians with a special pride and a special enthusiasm and a special affection. Meanwhile, in the icy waters of the North Atlantic and the Barents Sea, men braved the German U-boats to keep the vital flow of men and supplies open between North America, Europe, and into Russia. Mr. Speaker, not far from this very house, in a street named after one such man, Jerome Jodorowsky, joined the Navy with 9 of his buddies in 1941. And before his 20th birthday, he'd sailed the Murmansk run 4 times over. When the city of Ottawa named a street after him, a fellow veteran and Legion comrade, Gus Esty, was there at the ceremony. Mr. Esty was one of more than 26,000 Canadians who answered the call of a recently formed United Nations to help maintain the international peace and security in Korea. He also served in Germany, Cyprus, Egypt, and a member of the Canadian Postal Corps, ensuring deployed personnel could keep in touch with their families back home. Madam Speaker, the Canadian military has a proud history, one that we all all should take some pride in, particularly on this anniversary of our nation at 150 years and of Vimy Ridge at 100 years. We are a nation, Madam Speaker, that does answer the call. We continue to answer the call. We have some of the absolute finest soldiers, and we hope that with the closing of this motion, we will in fact honor their deployment by an appropriate compensation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and we just want to maybe provide him, because I know in his capacity as a former Parliamentary Secretary on Defence, he's always been a consistent advocate for our men and women of the forces. If he would like to maybe expand upon why it is that it's so important that the government be there to support our men and women of the forces. We often talk about that social contract, or just heighten the importance of just why it is that our forces are there for our sovereignty, for ensuring that Canadian values are that much more appreciated around the world.
The honourable, I almost called you a minister. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Yeah, somebody or other, yes. Yeah. Thank you for that question. The Canadian military has 3 great tasks. It is to provide defence of Canada, to provide defence of North America, and to, from time to time, provide expeditionary forces. In that way, we protect our own sovereignty. And it is a foolish nation, Madam Speaker, that outsources its own sovereignty. Hence the importance of our Canadian military to retain and maintain and expand our sovereignty so that other nations who might wish to take advantage of Canada will not be able to do so. So the key importance of our military is that we project our own sovereignty and we protect our own sovereignty, and as I say, not outsourcing our sovereignty to other nations.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the point about how important it is for a nation to be protected sovereignty, obviously the previous Martin government had refused to participate in a ballistic defense program. Just wanted to hear this member's thoughts on whether or not Canada should seek to work with the United States, because right now, if there are issues having to do with missile defense, right now it's the Americans that hold all the cards when it comes to that. I'd love to hear the member's thoughts.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
As you know, Madam Speaker, the minister launched last year a defense review, and I'm not going to preempt what that defense review might say on this particular subject or any other for that matter. I would say to the honourable member that the issue of not outsourcing your own sovereignty, of protecting your own sovereignty, is top of mind. And it has to be for any government. It doesn't matter whether it's a blue government or a red government. Madam Speaker, I'm rather hoping that our excellent relationship with our NORAD partners will enable us to contribute in ways that are useful for both nations.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. Oh, sorry. Oh, for the Châteauguay-Lacoste, je m'excuse.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To participate in the questions and answers today. This topic is of particular interest to me because I did have the opportunity to work as a financial educator at the Garnison Saint-Jean in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and I witnessed firsthand the financial concerns of the members of the Canadian forces at that time, which was at the time of the deployment in Afghanistan. And so that's why it's of particular concern to me when I see this motion that it seems to imply that this is a very recent phenomenon, that in fact, in listening to the very interesting speech by my colleague, that the previous government was asked 15 times to change this. And I would like to have his comments to further
Elaborate.
Illuminate us.
Elaborate. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, I don't know whether I'll illuminate or elaborate, but nevertheless, Madam Speaker, 15 times in 2013 alone. Response was by the then Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the then Parliamentary Secretary Chris Alexander, and the then Minister Peter MacKay, all of which punted the problem on to somewhere else, and it's been punted on to us. The minister today said, "Okay, enough with the punting, and we'll fix it." And when he says that's going to happen, that's going to happen.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be up speaking today. But just before I get started, I want to just say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Souris Moose Mountain. Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Before I get started, I do want to express my deepest condolences to the family and the friends of Master Corporal Alfred Barr, who died yesterday in a training accident near Yorkton, Saskatchewan. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his loved ones in this very difficult time. The other thing I wanted to say is that just recently, within the last couple of years, my youngest son has had the chance to join the reserves, and so now that I have a family member involved, it's more personal in terms of this topic and the subject. My son joined the Lincoln and Welland Regiment in St. Catharines and had this chance this past summer to do his base training in Meaford, Ontario. So I'm certainly proud of him, and his name's Andrew. He's over in Germany right now, and I'm proud of all my children. But I just thought I would mention that. Turning to the motion of the discussion today, what the Liberals seem to have done is commit a major wrong against our men and women in uniform serving and fighting against ISIS in some of the most hostile and dangerous territory in the world. ISIS is an enemy whose members have beheaded people on camera, and just to prove a point, they've sexually enslaved young Yazidi girls just because they're Yazidi or non-Muslim, and they brought hellish conditions to hundreds of thousands of innocent people just because they don't believe and worship in the same way. ISIS is a clear enemy that stands against everything that Canada and the civilized world represents. ISIS must be eradicated through the concerted coexistence and a strong effort, no matter how long it takes. That's why when we were in government, we committed to doing exactly that. And that's why when the current Prime Minister is continuing with a similar mission. ISIS has brought back medieval views, the way of life and treatment of minorities and women in a way the world has not seen in recent times. They have conquered territory in Iraq and Syria, and they have enslaved, forcibly converted, sexually enslaved, or killed their victims along the way. Madam Speaker, Canada and the world have faced many evils in the past, and ISIS is one of those evils that we have with us today. That is why our fight against ISIS is absolutely necessary and critical to win. Canada cannot stand on the sidelines when the rest of the world is committed to the fight in the eradication of these genocidal fanatics. Our brave men and women in uniform have contributed and delivered significant results in this fight. For over 2 years, our armed forces have done their part and made tremendous sacrifices that very few of us in this place have made. And the reward for the incredible service and sacrifice of our country. Madam Speaker, the reward the Liberals decided to give our men and women in uniform fighting ISIS is to take away their tax benefits. 15 soldiers at a camp in Kuwait were told that they were going to lose a tax benefit which provided $1,500 to $1,800 per month for them and for their families, saving more than $9,000 each over the course of the 6-month tour. If that wasn't enough, the Liberals went ahead and cancelled the benefit for all Canadian troops in all of Kuwait as of June 1st of this year. This was done because, according to the Liberals, it's not dangerous enough for our troops to receive this benefit while they're stationed in Kuwait and fighting ISIS in Iraq. I have to repeat this for everyone to really hear it because it's so stunning. The Liberals ended a $1,500 to $1,800 per month tax benefit, essentially danger pay, for all Canadian troops serving in Kuwait and fighting ISIS. Removing danger pay doesn't seem wise when the Minister of Defence's own parliamentary secretary admitted, quote, "It is true that our soldiers will be at greater risk," end quote. This refers to the Liberals' decision of February 2016 to put more troops on the ground in the fight against ISIS. More troops on the ground means greater risk. This was acknowledged by the Minister of Defence, who said, quote, "Our people will be in close proximity to the dangers inherent in the region," end quote. And now we're seeing that the Defence Minister take away danger pay for our soldiers serving and fighting in that very area. One of our armed forces members serving in Kuwait said that he believes that the Canadians are the only ones who will not be getting this tax break. When I first read this, I thought I didn't read the report correctly. And to my shock, I found out that this indeed was true. I couldn't understand why the Liberals would do this. Just as an example, to serve as a comparison, the United States provides tax exemption status to its fighters fighting ISIS. It's no surprise that one of our soldiers said that it felt like, quote, "we got kicked in the stomach," end quote. Is this what the Liberal government, this Liberal Defence Minister, and the Liberal members of Parliament want to see for our troops in Kuwait to feel like? Like they got kicked in the stomach by their own government, who sent them into harm's way to fight a murderous, genocidal enemy? Because right now, that's exactly the way it feels. You can also listen to Glenda Lindsay, the mother of one of our affected soldiers, who said that she feels as though her son is being cheated. Quote, "They're cutting corners at the troops' expenses." Ms. Lindsay has also started an online petition to help rectify this major error on the part of the Liberals. Petition E-882 calls upon the Government of Canada to immediately reinstate and retroactively pay back the tax relief measures for all troops deployed in Operations Impact. I encourage all Canadians watching and listening today to go online and sign their name in support. Because, let's face it, as we're sitting here discussing and debating, those soldiers are fighting for their very right to do so. They're defending our right to have this debate in an open, tolerant, and accepting society. Our troops are bravely fighting an enemy that hates these very values and is willing to die to destroy them throughout the world. And what do our soldiers get for fighting this enemy? a well-earned tax benefit taken away of $1,500 to $1,800 per month, a much-deserved tax break taken away just like that. This makes no sense, Madam Speaker. There is simply no logic to explain why the Liberals are doing this. Our men and women in uniform volunteer to serve their country against all sorts of threats in all sorts of dangerous environments, and it's difficult to think of a more dangerous mission than the one now being fought against ISIS. Members of our armed forces leave their wives and their husbands, their boyfriends, girlfriends to travel abroad to perform extremely dangerous work and put themselves at risk in the service of our country. They often miss their children's birthdays, their own wedding anniversaries, and their kids' graduations. Family members of those deployed to Camp Afran reached out to MPs to express concern in the search of explanations. They said, quote, "This treatment of our servicemen and women is embarrassing," end quote. Why would the Liberals even consider taking the tax break away from any of our troops, especially those fighting ISIS? What also shocked me was that the Liberals have known for months that the Canadian forces deployed against ISIS have not been adequately compensated for their hardship and the risk associated with this deployment. And just to be clear, the decision to take away this tax credit was made after the troops had already agreed to be deployed. What this means is that the Liberals have cheated our troops and their families out of their hard-earned money, money that our troops and their families expected, count on, and to be very clear, money our troops and their families deserve. If all this money is being borrowed on the backs of our future generations, why are the Liberals penny pinching when it comes to men and women in uniform? Just yesterday, the Liberals decided to spend another $650 million in other countries, but then they take away tax benefits from our soldiers fighting ISIS? I'm not sure I could quite understand the logic of that. Do our soldiers need to transfer and serve in the armed forces of other countries to be properly compensated? I don't think that would be the case. When I first read the reports of our troops losing their tax benefit, I thought this was definitely bad news and something that I could not support. To make matters worse, and when we brought it up in the House, the Liberals decided the best solution to this issue was not to restore the benefits, but to revoke them for all our troops fighting ISIS. I thought to myself, what about my son Andrew, who joined the reserves, as I mentioned earlier, and has been training? What if it had been him in Kuwait and he had lost his danger pay because the government didn't think it was dangerous enough to fight ISIS? How would all of us in this place think if our sons or daughters were serving? What would we want our government to do if we are in the same position? When we were in government, a similar issue came up in relation to our troops in Afghanistan. What we did as a government was very different then than these Liberals are doing now. We cut through the bureaucratic red tape and we made sure our troops got the support that they deserve. We did the right thing for our men and women, and we were no longer in power. We will continue to do right by our men and women in uniform. We asked the other side of the House to join us. We've been listening to families and those affected. We've raised this issue a number of multiple occasions. The Prime Minister and his Liberal MPs have no excuse. At this time, the Prime Minister has plans to deploy more troops to dangerous missions in Africa. And it's very clear that he is interested in winning a seat on the United Nations Security Council. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister and his Liberal MPs should not be penny pinching when it comes to our troops. Let me end by quoting family members of deployed soldiers at Camp Afran who said with us in correspondence with their MPs, quote, "This is a country worth working for, worth continuing to strengthen and build the worth sacrifice. To end, someone pass a policy that impacts our family in such an essential manner without taking into consideration the implications on the families who readily sacrifice is shocking and disconcerting. Madam Speaker, we call on the government to finally do its job, reverse this terrible decision to take away tax benefits, and start supporting our brave men and women who stand on guard for all of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I compliment the honourable member on his speech. He and I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'd like to think that it's one of the more civilized committees that is on the Hill. We actually accomplish great things, and miracle of miracles actually arrive at consensus opinions. So in the spirit of consensus opinions and civilized debate, would he agree with me that given the minister's speech this morning, where he undertook to retroactively fix the issue of September 1st, 2016 for the 15 people involved, that this debate is largely moot, and that the motion will be supported by the government. The motion will be supported, obviously, by his party that moved the motion, and I would understand the NDP to support the motion as well. So would he agree with me that, that in some respects the motion is moot?
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague who sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee with me, yes, I think we do operate a lot of consensus in our committee, and it is one of those committees that does, I think, great work together. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful in this this age of consensus and the fact that we're working together that this will be a moot point, as everyone supports it, that and money's reinstated, that we'll actually be able to see our troops paid the danger pay, and I'm looking forward to that, and looking forward to the government fulfilling that commitment.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to congratulate my honourable colleague and for his son and what he has decided to do, and of course, and thank him for his service. The Chief of Defence Staff had indicated the troops are supposed to receive a 6-month warning if their tax status will be lost, and I'm just wondering if the honourable member could comment on that, and whether or not, since this does not seem to be the case, if perhaps that could be adding to some of the frustration.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague for the question. I think, I wouldn't say that governments and bureaucracies always communicate the way they should or the way they could. I think communication is something as individuals we always can do a better job on. So it's always important that we have clarity. And so my colleague at the end mentioned that the Defence Minister is going to support this and they're going to vote for us, and I certainly hope that sends a clear message to our men and women in uniform that they do not need to worry about us in this House, and certainly as a government, supporting what they do.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like him to tell us about the issue that was raised a few times, to the effect that the Conservative government was well aware of this situation and that there could be some pay cuts to members of the forces when deployed abroad. This was raised repeatedly. So what does he think of the previous government's lack of response, and why was it up to the current government, the Liberal government, to solve this problem? The honourable member.
Once again, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, thank you for the question. I think that one of the things we do find amusing over on this side of the House is that we have not been in government now for a year and a half. It'll be 2 years this October, and I always find it somewhat entertaining when we are blamed for things that are happening right now during this present time. There's another one the government always likes to refer to, and that's the softwood lumber agreement that expired when we were in government, which was at the end of our mandate, which was just before, previous to the election. And my concern is not so much what happens now, what happens then, but what happens now. What is the action that this government intends to take? And so whether it's issues like this one or issues of softwood lumber, sure, it may have expired as we were coming to the close of our time in government. But, there's now been a year and a half, and I think that what I'm concerned about now is that we actually are moving forward, we're executing, and making sure that things are being done now.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Master Corporal Barr, and everybody involved, as well as the unit, and when he lost his life yesterday. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to be able to rise today in this House and add my voice to the debate concerning the Liberals' move to end the tax benefit that was being provided to soldiers fighting against ISIS. This is an important conversation that needs to be had. And I thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his tireless work on this issue and all the issues that are facing our Canadian Armed Forces personnel. On September 1st, 2016, the Liberals chose to end the tax relief measures provided to 15 Canadian troops stationed in Camp Arfjan in Kuwait. They did so without giving any warning that this would be happening, and yet at the same time, approximately 300 other Canadian soldiers who were also in Kuwait under Operation Impact do not have their benefits touched. The change only occurred after the troops were already deployed and without any notice. Immediately, the families of these soldiers began reaching out to their members of Parliament to express their frustration and dismay that this promised benefit was taken away without any justification for doing so. These families were counting on this benefit and to help support them while their spouses were far away at home or from home and serving the country. Madam Speaker, in my youth, which was just a few years ago, I was one of these family members, which is why this issue resonates deeply with me, I will touch more on that later. Once this matter was raised by Conservative members of Parliament, we took action. We listened to the concerns of the troops' families and committed to standing up for them and to represent them in a way that Liberals refused to do. In November 2016, the members of Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman sent a letter to the Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Finance asking that they look into the issue and to ensure that all troops deployed on Operation Impact received equitable benefits. A few days after this, he raised the issue directly with the CDS at his appearance at the Standing Committee on National Defence. The following month, he raised the issue again with the Minister of Defence at the same committee. The Minister responded along the following lines, quote, "The specific ones that you're talking about, there is some work that the military has to do with the Treasury Board as well. But we are working through the complexities based on how this is done to make sure there is more equity for our troops when it comes to deployments," end quote. Finally, in January 2017, the Departmental Hardship and Risk Committee announced to the troops that in their December 2016 quarterly meeting, it was determined that all tax relief measures to CFF members deployed to Kuwait under Operation Impact would be cancelled and that this change would take effect on June 1st, 2017, to allow members and their families to adjust to this decision. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely unconscionable. These brave men and women were being given this tax relief because they are putting their lives on the line to serve their country every day. Instead of doing the right thing, which would have been to reinstate the tax benefit after the initial 15 troops lost it and back in September 2016, the Liberals have decided to end it altogether. When Canadian troops are deployed, there is an inherent risk associated with that. These risks can mostly be broken up into two parts. The first part means that with what we and most Canadians traditionally see as the dangers of being in a combat zone, such as the risk of coming under enemy attack. This is not just a concern for the front line, it affects all troops who are deployed, as they could potentially become soft targets for attacks including mortars, suicide bombers, etc. Madam Speaker, as an example, when our Canadian forces were deployed in Afghanistan, the high-risk area was deemed to be Kandahar, while Kabul was considered less dangerous. In Kabul, our troops would regularly leave their compound in order to go to the military hospital in Kabul. They would work there during the day and would return to their compound at night. My brother, when he was performing these duties, fortunately had no incidents while he and his troops were there. However, as many of you likely know, there was an attack on that very same hospital just 2 days ago where an ISIS bomber and others dressed up as doctors in white clinic jackets entered and shot and killed 38 people and rising, and wounding many more. Madam Speaker, that is just one type of risk that our men and women in uniform have to consider when they're volunteering to deploy. Other risks include environmental and diseases. Kuwait is a hot climate, and there are diseases that exist there that are fortunately not to have to worry about here in Canada, such as malaria. The drugs used to protect our troops against malaria can have major side effects as well. Our soldiers need to be protected, but they also need to feel as though their country understands and appreciates the risks that they are taking to serve. By taking away measures that provide tax relief for them and their families, we're doing the exact opposite of recognizing the sacrifices they have made. Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that while these troops are deployed, their quality of life changes dramatically. My father was a Major General in the Canadian Army, and there were years when my entire family spent following him around across the world to his various postings. I recall that when we lived in Pakistan, the temperature was often so hot that it felt like going out into a blast furnace every time we stepped out of the air-conditioned building. Our soldiers are expected to be able to work long hours in these conditions, often carrying equipment, gear such as 40-pound rucksacks, sometimes 7 days a week or for weeks at an end with limited time off. They deserve to be compensated for this, and I cannot understand how the Liberals do not recognize that. One important aspect that needs to be considered in all this is the effect that the removal of this tax benefit will have on the families of our troops. When my father was deployed in Cyprus in 1966, my family faced a number of challenges while he was gone. My mother had to step into the role of both parents, and as a child, I keenly felt my father's absence. He was not around to help me with my schooling, to watch me play the sports that I was passionate about, and to teach me the day-to-day lessons that are only available when someone is there physically in front of you. Madam Speaker, after my father and mother passed away, I came across some of the letters that he had written to her during his deployments. In them, he expressed his concerns about being away. He expressed how he was trying his best to figure out how he could help with raising their 4 children while he was not around. He would indicate that friends, colleagues, my mother could contact to help where possible. One of the issues he brought up was finances. It is something that every household has to deal with, but it becomes infinitely more difficult when one parent is away and often unreachable. I strongly feel that at any time that anything that can be done to help our soldiers and their families ease the burden of deployment should absolutely be done. It is shocking that the Liberals do not seem to feel the same way. One of the roles that I am honored to hold in Ottawa is the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs. We regularly hear from veterans and Canadian forces that are deployed to high-risk areas such as Kuwait. One of the recurring things that we have been told has been when it comes to dealing with the Department of Veteran Affairs, there's a huge level of distrust. Countless veterans have expressed their frustrations surrounding promises that have been made and broken by the federal government time and time again. They're tired of hearing platitudes from being dispensed by ministers when there's little or nothing to show for it at the end of the day. Some veterans who struggle from PTSD are even triggered by receiving an envelope in the mail from the Department of Veteran Affairs. They call it a brown envelope syndrome, and it is real. When the government makes decisions unilaterally without warning, such as ending this tax benefit, it shows our Canadian Force members that there's reason to distrust those that are meant to be helping them. Madam Speaker, the ending of this tax relief measure for our troops could have been easily resolved back in September of 2016. The Liberals could have recognized the error and reversed the decision that took away the benefit for 15 troops in Kuwait. Troops that were already deployed when the decision was made. Instead, they chose to end the tax relief measure to all troops stationed in Kuwait. The risk in Kuwait is still real. On Travel Canada's website, travelers are warned you should exercise a high degree of caution due to the threat of terrorism. I cannot comprehend how our government can say this and still deny that our soldiers are at risk to those same factors. In making the decision to cut this benefit after the troops were already deployed, the Liberals have cheated our soldiers and their families out of hard-earned money that they expected and counted on and deserved. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this motion calls upon government to show support and appreciation for our brave men and women serving the Canadian Armed Forces. And while I am hearing positive signs, I will call on this Liberal government to step up to the plate and do the right thing. Reverse this ill-thought-out decision, retroactively reinstate the tax benefit, and show our Canadian Forces that their government truly does recognize the sacrifices that they have made serving their country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for his speech. Since this issue is largely moot, and we agree, and likely when the motion comes before the House, when we return, it'll be a unanimous motion or unanimous vote. I want to focus on the honourable member's personal experience of being, for want of a better term, an Army brat. He obviously has some personal experience with it, and while it's not on the floor of the House, the designations on degree of risk, generally the military divides it into 4 categories of risk, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The lowest being 1 and the highest being 3 and 4. Clearly, not all deployments are equal. And I'm sure the honourable member has experienced that not all deployments are equal in terms of their risk. So notwithstanding the fact that the discussion about risk level is not on the floor, I'd be interested in the honourable member's views as to whether the current categorization of risk, which then triggers the degree of compensation, is appropriate and is adequate.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his questions. And that is true. I was an Army brat, and I did not spend a lot of my time on the bases, as many soldiers' families do. But I was fortunate enough to actually see a lot of the world, and I've benefited that immensely to see that with my father and the travel experience that he did. He is correct in the sense that the levels of risk are gauged in various levels, and the level 2 is exactly where we start to see that avenue as to where the risk becomes higher in certain areas. And those risks are often put on situations based on where they're deployed, the conditions they're in, and the levels, whether it may be in an area of subtropical Canada or just tropical world and, throughout the world. So we do experience issues, as I've talked about, with mosquito, like the mosquito-borne malaria virus, and we look at issues such as whether we might be sending our troops to Africa, and the concern of what we may be doing if we end up sending our soldiers to Mali. And so definitely each one of those risks need to be looked at individually and independently, and they need to be assessed on those various merits.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech today. I wonder if you can comment further on the retroactive component of this motion, and also recognize that this is a non-binding motion. And I'm very glad to hear members of the government say they will support it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will be implementing it. So it's important for us to emphasize all aspects of this motion and follow up with the government to make sure that this actually gets done, given the withdrawal of that payment in September of last year, well after this government had taken office. So I wonder if the member could comment on that, the importance of the retroactive component here, restoring the payment that was lost in the past, and also the need to follow up to make sure this actually gets done.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And that's a very important part about this motion. The very issue of making sure that this motion, assuming that and hopefully we will see throughout the House that we'll have unanimous support to this motion, that we look at that aspect of retroactivity, because this is an issue that these soldiers were told after they had actually committed to deploy and were in theater. And that's a huge effect on the soldier and their family when all of a sudden they're being told that this issue is now being taken away from them. And that trust issue is one we need to hear and we need to talk about, because in Veteran Affairs that's a big issue when we deal with issues, how our veterans express themselves to their ongoing effects of their life after they leave the military.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood, for Sherbrooke.
Thank you. I know it's one of the simpler writing names, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to say that I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, and she will be able to use the remaining time to speak to this Conservative motion being debated today. Now, I would say that this motion, fortunately, seems to have the unanimous support of this House. It seems that that is the case. And this motion deals with a very specific subject. In other words, giving back a tax advantage that had been withdrawn from certain Canadian Armed Forces members who were deployed abroad and who recently learned that their compensation would be decreasing under the Liberal government. So I think it's good that we can all agree on the idea that these people should be given their due and that they are indeed in danger in their work. And so I think that as a country, it's right that we give them the compensation that is appropriate for the work that they are doing. I would also like to speak about the Canadian Armed Forces, and I do so humbly because if there is a subject that makes me feel very humble, it's certainly the work of the extraordinary work of our soldiers. They protect us in our country, and they also work abroad in missions all around the world. So I always feel very humble when I speak about their work. I have the opportunity and the pleasure of getting to meet members of our Canadian Armed Forces in Sherbrooke, because in Sherbrooke there are 4 different reserve units, and they are located in 2 military bases in my riding. The first one is in Belvedere, which is near my riding office, and so I certainly encourage anyone who is passing by there, coming to see me in my office, to visit that location and to reflect upon the sacrifice that the members of those 2 regiments have made, and reflect upon the sacrifices that have been made throughout our history. So you have the Sherbrooke unit, a reserve unit that is very well known, an infantry unit, which participated in many missions. I'd like to recognize them, and I would also like to recognize the Lieutenant Colonel Philippe Côté, someone I appreciate very much, and I'd like to thank him for his sacrifices to our country as commander of that unit. We also have the 35th Transmissions Regiment, another reserve unit. They perform exercises in the same location. And I also want to recognize the other 2 units in Sherbrooke, the 52nd Field Ambulance Unit and I want to recognize them. They are commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Pierre Simard, whom I know well. He's a good friend of mine. I want to recognize his good work. And finally, the 4th unit, reserve unit that we have there are the Sherbrooke Hussards. They also have a long history of participating in Canadian missions. And the Lieutenant Colonel there, it also does excellent work. So these 4 units are really a testament to the greatness of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'd like to congratulate them for their engagement over time. Now, we know that in the reserves, things aren't exactly the same as in the regular forces. People in the reserves have other jobs. They often work full-time in companies, in my riding of Sherbrooke, for example. But they dedicate a lot of time out of their busy schedules to go and train. And they spend a lot of time, even on the weekends, participating in these training sessions. That means sacrificing time with their family, for example, so that they can be ready in case they ever need to be deployed. So they constantly have to be ready to be called upon by our country to participate in a mission if necessary. They really deserve our recognition, and I know that in Sherbrooke we very much appreciate the members of those 4 units. I think it's also extremely important to protect the military building in Sherbrooke, which is one of the oldest buildings in Sherbrooke. It's the William Military Building. It's owned by the Government of Canada, maintained by the Government of Canada, and it is where 2 of those units train. Unfortunately, we've learned recently that many of these military locations are being neglected, And sometimes different units have to be consolidated in the same location because of this. Now, all social and economic and cultural stakeholders in Sherbrooke are against that, because it means that these buildings may fall into neglect, even though these are historic buildings, and of course no one wants that to happen. So we're talking about giving our Canadian Armed Forces the training, the equipment, and the support that they need to do their work. And I think it's also clear that we need to maintain the buildings where they work and train day in, day out. I think it's very important that the Government of Canada really take into consideration the needs of these units. And here it's clear to me that the decision proposed by the head of the Canadian Armed Forces to consolidate these 4 units is really not a decision that is welcome in Sherbrooke. And as I said earlier, this would lead to the loss of one of Sherbrooke's historic buildings in one of the oldest neighborhoods of Sherbrooke. This is a really unique neighborhood in Canada. The building was formerly a court. Next to it, there's a former prison. Next to it, a former judge's house. And then across the street, you have the buildings where the lawyers and notaries used to work. So this entire neighborhood is what you might call a legal neighborhood, an old neighborhood in Sherbrooke. And I think it's very important that the community of Sherbrooke protect this historic heritage. So for me, it's very clear that we will be supporting this motion for the reasons I mentioned. And we also need to recognize the efforts and the sacrifices of our Canadian Armed Forces members.
So we do need to acknowledge all of their efforts. And there is some ambiguity with respect to the compensation that's being offered, because the mission was a bit ambiguous as well, the mission that the government supported. And so I think that it's because of the ambiguity surrounding the mission that we ended up in this situation. There is risk. There was a bit of ambiguity surrounding the risk levels for the Canadian Forces members. And the government is being ambiguous, or showing some ambiguity with respect to the actual mission. Now, they said it's an advise and assist mission, but it's more than that, in fact. So that's, if you will, one of the symptoms of this situation. The mission in and of itself is unclear. The true risks, the real level of risk, needs clarifying. So perhaps it was from that perspective that, or for that reason, that we ended up with this debate here today. Now, this is an issue, it's a symptom of what was left over by the Conservatives when we had the situation where compensation's been changed once the soldiers have been deployed. Now, I see that my time is up, Madam Speaker. I do want to acknowledge once again the work of the Canadian Forces, the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and that needs to be reflected in the compensation as well that they are provided when we send them off on a mission.
C'est un point d'ordre. Un point d'ordre, l'honorable député de...
Point of order, the honourable member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period today, I quoted the words of a journalist today, and those words may be perceived as unparliamentary, so I acknowledge that we can't do indirectly what we do. I would like to, therefore, withdraw the words that I used during question period.
Député de Joliette.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Joliette for his comments and accept his withdrawal of those remarks.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
What are you asking him for?
Speaker, Vancouver Kingsway.
Oh, Vancouver Kingsway. I always get that one wrong.
Thank you. Well, we are sister riding, so that's I'm honored to be close to Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my honourable colleague on an excellent speech, and I wanted to ask him two questions. First of all, if he could tell this House who removed the tax benefit to our men and women who serve in our forces, which had provided them with extra pay for hardship and risk, and when that happened. And my second question is more philosophical, which is many of us on this side of the House in the New Democratic Party believe that we need to equip our armed forces with the most modern, effective, technologically advanced equipment possible, and that we should focus our armed forces on peacekeeping, on defense of Canada, and on aid for natural disasters in Canada. And I'm just wondering if you had any comments or thoughts on the nature of the military mission that's taking place in Syria and Iraq right now, the one that the Conservatives committed us to and that the Liberals, I think, claimed that they wanted to end but seem to have deepened.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his two excellent questions. The first one, with respect to who removed those tax benefits, well, it happened under the Liberal government, but as I said earlier, it might be a symptom of a problem that was left over by the previous government, because on several occasions, when troops were being prepared to deploy, there was change in compensation, etc. So that's the issue that we need to resolve here. And the decision here is to compensate retroactively. That's a good thing, but we need to prevent the situation from occurring in the future. Now, with respect to Canada's mission, I think that we've strayed a bit from Canada's traditional role on the international scene, where we participated in peacekeeping missions in the past. So I think that we strayed from that image, in fact, in recent years, and it has had repercussions across the world. We were perceived, in fact. So I hope that the current government will acknowledge that we do need to revert back and recover the reputation that we had as peacekeepers.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to hear the speech of my friend from Sherbrooke and to pose a question to him. It seems that with the NDP, they talk about equipping our troops, which is important, but they're not really interested in any of the kinds of active commitments that in many cases are needed in the context of the world we have today. I mean, there isn't really a peacekeeping mission to be undertaken in the present environment in Syria and Iraq. Even the peace operations contemplated by the government are a good deal away from what we would traditionally conceive of as being peacekeeping, given the dangers in those environments. So just listening to the comments that the member just made, I wonder if he would like to clarify their position, specifically, for example, in the context of Syria and Iraq. Do we do nothing? Because there isn't really a role for peacekeeping in that environment. Surely, in order to get to peace, what's required first is the defeat of Daesh.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question. On several occasions during the debate on the motion dealing with Iraq and Syria, we spoke about our vision. On several occasions, we've spoken to that. It's about the role that Canada should assume to save lives on the ground. There are humanitarian needs there. Canada should be leading in the assistance to refugees and alleviating suffering on the ground. Canada has strayed, as I said, from some of the commitments as regards to refugees, but I believe that we have a much more constructive role that we could play, and that is the vision of the NDP. And we have raised that. We did raise that, in fact, when we had discussed, and we have when we've discussed the future of Canada's involvement worldwide. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to speak to a subject as important as this one before us. It's extremely important because a government has an enormous responsibility when it sends its men and women in uniform into a dangerous situation. And because of that responsibility, we need to measure up to that responsibility. And in order to achieve that, well, it means a number of things. It means providing an operational framework that is as safe as possible. It means providing the equipment required, and we know that the requirements are very high in that regard, and we need to continue working on that. It means adequate training. That's very important. And I'd also say, it's not more fundamental, but equally as important, are the material and technical aspects, is respect. Respect for our men and women in uniform. Respect for the risks that they will face and to compensate them adequately. So that's why the idea of eliminating the tax benefit to members of the armed forces fighting ISIS, this compensation that ranged from $1,500 to $1,800 to deal with hardship and risk associated with their deployment, the elimination of that risk when large corporations in passing are given many, many deductions, well, it's problematic when it comes to eliminating this benefit for the armed forces. Now, I know that there are some people who will say, oh, it's just training, it's an advise and assist, that's what the mission is, but that's not the mission. There are risks associated with fighting Daesh. And our soldiers, we've seen it in Iraq, often find themselves on the front lines. There were exchanges of fire, and this is a high-risk mission. There was even a death. And I think that the Minister of Defense acknowledged it at one point. And we need to respond adequately to that risk. So it's not about sticking our heads in the sand. No, it's about being open, transparent, and honest about the nature of the mission. It means compensating our men and women in uniform adequately. Now, Madam Speaker, since we've talked about some other issues, and someone put a question to the member for Sherbrooke a few moments ago, and I'd like to point out that I greatly appreciated my colleague's speech. We see, and in fact I know, that he's someone who's very close to the people in his riding, and each time I talk to someone about him, they say, oh yeah, I know him, I do know him, and he's very, very active on the ground in his riding. And a member asked him a question, and I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about the same situation, what Canada can do. There are places where Canada can play a critical role as a leader, a role that can be shared, for example. And this is what the Secretary General to the UN asked us to do, to put an end to the flow of weapons and combatants. That is critical. Forces are taking back Mosul, but the combatants simply flee, go elsewhere. One of my colleagues made a comparison that I really like to use myself. He said it's like a Greek mythology. When you cut one head off one of the monsters, two more grow back. So that's why the solution to the problem requires a political solution, a practical solution, putting an end to the flow of weapons and combatants, preventing the combatants from moving around, but essentially finding a political solution to this issue and doing prevention in vulnerable areas or fragile areas. The NDP has also always focused on humanitarian assistance and refugees. It remains essential on the ground. You know, there are waves. These days we hear less talk about it, but there are still some very, very difficult situations. And I think that, well, you know, it was quite a few months ago, but why do we forget about the picture of the young boy named Alan who was on the beach? There are people suffering psychological stress. And that's in addition to the conditions they're living in. Oftentimes, this raises the issue about how can Syria be rebuilt. We'll have to come up with a solution. How will Mosul be rebuilt? Will it be enough to have dialogue? Are we advocating and promoting more dialogue so that the city can be rebuilt harmoniously and in an inclusive way? So, yes, humanitarian assistance is important. There was an announcement made last week. I thank the government for the announcement on humanitarian assistance, but there also needs to be development assistance. We need to look farther down the road, not just in the very short term. This morning at the Foreign Affairs Committee, a Syrian woman appeared before committee. She lived in Turkey, and she developed centers inside Syria where she offers safe spaces for Syrians of all allegiance, all political and religious stripes, can come together in a safe place. They work with children, women, because they're very aware that when women are involved in resolving conflicts at the beginning in countries, the chances of success are even larger. So they're building for the future. And they're supported here through peace and development. And we had an opportunity to talk about that this morning at the committee, but many of the programs organized by peace and development are absolutely essential in the future if we don't want to face the same problem 10 or 20 or even 30 years down the road. And those programs fall under the development envelope. There are some subsidies, yes, but short term, for 6 months, for a year, it's not enough to train people and to put everything they need to put in place. So I am taking advantage of the debate on this motion to call for action on that side of things in the long term. I see that my time is almost up, Madam Speaker, but I did want to say in closing that clearly I will be voting in favor of this motion, as my colleagues will be. This motion reaffirms the government's moral obligation towards our men and women in uniform. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach. Oh, no? Oh, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I listened with interest to much of what was said and have a great deal of respect for the member opposite. in terms of the analysis and the history that the member has on this issue. What confused me, and I seek her clarification because a member of her party made the same comment. Our understanding is that this policy existed, and in fact, if you take a look at the resolution of this issue, it seeks to make it retroactive to 2014. 2014 was obviously a date prior to our government taking office, which means this policy is not an expression of Liberal Party policy or this government's policy, but rather a policy we inherited. Yet I heard them make reference to the fact that our government changed policy to take pay away from members of the service. In fact, what we have failed to do, if we fail to do anything, is to change a policy we inherited. It's a policy we have promised to change and to change retroactively back to 2014. In light of that, would not the correct assessment be that the previous government put this policy in place? The previous government denied pay to armed service members that are serving this country so well, and it's the previous government's policy that we're now seeking to correct.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say that I spoke about the Government of Canada. And so when we talk about our men and women in uniform, we have to, well, of course, I know that here there's always some partisan politics being occurring, but I refer to the Government of Canada. And in a case like this one, I wasn't really looking to single out one or the other, although on some subjects I find that both the Conservatives and the Liberals take positions that are quite similar. What I see in this case is that the motion seeks to remedy a situation, an unacceptable situation, and that I will support it. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her remarks, and we appreciate the fact that the NDP is supporting the motion, that the government is at least going to vote in favour of the motion, although, again, as a non-binding motion, we hope they will actually implement it, including the retroactive component. It is a little surprising to hear the passing of the buck from the parliamentary secretary. Of course, time-honoured practice of the government to try and blame everything, including what has happened since the last election, somehow on the previous government, if they're not blaming the Mulroney government or the Diefenbaker government for something. The reality is that we had soldiers lose their danger pay as of September 1st of 2016, and that's what this motion speaks to and seeks to address. So I wonder if the member could speak to the fact that the government at some point actually needs to take responsibility for the decisions that they're making.
The Honourable député de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Look, Madam Speaker, I did not intend whatsoever to get caught in the crossfire between the Conservatives and the Liberals. I'd be quite happy to agree to discuss in greater depth what we're going to do to solve this problem. That would be fine. So, this problem's being solved. What are we going to do in the future? Not just to restore peace to this very delicate, sensitive area, but what are we going to do in the future to prevent crises of this nature? I may look like I'm trying to get out of it, but I think what are we doing in Central Africa where there are refugee camps and extremists? What assistance are we bringing to those areas? This motion, I think everyone agrees on, apart depending on which side of the ping pong table you are in terms of whose fault, who you want to pin the blame on. But I'd prefer to just agree that this is a problem that needs solving. I think we all agree on that, basically. That was solved in the first half hour or the first hour of debate. Maybe now it would be nice to talk about what we're going to do in the future to solve this problem and avoid it repeating. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, Air Transportation.
Well, Lady Smith, the Environment. And the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Public Services and Procurement. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the RO member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Maganta-Clarab. I am pleased to stand and speak in support of the motion by the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman calling on the government to reverse its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provided them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Erfjan whose tax relief was cancelled as of the September 1st date in 2016. It is appalling to me to realize that this decision to strip away this tax benefit was made from the after the troops had agreed to deploy, adding additional stress to the soldiers' families back home and causing deep frustration for these soldiers while deployed. The minister and many Liberals rising to speak today are doing doublespeak when they claim the troops were deployed without benefits. On record, the minister tabled a response to an order paper question on January 30th, 2017, in which he stated, all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations received tax relief effective the 5th of October 2014 to September 1st, 2016. In February 2016, the Liberal government made changes to Operation Impact that clearly made the mission more dangerous, withdrawing our 6 CF-18s and increasing the number of troops on the ground. The minister stated the following in the House of Commons on February 17, 2016. Our people will be in close proximity to the dangers inherent in the region. There may be times when they will have to defend themselves, their coalition partners, or the forces they are mentoring. And yet, his department has decided they did not deserve this risk task benefit. Since September, families and soldiers deployed have been reaching out. Our official opposition critic, the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, has responded to them with a letter calling on Minister Sajjan and Minister Morneau to rectify this unfair decision. He raised the issue directly with General Vance and again with the minister himself at the Standing Committee on National Defence. Ultimately, what is the outcome our soldiers are facing, and why did we feel this motion needed to come before the House? The Departmental Hardship and Risk Committee announced to the troops, not to the public, in their December 2016 quarterly meeting that all tax relief measures to CAF members deployed to Kuwait under Operation Impact will have their tax relief cancelled as of June 1st, 2017, to allow members and their families to adjust to the decision. That sounds like it's full of mercy, Madam Speaker, but clearly that would not be the case for most families in this circumstance. This is so in line with the fears and concerns raised with me by veterans in my riding of Yorkton Melville when they recalled the frightening decade of darkness under the previous Liberal government. Knowing the tax and spend ideology of the Liberals, they were afraid that if they were to form government, they would again fund their extravagance on the backs of everyday Canadians and our Canadian Armed Forces specifically. And here we are, looking at my grandchildren reaching the age of 33 to 45 before this government will supposedly bring in a balanced budget while also bearing a $1.5 trillion debt. The supposed infrastructure stimulus has yet to have any impact on the Canadian economy. The lowering of taxes for the middle class while raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% have failed in two ways. It is costing Canadians $1 billion annually because it is not revenue neutral as they had promised in their campaign. And the government has removed tax credits and increased other taxes on those who can least afford it, effectively penalizing Canadians to lower take-home pay with no hope of reaching that non-defined liberal middle-class marker. Entrepreneurs, our economy builders, along with every household in this country, are being burdened with a carbon tax that increases the cost of absolutely everything, and that it will also not be federally neutral. Significant volumes of Canadian taxpayer dollars are being spent outside of our country by this government to build this Prime Minister's goodwill with the United Nations. And On top of that, as of yesterday's announcement, they are making an ideological shift in the reorientation of Canada's foreign aid strategy, committing $650 million on sexual and reproductive health rights worldwide. In plain speak, this means they're intending to legally challenge 125 countries worldwide, mostly in Africa, Latin America, Southern Asia, and the Middle East, where abortion is illegal, where women, their cultures, and the governments do not want it to be part of their maternal health plans. This government will be funding advocacy groups that will work to remove judicial and legal barriers, including the anti-abortion laws in many of these countries. Madam Speaker, perhaps it is time for Big Brother to come home and to start to focus on the needs of Canadians. If going into a spiraling debt is valid by spending Canadians' hard-earned money overseas, where is the funding needed for 132 drinking water advisories in 89 First Nations and for even more advisories in rural communities in Canada? Where is the funding that returns growth to our small businesses and dependable jobs for our youth, rather than leaving them hanging with no hope but to job churn into the debt-laden Neverland? Where is the funding for procurement so that our armed forces on land, air, and sea can protect our sovereignty and our democracy long into the future, rather than reducing their capabilities and losing the deep respect our allies have for our willingness to fulfill our obligations to combat terrorism around the world? Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that this motion has the support of all parties in this House. But like it's been said, motions are only carried so far. It requires more after that. So glad to hear that we're all in agreement that this is something we need to do. However, our armed forces need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that when they deploy to train, protect, and fight on our behalf on dangerous combat fields, we have their backs and will not demoralize them or their families by not providing the danger pay and tax benefits they deserve. Canadians want them properly cared for. Future young men and women whom we need to enlist are watching how we care for our armed forces. Our veterans' sense of care, compassion, and respect is tied closely to how they see their brothers and sisters treated while they are in the service. To right this wrong simply requires an order from the minister. Respect the request of our armed forces embraced in this motion. Now, right now, it can be done. Reverse the departmental decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and, Madam Speaker, retroactively provide this payment to members stationed at Camp Erfchen, whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1st, 2016. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Sorry.
Thank you very much. When one reviews this policy, one sees that it's been in place since 2003. One sees that the previous government made no effort to change it or to reevaluate it or to modernize it to respond to the volatile and sometimes rapidly changing conditions that we find on the ground in different places where Canadian forces are deployed. And my question to the member opposite is a very simple one. In light of the fact that this is a policy that is simply being executed, not a decision made by this government, in light of the fact this government has already committed itself to reviewing this policy in conjunction with the armed forces to make sure that our personnel are properly paid and risk is properly assessed, my question is this. Has the member opposite taken the opportunity to ask a former member of Defence who's in her caucus why they didn't change it over the last 10 years if it's such a critical issue?
The Honourable Member for Yorkville-Melville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The truth of the matter is there are policy changes that need to be taking place all the time throughout government, and this is something that I understand they are reviewing. In fairness to our soldiers who are on the ground in a very dangerous environment, who were promised this care while they were away on this deployment, I believe that we have the responsibility as legislators in this House to say to the bureaucrats, no, this is not the right time for that. And that was certainly done under our previous government when Minister McKay was in place. As a matter of fact, there was a circumstance where apparently they were overpaid on the error of the department, and the department tried to grab the money back. And he said, no, this is not appropriate, this is wrong. These are people who are putting everything on the front lines, putting everything at stake with their families for us. And so that's why this particular circumstance needs to be rectified, and it needs to be rectified now.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just maybe provide a little bit more clarity on the issue. Our troops went in actually back in September 2014, and that supplementary financial support was not provided when Mr. Harper sent them into Kuwait. In fact, a number of months later, there was the review, that process that my colleague just made reference to, and under that review, they said yes, they should be receiving further compensation. You would think that the Harper government would have given it then, Madam Speaker, but they didn't. It wasn't until after the election, under this current Minister of Defense, working with the Minister of Finance, not only did we put it into place, but we also made it retroactive, Madam Speaker. And then now we have a minister saying that we are reviewing the process in order to see if there's something else that we might be able to do. On both accounts, the former Stephen Harper government failed our troops. I wonder if the member would provide some further comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be very pleased to provide further comment on that. Actually, when the same interdepartmental committee that you're dealing with right now recommended the same benefits... Oh, you're right.
That's to the chair.
Apologize. It's just so engaging. Madam, excuse me. When the same interdepartmental committee that this government is dealing with right now recommended the same benefits be stripped from our troops in Afghanistan, this government cut the red tape to ensure troops received what they deserved. This decision was about the hardship and risk that was made by officials, and we believe it was incorrect, and the government intended to re-examine it. And that was done. The decision was not appropriate, former VAC Minister Blaney said, and that circumstance, we dealt with that department, and we made sure that the circumstances were taken care of. And on note, for this particular situation, I want to quote your own minister, who is on the record with a tabled response to an order paper question on January 30th, 2017, in which he states, all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations received tax relief effective October 5th, 2014 to September 1, 2016. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La prise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech, which gives me an opportunity to shed a bit more light on this motion we have before us today. This is a motion put forward by my colleague from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, and I'd like to congratulate him on the excellent work he does in defending our troops. So I'd like to cast some light on the shortcomings of the Liberal government when it comes to our troops, our men and women in uniform who are defending our country. This motion is also put forward by or supported by the Deputy Whip, my colleague from Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. He also works very hard to make the Defense Minister aware of how important our troops are for Canada. This motion, Madam Speaker, says that the House calls on the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and, Madam Speaker, to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arifjan whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1st, 2016.
Madam Speaker, I, like many of my colleagues in this House, have also served in the Canadian Armed Forces. I did so several years ago, and I was really only there for a few months at the Royal College in Saint-Jean. And as it turned out, I wasn't able to pursue a military career, but I spoke to my colleagues at the time who did end up having long, brilliant careers in the Canadian Armed Forces and who served their country in different countries of the world. So it's something, it's a strong emotional link that I have with the Canadian Armed Forces, and nothing can undo that link. And so when I think of the men and women in uniform, I'm sure they know what I'm talking about. When you serve your country, when you're in the armed forces of your country, you always carry with you that feeling and that attachment to the other members of the Army who defend our country and our freedom every day. So this motion expresses support for our soldiers who are fighting against ISIS. And Mr. Speaker, a text published on February 28th in Le Soleil, the newspaper in Quebec City, really struck me. They interviewed a soldier who had served abroad several times, notably in Afghanistan. And, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read a passage from his testimony. First of all, he said the motivation to serve was cut by this. He said that the financial impact would be significant, and he said the boys are angry. Another part of that article said, yes, the boys are angry. This is going to be something that we take into consideration when we're working. Other people around the Valcartier base who were interviewed by the journalist really criticized this measure and even used a word that, well, it's an expression that's often used in Quebec. It's the word disgusting. He said that he really didn't want to go serve in Mali after learning about these cuts. So these people expect to be well treated, especially when they're putting their lives on the line and when they are putting their families at risk simply by going to these missions. So the tax relief that I mentioned earlier, which can add up to close to $10,000 over 6 months, well, when that was cut, it really made the soldiers angry, and it also harmed their families. Because, of course, when a member of the family is away for 6 or 8 or 12 months, it's very difficult, and it creates a lot of anxiety. Now, the men and women of our armed forces choose to leave their families and to go abroad to do very dangerous work where they are in danger and they miss graduations and birthdays at home. They often suffer social and physical injuries that impact on their families as well. Mr. Speaker, these men and women make many sacrifices. And why? Well, they do it to protect us against potential and real enemies. And they do so because they're concerned by threats against our country. They do it because they want to, because it's in their blood. They're not doing it for money. They're not doing it for benefits. I certainly never met anyone from the Army who wanted to go into a danger zone simply for money. That's not why they do it. You don't put yourself in danger for $10,000 for 6 months, Mr. Speaker. The amount of money that they received was simply a recognition of their efforts and the risk that they took. No more, no less. We all know that they're working in very dangerous conditions. And Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have long known that Canadian soldiers deployed to fight against ISIS are not being compensated adequately given the risks associated with that mission. The government changed the rules when many of these soldiers volunteered, and they volunteered to go to the theater of war. And unfortunately, this change was made after the troops were deployed. Does the government want to discourage people from volunteering for dangerous missions? I don't think so. You don't make decisions like that to discourage people from doing that. And the government's attempt to get a seat at the UN Security Council is also not relevant. But I think that it is important that our soldiers get what they're due. By changing this tax relief, they're cheating our soldiers out of the compensation they deserved. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to remind everyone that this Liberal government is continuing to run up significant deficits, even more significant than what they had promised during the election campaign in the fall of 2015. Today, during question period, I questioned the Minister of Transport about the possible sale of Canadian airports, the sale of which might be used to fund a new infrastructure bank. Now, perhaps when the budget is tabled on March 22nd, we'll know more about that. But we can see that the Liberals are looking for any possibility of making money. Every dollar counts because they are trying to pay the interest on the debt and the interest on the finance minister's credit card because the ATMs run out of money and now they're running on credit. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that people won't be asked to chip in only to be only to see the government trying to make money off the backs of our soldiers. So I'm happy to see that everyone in this House will support the motion. I'm happy to see that there is a real desire to fix this problem for our soldiers. But what I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is that this wasn't done earlier. So to end, I'll just mention one of the Defense Minister's comments earlier today.
The opposition has taken to this issue may give Canadians a false impression that our Canadian men and women are demanding more for money in exchange. But this is not the case. Our women and men chose to sacrifice a great deal in order to serve their country. We want to honor that spirit of sacrifice to ensure we have a fair, transparent, compensating system for them, Monsieur le Président. C'est ce que le ministre.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's what the minister said today. If the minister intends to take politics out of this, then he should stop prevaricating and he should take action. He has the power to decide immediately that our men and women in uniform, serving in difficult, dangerous places, get the compensation they deserve. And I'm very pleased, once again, to see this, that all parties in this House support the motion, and I want to congratulate my two colleagues who worked so hard in the last weeks and months to raise this issue in the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. L'Honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Children, Families and Social Development.
You know, one could be I don't know, confused by the comments across the way. You'd think we'd canceled the F-35 mission in Iraq based on the glory they try to paint themselves in when it comes to military support, procurement, and support for our veterans. But I remind that it was the F-18 mission that was adjusted so that we could pursue peace in a different way. And this is instructive. If we have made a mistake on this side, the mistake we made was believing that a party that wrapped themselves in the military so tightly and so consistently, they would have solved this problem before we took office. If anything, our assumption that they had actually treated the military fairly was the problem we made. The policy in question has been in place since 2003. The adjustment was not made by the Government of Canada. It's a procedural and a bureaucratic problem inside the way in which the military assigns these credits. And the issue is this. Are there any other mistakes that the government opposite, the Harper government opposite, and the survivors of the government, are there any other mistakes you left behind that we should be paying attention to that we can fix? Because quite clearly, when it comes to veterans, procurement, and the compensation for our veterans, there are huge mistakes that have been made, and we'd love to fix them because quite clearly, you didn't. What other problems did you leave for us to fix that you're going to blame us for?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the main mistake that we made was to let them win the last election. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will be trying to correct that mistake in 2019. I think that's the only way I can answer that question to the parliamentary secretary with the very long job title. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that when bureaucrats try to implement something that doesn't make sense, well, what we did in the previous government was that when we saw the bureaucrats doing that, the Minister of Defense at the time showed leadership. How, Mr. Speaker? Simply by taking action, as the minister responsible for those soldiers should have done. He made sure that the soldiers received the compensation they were due. And that's how the current Minister of Defense should act. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, maybe what we should do, because I realize that we're winding down in terms of the debate on this, on the motion, is just at this point to take some time and acknowledge the valuable role that our Canadian forces play. And I think that that's something that's universally recognized on all sides of this House. They do an incredible job. They make not only parliamentarians, but all Canadians very proud of the efforts that they do in order to protect our sovereignty and to protect our values and so forth. And I guess that if I were to wind it up in a question, you know, it would be something to the degree of just saying and asking my colleague from across the way to recognize and possibly even agree with me on this particular point, as I'm sure he could, that just how important our Canadian forces, the job they do, is to be recognized and applauded for.
The
Honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I didn't think that I would ever say this in the House, but I am 100% in agreement with the parliamentary secretary about, oh, I know it's shameful, Mr. Speaker, but I do agree, because for once he said something that I really agree with. It's rare that that happens, but this time I have to recognize that it's the case. But I want to see that recognition translate into concrete action. So can the parliamentary secretary tell the minister now to take action immediately to ensure that the soldiers are getting the credits they deserve, Mr. Speaker?
Before we go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, I'll let him know there are only about 2.5 minutes remaining in the time provided under the business of supply this afternoon, but we'll get him started just the same. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the House on this issue. The compensation of our men and women in the military is, of course, one that we take as a cherished responsibility and an honor to live up to. And we have created systems and processes to properly compensate those men and women who find themselves on combat missions, who find themselves in harm's way, on peace missions, wherever they're deployed, to make sure that their families are taken care of, that the reward for their sacrifice to this country is properly acknowledged. There are systems in place to measure and to distribute the income to these families and to deliver the salaries. And from time to time, they need to be modernized and revised, especially in a world where conditions can change on what looks like a rescue mission that suddenly can become a civil war, that suddenly becomes something even more catastrophic than that. And so we have to redesign and rethink sometimes the policies that provide compensation to our members of our armed forces. This is clearly the situation we find ourselves in now. This policy has existed since 2003. It's largely administered and assessed by an ongoing process inside the Canadian Armed Forces. And quite clearly, when we discovered what had happened, we took steps to rectify the situation. I've made that commitment to this House, and we'll follow through on that commitment because we have a responsibility to do that, not just as a government, but as parliamentarians. We have challenges, and those challenges, I think, need to escape the prism of partisan politics sometimes, although we have our fun across the floor. And we need to understand that this commitment to families is a sacred one, just as our commitment to veterans is a sacred one. And I think we can all up our game on this and provide much more certainty, much more clarity, and much more fairness in the way in which these benefits are assessed and assigned and delivered. That's the commitment that this government has made. You can see it across all of government when it comes to veterans, whether it's dealing with homelessness, whether it's dealing with Veterans Affairs and survivor benefits, whether it's the motion that was passed unanimously in this House around PTSD. We have a commitment. This government will honor that commitment because this government takes that commitment seriously. And while there has been back and forth today, I think I can speak for all members of this House that we can do better, we will do better, and we'll do it together as a Parliament in this year. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March 21st, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. And I think I see the honourable member for Perth Wellington rising, perhaps on a point of order or some such thing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am indeed rising on a point of order. And I'm unfortunately not the member for Calgary Forest Lawn, but I will nonetheless try my hand at time travel. And, Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent of the House to see the clock is 5:30.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Agreed. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, rehabilitation of historic property.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having seconded Bill C-323, introduced by the member for York Simcoe, I am delighted to speak to the very meaningful benefits this legislation will bring to not only the owners who preserve and restore heritage properties of all sorts, but to the communities where they are located, as well as to our national cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding, as I believe you know, which has a magnificent respect for the original town site of Old Thornhill, applying its own regulations and encouragement of preservation and restoration under the Ontario Heritage Act. The City of Markham's Heritage Department offers short-term loans to owners wishing to embark on a restoration adventure, and upon an owner's commitment to conserve the heritage features of a designated property, the City of Markham will actually reduce annual property and education taxes by fully 30%. As well, since the year 2000, Markham has presented annual heritage awards to owners who have completed restoration projects in compliance with heritage standards. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share with you the pride that Scylla and I share, having survived the roller coaster perturbation involved in the restoration of 111 John Street in Thornhill. The central part of the designated house, built in 1842 by a miller named John Lane, first served to house the Coopers, who constructed the wooden barrels to carry cornmeal and flour back to England. It was effectively a bunkhouse. The house did have a late Victorian expansion, but its 19th century charm survived even the dilapidated fixer-upper state in which we found it and acquired it in the year 2007. Long story short, Mr. Speaker, our marriage survived the top-to-bottom 3-year restoration of the house, and we were honored to receive a Heritage Markham Award of Excellence for our restoration project. Now, Mr. Speaker, just to clear the air and assure this House that I support Bill C-323, for its high-minded goals of celebrating restoration and maintenance of Canada's heritage buildings far beyond Old Thornhill, indeed right across Canada, and not for personal gain, from the very reasonable benefits that this law will provide, let me inform you that because a heritage property demands constant, loving care and repair that many homeowners today might find challenging, Scilla and I, unfortunately, no longer own this home. When I had a close call with mortality a couple of years ago, I received stern spousal direction that I was no longer to venture up onto the roof to carry out maintenance and fixes, or to wield my trusty chainsaw in occasional necessary high-level amateur arborism. So reluctantly we sold to, we hope, we believe, a family as enchanted with this heritage property as we were. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging this explanation of my fixation with historic properties, modest and grand. And let me return to the very important specifics of Bill C-323. Now, my colleague from York Simcoe, in his introduction of this private member's legislation, reminded the House of the very real public interest in the preservation and restoration of heritage properties. He spoke directly to the cost burden, that rehabilitation is usually more expensive than alternatives such as demolition and a replacement new build, but certainly it is far less expensive than the priceless loss of physical Canadian heritage in a teardown. He pointed out that this bill helps owners who are preserving historic places with a modest portion of the cost of delivering this important public benefit. Mr. Speaker, this bill would create a 20% tax credit for rehabilitation of recognized, designated historic places. The bill also creates an accelerated capital cost allowance for eligible capitalized costs incurred under the same conditions as the tax credit. What exactly are eligible costs, Mr. Speaker? Well, under the provisions of this bill, Bill C-323, these are costs that would include construction, insurance, development, site improvement, as well as basic professional fees. These eligible costs would exclude acquisition, cosmetic, or, of course, the furnishing costs of such a structure. Our sponsor, again, the member for York Simcoe, reminded us that not so many years ago, the government implemented a pilot program with a tax credit and end goal, such as the one that this bill will create. And he cited the fact that the response doubled, on average, the property values of the respective structures, and that the tax credit actually incentivized significant GST and corporate tax revenues. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are many countries in different parts of the world that have heritage grants and associated programs. The most similar policy, I believe, is the tax credit program in the United States, which provides a 20% tax credit on costs related to the rehabilitation of designated historic buildings, as well as a 10% credit on non-designated buildings built before 1936. This program in the United States was implemented in 1976, and it's widely recognized as having been exceptionally successful with over 41,000 projects certified. As well, the program has been found to have a net positive impact on the Treasury, on the United States Treasury, of $5 billion. $5 billion over the life of the program to date. Now, Mr. Speaker, under Bill C-323, eligibility for the tax credit and for the accelerated write-off of any restoration project would have to be first certified by an architect following the Parks Canada published standards, easily available published standards for conservation of historic places. The integrity of this evaluation process is ensured through the use of criteria that are not only recognized across Canada, but internationally. And there are many programs in different parts of the world which have adopted the Parks Canada criteria for their work in designating and recognizing historic buildings. Although this process, thank you, Mr. Speaker, although this process is very exacting, it need not be burdensome or costly, and can, we believe, be very easily applied to the detail and the coverage provisions of Bill C-323. The Parks Canada Historic Sites record with regard to major structures and worldwide, I'm sure you recognize this, Mr. Speaker, is a world-class. Applications of those standards, of the Parks Canada Historic Sites standards, to fulfill the provisions of Bill C-323 would be scalable, and again, as I said, not burdensome or costly. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would echo the words of my colleague from York Simcoe in saying that Canadians will be very much more likely to embrace the idea of having their heritage properties designated as historic if this bill is passed by the House. While the design of the legislative package is modest, very modest in dollar terms, it will represent a very meaningful investment in our national cultural infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by encouraging all members of the House, all parties in the House, to stand in support of Bill C-323. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today in this House on behalf of my constituents of Kingston and the Islands to speak in support of Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. And I want to begin by thanking my colleague from York Simcoe for putting forward this substantive and very timely legislation. My speech today, Mr. Speaker, will focus on three themes. First, I will address the importance of preserving heritage buildings. Second, I will draw from my experience as a municipal politician to explain why I believe there is a desperate need for financial incentive to encourage heritage restoration. And third, I will speak finally to the economic benefits associated with the restoration of historically designated buildings. In his opening remarks during the first hour of debate, the sponsor of this bill talked about the sense of awe that he feels when walking through historic sites. While we may come from different parts of the province and indeed different sides of this House, I can say that I share this sense of awe when I visit one of the many historic properties in my riding of Kingston and the Islands. These buildings tell a story about who we are, where we came from. They impart upon us important lessons from the past and remind us about the challenges we have overcome and the accomplishments we've made in this country. In short, they highlight and bring to life those special moments in our history that are worth remembering. Mr. Speaker, I have often said in this House that I am proud to represent Canada's first capital, which has firmly etched its place in our country's history. Kingston's rich history and culture endures and is kept alive by our treasured heritage properties. To give you some perspective, Mr. Speaker, about 120 buildings in Kingston belong on the National Register of Historic Places, and over 1,000 are listed on the city's municipal register and designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. These include nationally important historic sites such as the Kingston Penitentiary, the original CN station, and the 9 Mile Point Lighthouse on Simcoe Island. And Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the second focal point of my speech, which is the need for real incentive to restore and maintain heritage properties. Growing up in Kingston, I was fortunate to learn from a young age to appreciate the historic value of built heritage. It was later on as mayor that I gained a deeper understanding for the challenges associated with owning or acquiring a heritage building. The reality is that many of our most prominent historical buildings are facing an uncertain future. And I'd like to talk about a few examples to illustrate what I mean. The outer station in Kingston is designated historical site that was built by the Grand Trunk Railway in 1856, 11 years before Confederation, to serve as a halfway point between Montreal and Toronto. It holds a special role in our history and was used by Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, in his travels between Kingston and this place during the early formative years of our country. Among other notable individuals, King George VI famously arrived there on a visit to Kingston in 1939. The station was closed in 1974, and despite the historical importance, it now sits derelict and in ruins. This is what is known as demolition by neglect, a reality which unfortunately is far too common. After years of deterioration, the city has estimated that it would cost nearly $4 million for CN, the current owners, to repair this building and clean up the contamination on the land. Another perfect example of a challenging situation in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is that of 9 Mile Point Lighthouse, which is erected on the western tip of Simcoe Island, in 1833 to guide vessels navigating through the northeast waters of Lake Ontario. As the oldest lighthouse on the Canadian side of the Great Lakes, and possibly the entire Great Lakes, it is now retired from its operational duties and has appropriately been nominated for designation under the Heritage Lighthouse Act. The problem is that any potential new owner of this historic lighthouse might be responsible for the significant costs in maintaining this property and remediating it appropriately, as required by federal and provincial laws. Restoration in both cases has definite community support, but the projects present a significant undertaking, and I'm concerned that right now we don't have adequate incentives to encourage anyone to take them on. Bill C-323 proposes a modest 20% tax credit for rehabilitation work done on designated historic buildings and a 3-year accelerated write-off period for spending on these buildings. This would give interested parties the incentive to take on these projects. These measures would increase the confidence of current and future owners of historic properties, encouraging them to rehabilitate and reuse historically significant buildings and avoid the grim alternatives of demolition or demolition by neglect. This incentive is also a win-win in situations where the federal government is trying to divest of a building that no longer has an operational use. 9 Mile Point Lighthouse, Kingston Penitentiary, and the Outer Station are all examples of federally owned properties or owned by a Crown corporation that are considered surplus and are no longer operational. While the federal government won't outright demolish these historic properties, they are also not requiring anything to be done to preserve them. So the options are to let them remain as a liability on the federal government's balance sheet, in which case they will slowly deteriorate over time because the federal government is not required to repair them as a third party would, or find a way to transfer them to an interested party who will actually invest in the rehabilitation. The tax credit proposed in Bill C-323 makes the second option more feasible. It makes it less likely that the federal properties will be demolished by neglect, which is exactly what has happened in the case with the Outer Station in my riding. When we talk about heritage properties, we often think about a few particular special landmarks. I have named a few that stand out in my community, and I'm sure that every member could do the same in their own ridings. But we have to remember that built heritage also includes homes owned by private landowners who face high costs to maintain their properties over time. As the member for Kootenay-Columbia noted in his speech during the last hour of debate, owners of historic buildings typically incur an additional 21% in costs, so it seems fair and appropriate to offset these costs with a 20% tax credit. I will now move to the third and final theme, which is the economic benefit of the tax credit. To estimate the financial impact of this bill, we can look to the United States, which has had a historic tax credit program since 1981. The program has been a resounding success at stimulating economic growth and creating jobs. So far, over $23 billion in federal credits have generated more than $28 billion in additional tax revenue and leveraged over $120 billion in private investment. 2.4 million jobs have been created, and tens of thousands of historic properties have benefited. In Canada, a pilot program was launched in 2003 that yielded equally promising results. Over the 5-year pilot project, $21.5 million in federal contributions supported 49 projects and leveraged $177 million, or over 8 times more, in private sector investment. We should make policies based on the best evidence, and in this case, the evidence is very clear. Incentivizing heritage rehabilitation not only serves an important public goal, but it also stimulates exactly the kind of economic activity we need right now. It will generate considerable private investment and will create good-paying jobs in construction, skilled trades, and many other fields. Mr. Speaker, in light of Canada's 150th birthday, I cannot imagine a more appropriate time to be having this discussion. The experience of visiting a historic site can teach us much more about our past than reading a textbook, and we should not deprive future generations from this opportunity. If we do nothing, we risk losing these national treasures to demolition or demolition by neglect, which unfortunately is happening right now in my community. We need to positively reward the goodwill of Canadians who are acting in the public interest by preserving our built heritage. To ensure our heritage buildings can be enjoyed by current and future generations, we need to get serious about rehabilitation, and we must act now before it becomes too costly or impossible to do so. My colleague has put forward this bill to do exactly that, which I am proud to support. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I hope that all members will think hard about the significant cultural and economic benefits of this bill and could have to their communities and throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, Bill C-323. I was present when the mover of the motion made his initial speech, and I greatly appreciated the speech that he made during the first hour of debate, because many of the buildings that he referred to in his remarks are buildings that I have seen myself, that I visited. So I don't have to tell you that I felt nostalgic when I listened to him making his remarks. I thank the member for York Simcoe for this bill, and from the outset, Mr. Speaker, I can state that you'll have my support for this bill. These historic buildings that are located, or there are historic buildings in my riding, and they represent an important part of our heritage and our history, as well as our culture. I support this, but I do acknowledge that the cost of maintaining and restoring them can become very high, especially in isolated places like in my riding. Some places. In Boamac, a mining town, there is undeniable historic value. It's part of the Canadian heritage site, and it was a very popular place in the 1930s. Between 1927 and 1950, many men looking for work went to Abitibi hoping to find a job. This village was built and founded in 1935 by the Manak Gold Mine. And the architecture is very specific, Mr. Speaker. And the next time you travel to Abitibi, I invite you to stop to visit this former mining town. There are residential areas of the former mine bosses, as they were called at the time, and also the homes that housed the workers. And this shows just how unique the place was in the 1930s. Now, many of the homes are still inhabited, and the owners have the responsibility to preserve the historic components when they undertake any renovations. It's important to do that, to preserve the heritage aspect of the village and also for tourism, not just for Val-d'Or, but for the entire region of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, very few people know that one of the first buildings built in Abitibi was built in 1836, the Sainte Clotilde Church, and it remains there today. And it was built at the time when the fur trade was active with the Algonquin people there. It, too, is part of Quebec's heritage. And it's also another example of a building in my riding. It was built in 1836, as I pointed out.
Makchtui, which is at the limit of James Bay and Hudson's Bay, we find sites such as the Church of St. Edmund, constructed in 1879. Historic sites are important to maintain. It is critical that our history is understood and remembered so that we can maintain an understanding of our past so that it is not forgotten. Mr. Speaker, additionally, promotion of restoration efforts will create good, skilled jobs and promote economic development, while at the same time encourage tourism and promote respectful development, while restoration efforts can help reduce environmental impacts of new building constructions. This act would allow those struggling to afford costs of rehabilitation projects to move forward with projects. Mr. Speaker, however, it will also provide handouts to wealthy people who are not in need of assistance whatsoever. It does not seem reasonable, to me at least, that we should subsidize costs to rehabilitate these historic buildings while there's also a housing crisis, for instance, in this country. I want clarity, Mr. Speaker, that the revenues lost from this bill will not impact Canada's ability to address the need for social housing, for instance, in this country. As an Indigenous person, I am very sensitive to that issue. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives me a chance to talk about different priorities that a government needs to be able to balance. A government has a responsibility towards people who live within its borders. We all know that. In Canada, we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantee all peoples the same right. However, Canadian governments have shown that their priorities do not include ensuring the same standards of programs and services to Indigenous peoples that they provide to other Canadians. I question this government's housing policy, for instance, in general, but more specifically today, how will a bill like C-323 respond to the current housing needs in Indigenous communities? Unfortunately, due to Canada's colonial history, forced relocation, land appropriations, and poor government infrastructure in Indigenous communities, we do not have many heritage properties. So we are going to implement a bill like this one, which will potentially reduce government revenues by millions of dollars annually, what will this mean for Indigenous peoples, Indigenous communities that are in desperate need for housing? Will the government increase revenues elsewhere to ensure that the human rights of Indigenous peoples are upheld? Through the rules of the Indian Act, colonial governments have created the housing crisis that Indigenous communities are experiencing. Under the Act, restrictions on land ownership often prevent the development of housing programs. It is estimated by 2031, the housing shortage on reserves will rise to 115,000 units. That's it, Mr. Speaker, 115,000 units. In order to bring the number of people living in each home on reserve down to the Canadian average of 2.5 persons per home, an additional 80,000 First Nations homes are needed today, right now. And yet, the 2016 federal budget provided funding for First Nations housing of just $206.6 million, enough to pay for just 300 new homes, the servicing of 340 new housing lots, and renovation of about 1,400 homes. Or to use the housing problem in Nunavik, in my writing, as another example, the Aboriginal People's Senate Committee hearing on housing was told that Nunavik needs over 1,100 houses immediately. The $50 million included in the budget of 2016 is less than a quarter of the funds needed to address that shortage. I have been asked many times, Mr. Speaker, by many colleagues on both sides of the House, what is the most important issue facing Indigenous peoples today? What should the government do right now to make reparations of historic injustices? Well, Mr. Speaker, the Indigenous issues in this country have been neglected for so long that every single issue has become a priority. Il me reste une minute, Monsieur le Président.
I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind you that the NDP will be supporting Bill C-323 because we believe in the rehabilitation of historic property, which is part of our heritage. And we, of course, also feel that it's important to understand fully how expensive these renovations are. And finally, third, we would like to amend the bill at committee stage to provide a tax credit to lower and middle-income Canadians. It's fine for people who can afford renovations, but it's not so accessible to lower and middle-income Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed an honour to rise today to debate this bill. And before I do so, I do want to thank my colleague from York Simcoe for bringing forward this bill. Certainly, as our opposition critic for Canadian heritage, I consider himself to be a national treasure for his hard work on this file. For all his hard work. And in fact, this isn't the only private member's piece of business he's brought forward. He also has two other motions on the order paper, M67 and M62, which I think are equally important matters that this House, I hope, will take up at some point. The recognition of Sir John A. Macdonald's summer home in Rivière-du-Loup, and also M62 recognizing the birthplace of the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker in Neustadt, Ontario, just outside of my riding, but nonetheless an important historical marker in southern Ontario, recognizing an exceptional Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker. But to the motion at hand, or to the bill at hand, this, I think, is an important bill for our communities and for the preservation of our historical and heritage properties across this great country. I do have to admit that I have a soft spot for heritage buildings. There are many beautiful older buildings in my riding of Perth Wellington that I'm proud to highlight from time to time. In fact, my constituency office, my Wellington County constituency office, is in one such heritage building. It's a beautiful old post office. It was the Harrison Town Post Office for many years, and unfortunately, as often these older buildings do, it fell into a state of disrepair. And shortly after I was elected, I was able to take a tour of this building and to see the state of repair that it was in at the time. But thanks to some hard-working local family, they took ownership of the old post office and they restored it to an exceptionally high level of standards. And now my constituency office in Wellington County is located in that building. It's been renamed the Old Post and is now home to a number of different local businesses and community groups. So I'm proud to have played a small role in that restoration of that building. In Perth Wellington, we also have other important sites, such as the Freifogel Tavern and Arboretum. The Freifogel Tavern is actually the last surviving site along the Huron Tract from the 1800s. It's an old building with a great degree of heritage and history associated with it. Its proprietor, Sebastian Freifogel, was a Swiss national who came to Canada at the time, served as the first acting warden of Perth County, served as the tax collector for the county, the local militia leader, so it had a strong history in the county. And currently, the Stratford Perth Historical Society is actually working to have that site designated as a National Historic Site. And if they are successful, it would be the first National Historic Site within Canada that would have a Swiss connection. And being of Swiss heritage myself, I find it's an important issue to highlight that, because it is an important site, and I look forward to seeing Parks Canada review that documentation to hopefully make it a National Historic Site. With 2017 upon us and the 150th anniversary of Confederation, the importance of preserving, protecting our national heritage is important now more than ever. And Bill C-323 certainly helps us to do that. As all members will know, the rehabilitation and the preservation of historic and heritage buildings is not necessarily an easy one, nor is it inexpensive. When dealing with century-plus old buildings, the wiring is no longer up to code, accessibility standards have not been kept up to code, and in many cases, neglected roofs need to be replaced, insulation needs to be redone, and windows need reinstallation in a way that preserves the historic and heritage nature of those buildings. And often it is unfortunately not economically or financially viable to undertake these important renovations, and so buildings are often demolished, or as the member from Kingston and the Islands mentioned earlier, let to be demolished by neglect. And this is unfortunate because we lose a part of our history when we lose these important buildings. Bill C-323 will introduce a tax credit for expenses related to the rehabilitation of historic property, and will establish a tax deduction for the capital cost of property used in the course of historic properties rehabilitation. This will provide the owners of historical properties with a tax credit of up to 20% of the cost of rehabilitating the property, which will incentivize owners to restore their properties and assist them in their efforts to do so. In short, it makes it more affordable to preserve a historical building, thus allowing more of our great historical architecture to remain standing rather than be demolished. Bill C-323 would also create an accelerated capital cost allowance for eligible capitalized costs incurred during the same conditions of the tax credit. It does so by allowing a minor reduction on the owner's income tax for the cost of rehabilitating the building. This ensures when the owner of historic property undertakes restoration work at personal expense, they are compensated. The restoration of a historic property, after all, is indeed a public good, and it is only fair that the individual who does the work at their own personal expense, that we as a government and we as a country are able to help in some way. Now, I understand there are some concerns that have been brought forward by different people about this bill, but I think that this bill strikes the right balance in preserving our heritage, but also incentivizing individuals to do so while respecting the public coffers as well. First, there's strict guidelines that include in this bill. First, not any building qualifies. The building must first be on the National Register of Historical Places. Second, an architect must certify that the eligible building has undergone rehabilitation in accordance with the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada. And this will ensure that proper rehabilitation work has been done in accordance with these standards. And it also incorporates a 10-year limit that the tax credit can be used. And I think this strikes the right balance in terms of providing adequate support, but also not becoming too high of a cost on the federal treasury. I'd also like to remind the honourable members in this House that this bill is supported by a number of heritage and historical groups, including the National Trust of Canada, for Canada, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to preserving our national heritage. And in fact, they appeared with a brief before the Standing Committee on Finance, and in that briefing they wrote, quote, "The federal tax system and federal spending are vital instruments shaping the ability of Canadians to protect and revitalize heritage places." And they went on to recommend that the government should introduce a federal rehabilitation tax incentive for heritage properties in Canada. Bill C-323 would do such a thing. It would help us preserve our natural heritage buildings, and our national collective heritage. Again, I want to congratulate the member from York Simcoe for bringing forward this important bill. I think is an exceptionally important way of preserving our natural our heritage buildings, and that we as parliamentarians should make every effort possible to encourage those who own heritage buildings to undertake the necessary work to keep them in good repair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians proudly stand upon thousands of years of Canadian history and heritage. From the breathtaking totem poles that line the British Columbian coast to the Algonquin wigwams that housed Indigenous peoples on the unceded land upon which this Parliament currently sits, from Cape Spear Lighthouse on Newfoundland's eastern tip to Fort Rod Hill on BC's Vancouver Island, and even the Justice Building down the road, the history reflected in our country's built heritage is simply astounding. In this, our nation's capital, we are surrounded by structures whose foundational stones were similarly foundational to the country we now call Canada. They herald the amazing accomplishments that we have made together and serve as a reminder for the chapters in our history that we have not yet atoned for. Throughout my 32 years working with Parks Canada, I was incredibly lucky to come face to face with Canada's built heritage every day. Through my work with the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and Parks Canada's National Historic Sites branch, I saw the impact that our heritage has on communities and heard the stories people told about their historic sites. In Saskatchewan, Batoche National Historic Site reminds residents of the independent spirit of the Northwest Resistance. In the Yukon, Dawson City returns us to the excitement of the Klondike Gold Rush, while in British Columbia, Esquimalt Colwood's Fisgard Lighthouse lets people on the open waters know they have reached home just as it's done since 1860. Across the country, Canada's built heritage reminds us of where we came from and where we've been along the way. From the smallest rural towns to our grandest cities, the history contained within these buildings informs what it means to call our communities home. When I think about built heritage in my riding of Cloverdale, Langley City, I think of the George Lawrence or Matheson House and what these places meant to the origins of both Surrey and Langley. While perhaps only the most ardent heritage buffs across Canada would be able to call upon their history, they have a profound value to the residents of my riding. This is what makes heritage so valuable to maintain across the country. Everyone can think of a few national historic sites that inspire awe and instill wonder, but what makes them so valuable is their effect on the individual. Just as I take pride in the historic sites of my community, I'm sure everyone in this House can identify a building, area, or district in their own riding within which the community would not be the same. As the National Trust for Canada said, Canada's communities are made up of historic places that define our cultural identity, give shape and texture to our urban and rural communities, and attract tourist dollars. Yet every day these places are being destroyed through desertion, decay, and demolition. Today I would like to discuss Bill C-323 and measures that I firmly believe will benefit all Canadians. This discussion centers on three fundamental considerations concerning how this legislation would create tangible environmental, financial, and social benefits. Canada's home building industry is one of our country's largest. It provides enormous economic benefit to our national economy and is the livelihood for many thousands of middle-class Canadians. This sector should be stimulated and encouraged, but we must do so in a way that is also environmentally responsible. In most Canadian municipalities, home building is a major contributor to landfill waste. For example, Alberta's Provincial Department of the Environment found that 25% of the province's landfill waste was generated by construction. By promoting the preservation of existing buildings, much of this discarded waste could be avoided, preserving natural resources and limiting the release of landfill greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, the preservation and maintenance of existing housing stock has constantly been shown to decrease potential CO2 emissions. According to the National Trust, if every heritage property in Canada were to be restored rather than being demolished and replaced with a new structure, this would represent the avoidance of CO2 emissions equivalent to the annual energy use of approximately 14,830,000 homes. To put this in a more familiar context, in the city of Ottawa, which Statistics Canada lists as having 151,495 single-detached homes in 2011, this energy savings would meet the energy needs of all of Ottawa's single-family homes for approximately 98 years. This is not just a lot of heritage meaningfully conserved, it's an incredibly positive environmental initiative. Despite this, there's a frequently cited argument that suggests tearing down heritage properties is in fact environmentally prudent. The logic behind this claims that heritage properties are equipped with out-of-date furnishings and technology that would otherwise help reduce their environmental footprint. Despite the fact that newly constructed homes are often more environmentally efficient, the resources needed to demolish and construct a new home means that it takes several decades for the new structure to become a net environmental benefit over the existing heritage property. As the Preservation Green Lab reported in their study, The Greenest Building, it takes anywhere from 10 to 80 years for a new building that is 30% more efficient than an average performing existing property to overcome, through efficient operations, the negative climate change impacts related to its construction. The environmental benefits of heritage preservation are easy to see and an indication of the importance of the federal government's role in actively promoting it as an environmentally superior practice. Just as environmental protection benefits all Canadians, Bill C-323 would lead to equally comprehensive financial benefits. To more closely examine the economic ramifications of Bill C-323, it's worth looking at the experience of our southern neighbours in the United States, who in 1981 passed legislation creating a 25% federal tax credit for restoration of heritage sites, and this built on legislation that was first introduced in 1976. In the 3.5 decades since then, it's estimated that $23.1 billion in federal tax credits have generated in excess of $120.8 billion in private investment in historic buildings. This is roughly a 5-to-1 ratio of private to public investment, all of which ultimately ended up back in the domestic U.S. economy. Not only did the U.S. federal government's Heritage Restoration Tax Credit benefit the restoration industry, it boosted the entire national economy. This is due to the money multiplier effect, which explains how money being spent in one industry is eventually recycled into the broader civic, provincial, and national economy. If you're paid to restore a heritage home, you may spend that money at Tim Hortons, whose employees will go on to, say, get a haircut, at which point the barber will buy sports equipment for his daughter. The cycle is essential to a government's economic considerations and means that money invested in one area will necessarily benefit Canadians across the country. In the United States, this confluence between public and private investments in heritage restoration has created great economic benefit. As the National Trust estimated, while the U.S. federal government spent $23.1 billion in restoration tax credits over the last 40 years, this credit resulted in an additional $28.1 billion in tax revenue, a net gain of $5 billion in tax revenue for that country. In short, the U.S. federal government made money by promoting heritage restoration. In addition, heritage tourism represents a significant contributor to Canada's economy. Tourism is a multi-billion-dollar-a-year industry, and it's estimated that cultural tourism accounts for 1/3 of that market. Reflecting the importance of this industry, the Canadian Tourism Commission reports that heritage tourism represents the past visitation of 30.5 million Americans and 2.6 million Canadian visitors. As I've outlined above, I strongly believe that the preservation of Canada's heritage is a noble goal in and of itself. With that being said, the United States example shows how heritage preservation creates tangible benefits to society on the whole. Based on the estimates of the National Trust, whose tireless efforts have left an indelible legacy on Canada's built heritage, since 1981, the United States Heritage Restoration Tax Credit has directly led to the preservation of over 41,000 historic properties that would have otherwise been left to neglect or demolition. This alone is a remarkable achievement, but its impact on the broader society that makes me believe Canada would be well served by a similar measure. Although with tens of thousands of properties saved, the U.S. tax credit is estimated to have led to the creation of over 525,000 housing units, including 146,000 dedicated to low and medium income housing. In every corner of the country, we hear concerns about housing affordability. In my riding of Cloverdale-Langley City, I can safely say that it's the topic about which I hear most from my constituents. Today, we debate legislation that would help address Canada's growing housing issue, but this is not the only benefit that Bill C-323 would deliver to Canadians across the country. In tandem with an increase in housing units, the U.S. tax credit is credited with creating 2.4 million jobs. These are reliable, middle-class positions across a multitude of sectors and will ultimately benefit the entire Canadian. This money will overwhelmingly go to small and medium enterprises in Canada, and the increase in employment will give communities across Canada a welcome boost. Not only is heritage good for communities as they currently exist, it benefits community rehabilitation. One can think of communities across Canada, such as Toronto's Distillery District, Winnipeg's Exchange District, and Vancouver's Chinatown, where heritage and culture are inseparably entwined. This bill will not guarantee the preservation of all heritage buildings in Canada, but it's a great first start. In Canada's 150th year, I can think of nothing more appropriate than signaling our support of both the history of this great country and the welfare of the people living in it today. In this spirit, I offer my support for Bill C-323 and encourage my colleagues in this House to do the same. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for York Simcoe for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this idea of a heritage tax credit to preserve the historical aspects of our community and make them richer places to live is an idea that is long overdue, an idea whose time has come. I want to thank all those who have spoken in support of this from all sides of the House. In particular, I want to support the members for Cloverdale, Langley City, and Kingston and the Islands, not just for their excellent workmanlike detailed addresses, but for also all their hard work in assisting me with this proposal. It is indeed, as those addresses indicate, a nonpartisan bill. This is not a partisan effort. It is very much a product of the work of previous governments, of both Liberals and Conservatives, under which the foundations of this tax credit have been developed in this proposal, and it is a benefit to all of Canada, and that is why all of us are indeed advocating for it. I did want to address, there were a couple of criticisms that were made in the first hour of debate of the bill. Firstly, that its benefit in terms of providing a tax credit produced an inequality, because it was an inequality that was applying to some homeowners and not to others. Well, I would put it to you that the inequality that exists is when we ask certain homeowners through a heritage designation to take on that private burden of supporting the public benefit. It is a real cost to them to have to support a heritage building. We are in fact working towards addressing that inequality by easing that burden somewhat, saying that if you are going to take on that public burden of restoring a heritage building from which we all benefit and is a much higher cost than normal construction, we are going to help ease that a little bit and take that step towards equality of providing that public benefit. Another critique was, in fact, kind of the opposite. It was a suggestion that there are already tax credits in place for donations to preserve heritage buildings. Well, those tax credits apply to exactly the people who will not be able to benefit from this tax credit, and the people who would be able to benefit from this tax credit cannot benefit from those already. Those are to nonprofit organizations, not to private individuals or businesses that are going to who are being asked to preserve heritage buildings. So in fact, once again, we are filling a gap that exists. The criticism there is indeed misplaced, and in fact this bill goes some distance to level that playing field and improve that overall. So I certainly want to set that record straight. And finally, there's some suggestion that there's floodgates here, and that with so many heritage properties, there's no way of knowing what the cost of this will be. In fact, people know well what the cost would be within the government as they have assessed it, and it is quite a very modest cost compared with things like the project to restore these buildings here on Parliament Hill that are very important heritage buildings for our country. But it's a small fraction of that, and in fact, the entire design of this bill contains those costs and keeps them under control. It is a taxpayer-responsible bill. Only properties on the National Historic Sites Register would qualify, a relatively limited list. Only 20%, in contrast with the 25% in the U.S., would be the credit. And of course, the capital cost allowance isn't that much of a benefit. It is simply a changing of the period of time over which a normal write-off would occur to a little bit faster write-off. So the actual bottom line impact for the taxpayers is limited, but the incentive for the person to undertake or the business to undertake the heritage restoration is significant. So I think those critiques ring a little bit hollow. I appreciate them, but I think overwhelmingly we have an opportunity here to pull together and build stronger communities through supporting the restoration of heritage buildings in all our communities, those heritage buildings that make them so important. And that's why so many communities have weighed in, municipal councils, to support this. And I'll just read you a list of some of them so far that have indicated their support. Pincher Creek, Alberta; Edwardsburg Cardinal, Ontario; the City of New Westminster, British Columbia; Calgary, Alberta; the town of Halton Hills in Ontario; the town of Atikokan in Ontario; the City of Windsor, Ontario; the Municipalité de Saint-Félix de Kingsey, Quebec; Township of Machar, Ontario; the town of Gravelbourg, Saskatchewan, the city of Victoria in British Columbia, Municipalité de Palmerol, Quebec, so the city of Terrace, British Columbia, the district of Chetwynd, BC, La Ville de Saint-Lazare, Quebec, Ville de Cookshire, Eaton, Quebec, the town of Hearst, Ontario, Municipalité de Pike River, Quebec, Municipality of Central Elgin, Ontario, the County of Brant, Ontario, Bradford, West Gwillimbury, Ontario, Kincardine, Ontario, Calder, Saskatchewan, Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, and I see, Mr. Speaker, my time is up well before I can get to the end of that list, but it gives you some indication of the breadth of support and the depth of support all across this country from municipal councils, from the people who are charged by us day to day to preserve those communities and preserve their built heritage and to build great places to live, that they support this, that they're force fair behind it, and that's why I encourage all members of the House to express their support for this bill. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Watts, moved that Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Rehabilitation of Historic Property, be now read a second time and be referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 22, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Et maintenant, à ce moment-ci,
at this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this adjournment debate. This goes back to a question that I asked last November to the Minister of Transportation about non-designated airports in Canada. As you know, well, for the benefit of our viewers at home, I'll give you a summary of the situation. There are 49 designated airports in Canada that fall under the Transport Organization, but you need to be a designated airport for that. There are, in fact, 89 such airports, and there are many airports, including regional airports, that are not on that list. The problem that we have in Sherbrooke is that we have an airport. There's a runway that is sufficiently long to host large airplanes. There's a terminal at the airport, which is large enough to have security checks, if there were to be security checks, but we're not a designated airport. We're not on that list of 89 airports. And yet, getting added to the list is fairly simple. There's a regulation, a schedule in a particular regulation that allows for that. Now, at the beginning, when the regulation was created, it was in response to the September 11th attacks. So the rule was created to ensure that there was maximum security in our airports. And the Canadian Association for Airport Transport Security was created because that was seen to be necessary. And a few days later, or a few years later, rather, 2 more airports were added in Mont-Tremblant and in Red Deer. So there is a process for adding airports to the list. And what Sherbrooke has been calling for a long time, as around 9 other airports have as well, is to be added to the list. And once we're added to the list, well, I mean, there are airports that are on that designated list, but that don't use that privilege. They don't receive any regular commercial flights, and yet they are designated airports. But this designation really doesn't serve any purpose because these airports are not really operational. And yet, airports like the one in Sherbrooke would like to become designated. We had even signed an agreement in principle with an airline to start receiving commercial flights. But one of the conditions of signing that agreement was having security clearance in the airport, and we weren't able to get that under the previous government. The most that we were able to receive was a mechanism that applies to non-designated airports that allows for a certain number of security checks under a cost recovery principle. So it's an interesting proposal for Sherbrooke, but we would really like to get those security checks. But really, the easiest solution, which we would like to see, is to have Sherbrooke added as the latest designated airport. Or perhaps one airport that is not operational could be removed from the list, and then we could be added. Now, I don't want to suggest which airports should be removed from the list, but certainly some of them are not operational. So if the government absolutely wants to maintain 89 airports on the list, we can do that. We can remove a non-operational airport and add Sherbrooke. So I'd like to see the government propose a regulatory change or change the list to allow Sherbrooke. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you to my colleague for raising this question of security checks at small airports. This is an important question, and our government is trying to set up a modern and effective transport network that will support economic growth. Furthermore, the Canadian aviation sector is a major contributor to our standard of living, our economy, our connectivity in the world, and our prosperity. Small airports and airlines, which use them, play an important role in this sector. Air safety is extremely important to our government. Canada has developed and maintained one of the safest air transport networks in the world. This network is flexible and responds to problems and mobilizes national and international air safety partners. Of the 200 Canadian airports that manage a certain number of commercial flights, 89 of them are designated to be verified by the Canadian Air Safety Transport Association. Air safety in Canada is based on risk, and so a risk-based approach means that we spend more time, resources, and energy on those aspects of the system that represent the highest risk. Consequently, passengers at low-risk airports are not subject to security checks by CASTA. In recent years, many operators of non-designated airports, including those of the Sherbrooke Airport, have presented requests to become designated airports so that they might receive safety check services from CASTA. According to several of them, safety checks would help the airlines land there so that they would be able to offer flights to larger designated airports, thus increasing economic development options for those airports and for the local communities. In recent years, Transport Canada and CASTA have worked closely with various airports, including the Sherbrooke Airport, in order to establish safety check provisions on a cost recovery basis. But in the end, it's up to airports to decide if the cost of such checks are really leading to the savings they desire. In conclusion, Canada has one of the best air safety programs in the world, and we are committed to promoting the safety of our aviation sector by striking a balance between safety, efficiency, and financial responsibility, while still paying particular attention to risks. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to very much thank my colleague for her quite detailed response. Compared to what I sometimes hear on The Late Show, I felt that was a very detailed response, and I thank her for that. I think she has really understood the issue, which is that if we want to have contracts with airlines, to have those airlines landing commercial flights, I mean, an airline would not want to run a route to a non-designated airport or between a non-designated airport and a designated airport. And that is really the major problem in Sherbrooke. We had a difficulty negotiating this for a long time because the airlines weren't interested in landing in Sherbrooke, as my colleague said.
And so we wonder why the government didn't decide to reassess the risk for each airport and change the destinations based on that risk assessment. That would be the simplest way to go ahead, to be among the list of the 89 airports. So why didn't the government do that?
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Notre gouvernement reconnaît cependant
Our government recognizes the need for supporting economic growth for Canadian communities and the important role that small airports play in that regard. There is a mechanism to allow non-designated airports to pay to obtain services for screening, and it was put in place last year. Transport Canada and CATSA discussed this issue with a number of operators of small airports, including Sherbrooke. They discussed details relating to the implementation of cost recovery for screening in their airports. We will continue to work with small airports that want to obtain these services.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am once again standing in this House to talk about solutions to deal with Canada's long-standing problem of abandoned vessels in our marine environment. The imperative we've talked about many times, there are hazards to navigation, visual pollution impacting tourism, a very strong threat of oil spills which can impact local jobs in the area of aquaculture, oil spill risks which can affect marine environment and sensitive coastal ecology, and the fact that there is no government in Canada that will actually take ownership. This is a hole in jurisdiction that's recognized by all parties that we are working very hard to fix. It'll make it easier for coastal communities if we do. I also want to salute the patience and the persistence of coastal communities. They've been trying to ad hoc solutions, one vessel at a time, in the absence of the federal leadership that we are seeking. And this is having costs. I know it was picked up in the media just a few weeks ago. A member of the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia Andrew Weaver, who's the Green Party representative, I think quite improperly scolded the municipality of Oak Bay, saying that they should do what the municipality of Saanich has done. In fact, we can't pit one community against the other, and I think also his criticism reveals a misunderstanding of the fact that if we leave this to the high-capacity municipalities to deal with issues in their own harbours, that squeezes the problem vessels out into unincorporated areas or more remote regions, which is why again and again we've been calling for a comprehensive coast-wide solution to the problem of abandoned vessels. So let's talk about solutions. My private member's bill C-219 is proposing to make Coast Guard the go-to agency on abandoned vessels. They're already doing a good job, the men and women in Coast Guard, of doing this off the side of their desk, but they don't have clear authority. So my bill proposes to give them that authority, to make Coast Guard the receiver of wrecks. We're also pushing very hard for full resources for Coast Guard so they can do that job as one of their central responsibilities, one that's well funded. We've also other solutions that I've been proposing that the government support: fiberglass recycling, finding new markets for these materials, a boat amnesty, bring in your boat, fixing the vessel registration, which has really fallen into disrepair, and mechanisms to take a load off the taxpayer, like sending vessel registration funds to a fund, as Washington State has done, to deal with the vessels on an emergency basis. I was just this past week sitting down with some local community leaders. We're planning our presentation to AVICC, which is a local government convention that represents Vancouver Island and Sunshine Coast local governments. April 8, we're presenting together on solutions to deal with the abandoned vessel problem. This is Ladysmith Mayor Aaron Stone, Samina's chief, John Elliott, and one of the operators of the local marina, Rod Smith from Ladysmith Marine Society. So they're asking, what are the details of the Coastal Protection Plan? And I'm really hoping to be able to bring that to the convention April 8th so we can give some good news. It was announced 4 months ago by the government. They said that they're reopening a Coast Guard station in St. John's. I wish they were reopening the Comox Coast Guard station on our coast that they closed, that the Liberal government closed, but very few details otherwise. So I'm hoping that through you, Mr. Speaker, the representative for the Minister of Transport can tell us when is the legislation coming, where is the funding going to be available to coastal communities, what are the specific mechanisms that the government is proposing. I'm concerned the only one that they've raised is criminalizing vessel abandonment, and I surely hope that that's not a path the government's going to go down. We're looking for solutions on the ground.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for her question, and I share the member's concern about the need to systematically address the problems of abandoned, derelict and wrecked vessels and the impact that they present for our coastal communities in particularly. This is a problem that has been building for a long time. Over the past year, our government has taken direct action to address several of these problem vessels. For example, our government has proceeded to the removal of the Vicky Lynn 2 in Ladysmith Harbour, British Columbia, and the dismantling and removal of the NB Catherine Spirit in Beauharnois, Quebec, both are underway. However, this alone cannot be a vessel-by-vessel approach. We are committed to a broad, comprehensive strategy, and I'm proud that our Prime Minister announced plans for this strategy on November 7, 2016, as part of our Oceans Protections Plan. The cornerstone of the strategy is vessel owner responsibility. We believe that those who act irresponsibly when it comes to end-of-life vessel management should be held accountable. We know Canadians share this view. We heard it loud and clear in our national consultations. Our government intends to table new legislation in 2017 that will prohibit the act of vessel abandonment, while also enabling a more proactive approach to vessels before they become a bigger problem and more costly to remediate. Vessel owners will be responsible and liable for the costs associated with vessel cleanup. Alongside this new legislation, we will strengthen systems that allow the identification of vessel owners so we can hold to account those who act irresponsibly. We will also join 30 other countries and move to adopt the Nairobi International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks. This will ensure vessel owners are fully liable and responsible for the costs of removal of a wreck resulting from a maritime accident or an act of nature. These new measures mean that vessel owners will no longer be allowed to walk away from a vessel that they do not want or do not properly maintain without the possibility of sanctions. Finally, we cannot ignore the suite of legacy vessels that are already affecting our coastlines and communities. While developing a longer-term solution, which I have already laid out in the short term, our government will support the cleanup of priority vessels in our coastal communities and assess the requirements for larger priority commercial vessels. Transport Canada is working closely with the Canadian Coast Guard and other federal partners so we can leverage each department's expertise and make the most efficient use of our resources. We're also actively engaged with concerned governments, communities, and stakeholders across the country as we develop our plan, and they will be important partners moving forward. The challenges and therefore the solutions are complex, but our government is demonstrating leadership on the issue, and we are confident we have the right approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I appreciate the Minister's representative, the Parliamentary Secretary, echoing back, our shared commitment to find a solution to this. But I'm very concerned that the headline is the prohibition of vessel abandonment. I mean, the laws exist already, and the government should be enforcing them. And we've already. Owners are already responsible, they're already liable, and boat owners can already be taken to court to remove a vessel, and we have examples right now. The Farley Mowat vessel in Shelburne, the feds went to court to force the owner to pay fines and to be arrested or imprisoned. That's happening already. But the problem is you cannot fine owner who's himself derelict, unable to pay. This is part of the problem, is great financial insecurity of people that just can't keep their vessels up anymore. But also you can't fine an owner that you cannot find. Vessel registration is a mess, and I really want to have the government's assurance this is a priority, that they will fix vessel registration and they will make every owner pay into a fund that then is available to deal with vessels on an emergency basis, so this doesn't stay on the backs of taxpayers.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I again take the opportunity to mention that in our efforts to restore and protect marine ecosystems and habitats as part of our $1.5 billion Oceans Protections Plan, we will be taking measures to address abandoned and derelict vessels in Canadian waters. This will include the introduction of new legislation to prohibit vessel abandonment and, based on the polluter pay principle, increase vessel owner responsibility and liability for derelict and wrecked vessels. We will work with other levels of government to clean up priority smaller legacy vessels posing risks to our communities. We recognize the threats that abandoned, derelict and wrecked vessels pose to Canadians and our environment. We're taking a responsible approach to address this very complex issue, and we're doing it in collaboration with our partners and stakeholders. Our government is committed to improving marine safety and responsible shipping and to protect Canada's marine environment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Phoenix payroll system started as an ill-conceived conservative scheme to cut corners and cut costs by replacing complex federal payroll systems with off-the-shelf software from IBM. However, it was this Liberal government that rushed ahead with the implementation of Phoenix despite many warnings of problems and deficiencies with the system. The result is that many thousands of federal employees delivering important public services across the country have not been paid the money that they have earned. Now, the question that I posed on February 23rd was about inaccurate information on T4 tax slips sent to employees who had been incorrectly paid by the Phoenix system. The government has assured us that it's on the verge of correcting those T4s, and so I take the government's word at face value. And rather than questioning whether or not it will meet that objective, let's wait and see. And I would instead like to use this adjournment debate to update the House on some of the work that my constituency office is doing to assist people who've fallen victim of the Phoenix Pay system. Also on February 23rd, while I was asking a question in the House, my casework assistant in Regina was hosting a conference call of all the caseworkers among NDP MP offices across the country to educate them on how to deal with Phoenix problems and to share best practices between offices. Now, of course, it was through my constituency office that I first became aware of problems with the Phoenix Pay system. Employees of the RCMP depot in Regina phoned to complain that they were not receiving the pay that they had earned. And I know one of the great frustrations experienced by my own casework assistant and by caseworkers in MP offices across the country is that they really don't have the tools to assist people that are not getting paid by Phoenix. And one of the constructive proposals that they came up with through this conference call on February 23rd was indeed to establish an MP phone line, a dedicated line to the Phoenix Pay Center in Miramichi. Now, we have these dedicated lines for employment insurance. We've had them in the past for passports. We have them when we recognize that sometimes people are going to have problems with federal programs and services and may need their Member of Parliament's office to assist them. So I would argue that the Phoenix Pay system is certainly a large enough problem that a dedicated line would very much be justified in this case. It's been more than a year since Phoenix was implemented, and it's still a huge problem. The Deputy Minister of Public Services and Procurement came to our committee today and stated that we have now reached the important tipping point where we are starting to process more transactions than we receive. So, Mr. Speaker, it may be that the government is finally starting to reduce rather than increase the size of the Phoenix problem, but if it's taken a year to even get to that tipping point, it suggests that it may take a great deal longer to get to a point where the problem is actually resolved. In the meantime, it would make a lot of sense to provide a dedicated phone line so that MP offices and our staff are actually able to provide tangible assistance to constituents who have fallen victim to the Phoenix boondoggle. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague opposite as the Member of Parliament for Gatineau from the National Capital Region. I don't have much to add to what my colleague said, except to ensure him that we too experience the same type of situation, the same frustration over the past year with the implementation of Phoenix.
And I do thank him for the constructive tone of his questions and his statement tonight. I want to assure him that on resolving the ongoing public service pay issue is not only a priority of the government, but a personal priority. I take these issues very seriously. In the entire government, hundreds of public servants, and I know he would want to join and stand with me and my government in supporting those hundreds of public servants that are working across the country to resolve pay issues. With tax season upon us, our focus has been to address potential tax implications, particularly as they relate to overpayments. Employees are being reminded to call the Phoenix call center to ensure that any overpayments are handled as a priority. Employees have been provided access to detailed information online about all payments they received in 2016. This will help them verify whether the taxable earnings stated on their tax slips is indeed correct. Public Services and Procurement Canada is continuing to make prompt processing of pay requests a key priority. The goal is to process pay requests within established service standards, which for most transactions is 20 days from the time they enter the Public Service Pay Centre. Here is what is being done. As we get to the end of the backlog, and we are thankfully getting to this situation, compensation advisors at the Pay Centre are being reassigned to deal with new incoming requests. With this realignment of resources, pay requests will be handled more quickly, wait times will get shorter, and late payments will be cleared out. A particular focus is being put on parental and disability leave requests, which I stress our partners in public sector unions have worked with us and asked that those categories in particular be prioritized. Technical enhancements to Phoenix also will allow for faster processing of pay transactions. Calculating of acting payments will soon be automated, which will reduce, and we hope to a great extent, the workload. And with more resources and increased efficiency at the Pay Centre, pay transactions are indeed being handled faster. Nous allons être plus transparents.
We will be more transparent in order to keep employees abreast of progress achieved. A new pay dashboard will enable public service employees to see how we're complying with service standards and to see the various estimated wait times for various operations. We continue to work in close cooperation with Revenue Canada and the Treasury Board Secretariat. The federal government, Mr. Speaker, recognizes the serious repercussions that the problems with the Phoenix pay system have had. And as I said, we are accomplishing progress. We are moving towards resolving these problems and want to prevent future problems from occurring.
Well, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement for his remarks. Certainly, it's good to hear that the government is working on this, although it has been very disappointing that the government rushed ahead with implementing Phoenix when there were all kinds of indications that these type of problems would manifest themselves. It has now been more than a year since that implementation was done, and we're only just at the point where perhaps the government is starting to reduce the size of the problem rather than allowing it to increase. So, we're hopeful that progress can be made, but we're also disappointed about the lack of progress up until quite recently. Another constructive proposal that came out of this conference call of casework assistance among New Democratic MP offices was that the government should not put pensions under the Phoenix pay system. And I wonder if during his kind of final minute, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement could commit to this House that the government is not going to put public service pensions through the Phoenix payroll system, which of course has proven to be so problematic for normal and other types of pay and benefits. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take under advisement what the member suggests. Look, the IT transformation project that is Phoenix is a complex one. I do stress it was compounded by the fact that we inherited a situation where all of the compensation advisors, 700 of them, had been let go by the previous government. The accounting savings had been booked. And this was a IT implementation that was botched long before we were able to commence the implementation. Right now, we are focused on fixing this situation. We will fix this situation. We are applying all the resources that we are able to be responsive to public servants, to solve individual cases, and to do the kind of work and free them up to do the great work that they do for Canadians. And I know the honourable member would join me in standing with them as they work their way through these problems that I know we will get to the end to. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.